for all your blessings. You said in all things give thanks. So we want to thank you tonight for these mighty machines that you brought before us. Thank you for the Dodges and the Toyotas. Thank you for the Fords, and most of all, we thank you for Roush and Yates partnering to give us the power that we see before us tonight. Thank you for GM Performance Technology and the R07 engines. Thank you for Sunoco Racing Fuel and Goodyear tires that bring performance and power to the track. Lord, I want to thank you for my smoking hot wife tonight, Lisa. My two children, Eli and Emma, or as we like to call them, the Little E's. Lord, I pray you bless the drivers and use them tonight. May they put on a performance worthy of this great track. In Jesus' name, boogity, 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 amen.
Randy Pope's there, but some problems there. Oh, Herbert there. I believe that's our pole sitter in the touring car class. Tristan Herbert flips the outside wall. We're now on board with Aschenbach coming through that fast king.
Sitting in that third spot right now. And Chip Herr and Herbert. Boy, look at that, man. That's Herbert's wheel just came off, didn't it? That's the left front wheel of Herbert, obviously from that contact, Cal. Take another look at it.
Chip Herr down to the inside, but there you see the problem. That's why Tristan was slow through that corner. And Chip takes the lead, and Aschenbach is right there with him.
Warning, the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Here we go. There's my mic working. I don't know what's going on. Today I've lost my ability to do stuff. All right, everybody, how we doing? Everybody's hopefully having a good time. Put some stuff up there on the screen from earlier, and we'll have a good time later. All right, don't have anybody else here yet. Kat should be here shortly. I'm not really sure what's going on with Josie right now. She's normally has messaged me by now, but earlier she was helping me out with some stuff, so she may be running behind just a hair, and that's okay because I like talking to you guys. We're gonna have a good time. All right, so there we go. Still haven't shaved your arms. Well, you know what? I haven't either, and if anybody tries, you're gonna have a problem. How's everybody out there? You guys doing good? You guys doing all right? Yeah? All right, good. Good. I like it. We're going to have a hell of a damn show tonight. I swear we are. We're going to have just a great time. I did not do my normal waiver warning sign. So if you guys are underage, I don't care. YouTube's rules, not mine. I can't keep you out. So whatever. It is intended for mature audiences. I do discuss mature things, and I say adult words. And that's just how that works. Yeah, Seamus? Okay. All right. I see that. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Good deal, guys. We're going to have some time. We're going to have a good time. Yeah. John 2029. I actually really love British drivers. Actually, European drivers. One of my favorite drivers, a guy that has tried to drive for me several times, and we've just never been able to connect, is Ben Klakus. If you have a chance to see him go out to like Silverstone or any of the places where he runs like GT cars and stuff, he's an amazing driver. He's really good. So I would highly recommend that if you get a chance, go watch old Ben Klakus run. He's getting kind of old, long in the tooth for a young man, but he's still fast. He's really good. Never was able to work with him though. I wanted to, just couldn't make it happen. And then we've got I had a lot of European drivers. The interesting thing about American road racing versus European, although it's evening out now, there for a long time, American sanctioning bodies had a lot of really stupid rules about contact. And the European sanctioning bodies really don't have that. They will literally just hammer you and make contact, but it's not contact such that will take you out. And so at the end of the day, I feel like that for the most part, European drivers are just, they're a little, what's the right word? They're more aggressive, right? American drivers are very conscious of being kicked out of their series. So I really like European drivers. They're great. And by European, I mean people that have raced in Europe. We used to send American guys over there all the time. One of my really favorite drivers I ever worked with was this kid named JD Mobley, and he was a legend. So he ran the TDI Cup, which was here in the U.S. Volkswagen put it on, and then they paid for him to work at Volkswagen for a year. That's how he got his visa. And they gave him a job at Volkswagen, but they also ran him in the Scirocco Cup, and he was running against like Formula One guys like Johnny Herbert, however you want to say his name, and some other guys, and Dario Franchitti, and really top level drivers. And he, until mid season, he had a really bad crash, and it fucked up his car. His car was just never the same after that, and he just never was able to regain the momentum. But up until that point, he was leading Tristan Herbert. So yeah, so it's pretty cool. NAS trucks. You know what? Boris said. Do you guys know who Boris said is? Boris Said's a great driver, man. He literally gives no fucks. We were at Texas World Speedway one year, and he was running the Mustang, and he actually hit somebody, or somebody hit him. It's hard to tell. I don't really remember, and I'm sure the TV footage still exists. But he has an accident. He gets pushed off the track. The fucking rear wheel comes off the car. Like, he has no rear wheel on the driver's side. He thinks he's got a flat tire. He drives that bitch all the way back to the pits, and he pulls in expecting them to change the tire. Well, they can't change the tire because the wheels fucking broke off. There's not anything there left to attach a wheel to. And so he's sitting there, he's out. He has to get out of the car while they're working on it. So he's standing there and he's talking to Calvin Fish, who was the announcer at the time. And he says, Calvin's like, "Hey man, it's rough out there today, but you're going, man. You're going really fast." He's like, "Yeah, man, we're driving the wheels off this thing." And right about that time, his mechanic leans over and tells him that, the wheel's broken off. And he looks back and and there's no wheel there. And he's like, "I guess we really did drive the wheels off of it." Fucker, man. I love that guy. I love Boris Said. His, the shop that I worked out of in North Carolina had been his, the team shop when he'd ran NASCAR trucks in the Ice House or whatever the fuck that was, as a beer company, truck series. And there were still parts of broken ass trucks in NAS trucks. They're not really trucks, but there are still parts of them laying around the shop up above in the above the offices and shit, because that's where they would hide that stuff. But yeah, no, I'm glad you guys like the racing footage. I don't have a whole lot of it left. I kind of, I didn't really I never really saved a whole lot of it. It didn't really matter that much to me. I think I've got some Pikes Peak footage. It's pretty good somewhere, but we'll cover that some other time. And yeah, so it's going to be a good night. Hopefully we get our guest in here early enough so we can have a really good show. And I normally, right about this time, I'll talk about what an unreasonable man is and why we need to be unreasonable in our everyday lives, because basically everything that that's tried to be put over on us, or that we're being sold, or we're being told we need to vote on, it's all billed as being reasonable, and we need to be unreasonable. There goes my damn phone again, guys. I'm sorry. what the fuck that was. Sorry, guys, just bear with me, my rude ass self. Oh, it's a reminder to start my video. Thank you, fuckers. When is that? Oh yeah. So an unreasonable man, the quote, this channel is named after a quote from George Bernard Shaw, who wrote a play back in 1904 called Of Men and Supermen, where he postulated that because of eugenics, the best women would marry the best men, and the high performers would just, get together and breed these ever evolving youth. And by now, we would all be supermen. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. I can't leap tall buildings in a single bound, and neither can you. So he was fucking wrong. I mean, he was a socialist fuck, so you can't really go too far on that. But the quote is, "The reasonable man adapts himself to fit the world around him, and the unreasonable man forces the world to adapt to him." I'm kind of paraphrasing a little bit, but that's the quote. And we must force the world to change to fit us, not the other way around. Being reasonable is a recipe for, basically selling out everything that you hold dear. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You guys. Yeah. Lame menu. The lame menu. I think he was going to drive over here for a while. He's a good driver. I think he ran the 24 hours of Daytona, I think, with us at one point. Not with us, but somebody else. What's my take on the nonsense argument? Look, it's an argument on the internet, man. Just go into it, make your point, move on. You're not, even if you win, you fucking lose. So, now, if it's a friend or something like that, you can kind of chip away at them and move them to your side over time. But other than that, it's no big deal. Don't sweat it. I would not get too wrapped up in it at all. And I mean, people just say weird shit now, like that. People call you a simp, or whatever. Who the fuck cares? I got something on Man Bear Woods. We're gonna get to that later. Hopefully, when the girls are here. They're not late yet, so we're good. Kat's supposed to be here at 8:30. Josie just comes in when she wants to. She's like a part-timer that just comes in when they need to. It's awesome. Can I recommend some U.S. racing for a Brit to get into? If you're a stateside Brit and you want to get in the road racing, I would, depending on your budget, I would start with either autocross, which is not actual wheel-to-wheel racing, but is a lot of damn fun and very cheap. And on the other side of that, if you want to go wheel-to-wheel, my favorite, and you have the money to actually go wheel-to-wheel, my favorite series right now is Trans Am 2. It's a great series. They run LS engines from K-Tech, which is a great company. They're expensive, but they don't break, so they're actually cheaper. They all run, I think there's 3 chassis you can choose from, 2 bodies. I think there's a company even in Denmark or somewhere that's making bodies now if you wanted to run them in Europe. They're great cars. They're really durable, really tough. Yeah, you could knock the front end off of it and be racing again the next week, depending on how good your guys are. But I have a very warped view of racing and what racing means. So talking to me about racing is like, you're probably not going to get the answers that you really expect. Man Bear Woods. Yeah. So we're going to talk about that. And Randy, stay sober, my friend. Stay sober. All right. So I've run through the chat pretty good. That was awesome. Good times, guys. And we've got, I can talk racing forever, but the racing thing is, for me, racing is a, it was such a career that, I don't know that I don't know that anybody would live the way I lived to do the racing the way I did it. And it's I mean, it's tough, right? I mean, I've got so many stories about how fucking tough it was, but let me tell you how great it is sometimes, like we were um pick a good one. Hmm. All right, so years ago, we'll just talk about Pikes Peak. The Pikes Peak, can't fucking talk. It's gonna be tough if I can't fucking talk tonight. So for the Pikes Peak Hill climb in like I want to say it was 2011, maybe last year, the dirt. Um, we were I was supporting this guy who had an Evo that he brought up in boxes, and he had this STI that he had rented to a customer that um I mean, it was together, but it needed tuning and everything, and I tuned it, and we went to the track and everything. When it came to my shop, it wouldn't even roll off the trailer. Like, he couldn't even start; it wouldn't roll off the trailer. Um, we had to correct a bunch of shit, and we got it all put back together. And that car actually took I think like a class win. Um, the At the end of the day, it was, even though we had all of the troubles getting started, it was fine. And I got a better one here in a second. Let me I'm getting distracted by the text. Gudney, strong neck for fast speed racing. You need to be strong, period, really. I don't know that your neck needs to be any stronger than anything else, but you need to be pretty strong. I mean, even with all the power steering and stuff now, it's a workout. I mean, you get out of the car and you've sweated your balls off. I mean, it's just super, super hard. And there's a lot of effort that goes into racing. Like, a lot of effort. Like, you may not see it, um, but there's I mean, maybe I've just got a really strong neck and I never noticed it. However, that's the reason for the Honda device is the amount of G-force that is pulled when you hit something hard and come to a sudden stop. That's why they exist. Um, so once upon a time, I was working for a company called I'm not going to give the company, actually. We were running the Porsches, the GT3 the GT3 RS Cup car, and it's a really great car to drive. The Cup cars are awesome. We were also running Corvette, and at Elkhart Lake, I don't know exactly what instigated the race. I just can't remember off the top of my head. I've watched so much footage and seen so many crashes. I just don't remember exactly what precipitated this crash. The car went across the track. It actually, like, I don't know what happened. He got hit by somebody. He got hit by somebody else. He was slammed into the wall, bounced back in the traffic, and ended up flipping over and getting hit several times. And I think GM computed the G's that he went through at like something like 21 G's, maybe a little bit more at impact. And it totally destroyed the car. Did I hit the button? Kat, are you okay?
Yeah.
Did I hit the button again? I'm sorry. I have a new mouse. It's my wife's, actually, and it's really sensitive, so I'm not used to it. I don't use keyboards and mice very often, but I am tonight.
No worries.
So I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of story time. Anyway, so the driver walked away from this thing, but they sidelined him for, I think, like 20 days, I think, something like that. And we had to build the car was completely destroyed. There was nothing left. We had to build a new car for Laguna Seca. So at Elkhart Lake, we destroy it. Laguna Seca, we need a new car. We built a new car in 21 days. I calculated at one point in time, by the number of people working on it and what we build per hour per guy, there was something like $16,000 an hour flying at that car. And we built an entire C5R Corvette race car in 21 days, which is amazing. The bodywork alone is like 50 grand. and I was shocked that their hog actually had one. Like they had one. Like it was crazy that they even had a body available. And we got it done, and unfortunately the driver did not heal as fast as the car. The car was ready and we took it and tested it, but the driver was not medically cleared to race at Laguna. He had to wait for, I think, Sears Point or something. But at the end of the day, I got the wrong background up. I'm just noticing that. I do on Thursday nights, I host a air racing group, and so we had our meeting last night, so I changed the background to the airplane. I didn't notice, but anyway. All right, cool. So yeah, I mean, racing's different stuff, man. You gotta really. My sense of it is very different than anybody else's, because the amount of money it costs and the way that you spend it is nuts. It's crazy. All right, so where are we at? Everyone, this is Kat. I'm not even going to try and pronounce her last name, so I'll let her do that. Kat, if you don't mind, just go ahead and introduce yourself and tell all of these fine people. I think we have we've dropped a few soldiers right now because I started talking about racing and people went to get ice cream or something, but they'll come back once they realize a girl's here. So,
well, so I'm Kat Khatibi, and I have a YouTube, and I had a podcast for 4 years on health and wellness. And now I'm starting to get into more relationship stuff. And I don't know. What else do you want to know about me?
So what you do health and relationship stuff?
Yeah, I did mostly health and wellness and female health for 4 years. And now I'm expanding to do relationship stuff too. I did a little bit of that before, but I want to do a little more.
Okay. What are you feminist, anti-feminist, in the middle somewhere? Where's your how do you help in relationships, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, I'm not feminist. I just think that the kids, the younger generation now, they're having a hard time with relationships. They're having a hard time socializing. They're having a hard time communicating with each other. There seems to be a sex divide. There seems to be a lot of miscommunication. There seems to be just a lot of on the internet too much, that they don't understand that what they see on the internet is a hyper extreme version of maybe reality, but not really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I can go with that. I mean, we talk about that a lot, and it's actually a cornerstone of my show, where I talk about different relationships and how I see some of my friends fucking up. By the way, I curse a lot. Don't think it's just because you're here. I use rough language because at one point in time I was a rough man. So anyway, at the end of the day, we do talk a lot about relationships on here. We especially talk about the relation, how men are beat up in relationships these days because of the massive swing to the feminine side, and even men are more feminine than some women are. So.
Yeah.
Hi, Josie. How are you?
Good, you?
Why are you frozen?
Are you for real?
I am being for real. I am not joking with you even a little bit.
I hate StreamYard, yo.
It works for me. Look, I got it going on. I don't know. You know what it is? You're in California. That's what it is. I'm sorry.
I've been trying to figure out what it is.
Yeah.
I have no idea at this point. Like, I'm on a Cat 6 Ethernet cable.
Well,
Like,
don't feel bad because Andrew. I think anybody on the wrong side of the Mississippi has been having trouble with their internet. I know Andrew was having trouble with his stream freezing earlier. He was getting really pissed about all the buffering. And Andrew may pop on. He may not if it continues buffering, and he may get like really pissed and just be like, "I'm done for the day." But he may pop on. We'll see. But I'm sorry. Kat and I had just started. She does health and wellness podcasting for ladies such as yourself, and is branching out into relationship. So that's about as far as we got.
awesome. Good to have you on, by the way. I've only met on Discord before. And Randy was asking for your husband, so.
Yes.
Yeah. You
Discord friends.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So, are you religious at all, Kat?
I would say Christian.
Okay. Just Christian, no specific denomination or
no.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Great. How salty was your lunch?
How salty was my lunch?
Yeah, your eyes look puffy.
I don't know. It's probably the massive Coke bottles that I'm wearing, so I can see everybody.
Yeah,
I didn't
maybe.
actually.
Really?
I actually didn't even eat. I didn't eat lunch. Actually, I ended up even after I said I was going to go eat. I did not go eat. I didn't eat until like an hour ago. I meant to, but I just, I keep fucking off. So
I was like, maybe you had the eye contact on or something, because with the NVIDIA, like we tried that the other day. It was kind of creepy. It just keeps your eye contact on the camera, so like it just does like the eye twitching.
No. Most of it is just I get these weird reflections in my glasses, and I won't keep my head still, so it's just the way it is. It just sucks.
Yeah, they say don't do glasses.
I know, but I have to because they don't make reader contacts. So, yeah, what it is.
So I can join you maybe. Oh no, I just broke them. Fuck.
All right, we're having a great time on our stream tonight.
Fuck.
So,
Broke them.
so how long have you been married, Kat?
If you count when we met, maybe like 20 years.
You've been married 20 years.
Yeah.
You barely look 20.
No, I'm very old.
You're very old. How old are you?
I'm very old.
That tells me nothing.
Like Gen X, like
I'm 53.
40s. I'm younger than you, but older
my wife is
than most.
My wife is 42.
I might be old. Yeah, I'm older than her.
Okay. Well, that's awesome. You look great. I mean, that's I actually had you pegged being very young, like starting out ish. So that's interesting.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good genes.
Okay. Yeah. And okay. You have children?
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, a dozen, 10?
I could only have one, but I have one.
Okay. I've got 2, but there's a 10-year spread. So I have a 13-year-old. I have a 3-year-old. Perfectly 10 years. It's awesome. It's actually a lot of fun. My kids are awesome. But it is what it is. Yeah. So, all right. So that's good. And you are not particularly feminist.
No.
You're more anti-feminist. That's awesome. That's great.
I don't really get what feminism does, so I don't really care.
Well, feminism's a big L for most women. That's
yeah, I don't get it. Like, feminism is, hey girls, you can work and then you can work at home.
Yeah.
Great. That sounds stupid.
I never really understood. So, and I have this real theory about how people perceived life in the olden days when women stayed home and cared for the household. Well, yeah, but the household usually included like 8 kids, a couple of grandparents, maybe an aunt or uncle that was unmarried, a staff, depending on what they were in, what business they had. If they had a farm, they had, farm hands or ranch hands that they had that the wife managed because the husband was off doing whatever he did, cow stuff or selling stuff at the farmer's market. They didn't have farmers markets back then, but you know what I mean. And so it was very interesting. It's very interesting to me the how we've warped the idea of our past into this very rosy picture of how women were treated. They were vaunted and valued and just sat at home all the time and didn't have to do anything. That's just so strange to me.
I would like to say something about that.
Yeah.
I think that like poor women have always worked. That's never been a thing. Like if you were in that social economic class, you had to work. It wasn't a choice. Mm-hmm. Middle class women didn't work, but they did a lot of housework. And then upper class women, they had a lot of help and they had to manage the help.
Sure. And that's when we start talking about middle class women working, but women have always worked. Even the middle class women worked, right? And my grandmother has related stories of the Great Depression where first of all, everybody worked because there was no money anywhere. And even prior to that, my great grandparents, ones that we can't really talk about because Civil War stuff, but the other set, they owned a farm and they had a staff, and my great grandmother was a fairly interesting, comical individual, and she owned a store, worked on the farm, or did her share around the farm, and many other things. Of course, they had like 8 kids. I have so many uncles and aunts. It's crazy. And I think it's very different now. I also think, again, the idea of people's idea of history is very warped. Do you know a woman was elected mayor in Kansas in 1877? And people talk about women didn't have the right to vote, couldn't run for office, couldn't do all these things. And all those feminist talking points are just garbage because they literally just take a talking point out of thin air because it sounds good, because it sounds like something that probably would have happened. And it's very interesting to me. I like that you're not feminist. That's a huge win already.
Did you read Rachel's book yet? Or
yeah, have you read Rachel's book?
No, but I have
Grid,
heard.
That was a question for you.
Oh,
Grid.
I'm sorry.
Did you read Rachel's book?
Finally? I have not. She, I think she was gonna send me a copy or something like that, and then we just haven't connected, and I haven't bought it because
Amazon.
Yeah, I know how to do it. I read a lot. I got quite a queue of stuff.
You're the smart one, and I'm the one who finished it before you.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm dumb.
I wouldn't say that. So, yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. So what?
But yeah, Kat, I recommend it if you want to read it. Sorry, It's just because I kept giving him crap for the past few weeks because he hasn't read Rachel's book yet. And he talks about feminism. I'm like, did you read Rachel's book?
Well, I don't need I don't need to read Rachel's book to understand feminism. I've been watching that train wreck for a very long time. So, Kat, you're getting a question about your fish tank.
Yeah, freshwater shrimp and a gourami and a pleco.
We got sushi going on over there. You just pick them out of the tank. Come on, come eat sushi, kids.
The silliness. All right. That's good stuff. So what kind of advice are you giving to now? Are you advising mostly women, or are you giving advice for men as well, or how does that work for you?
Well, when I was doing just the audio podcast, my audience was like 80% women, but now it's kind of flipped to about 50-50 for some reason. So I got to talk to both people now, both sexes.
Sure. Okay.
Apparently that my camera is bad according to the chat.
Well, you're freezing like all the time.
You're freezing too. But Kat isn't freezing, which is weird.
Everything just went black.
That's weird.
YouTube is being a
You're fully frozen now.
Or all right, there. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Kat, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, good. So do you attribute this to like familial upbringing, your parents, stuff you saw in school? Where do you get your perspective from?
Well, growing up, I mean, I just got everything from like everybody else. When you're Gen X, you're raised alone. You're a latchkey kid. Your parents are both working. You're home alone all day. It's just you, the neighborhood kids hanging out. And so you're raised by the television set. So that's just whatever indoctrination they want to give you, whatever programming they want to give us. That's what we're raised with. Now, did I think it was a good deal from the start? No, I never thought it was a good deal. I was always like, we could be home cooking from scratch. We could be home with the kids, raising them ourselves, schooling them ourselves. And instead you want to send them to like some building with some strangers that don't care about our kids, that want to tell them whatever the hell they want to do. And we have no say. And we're too busy to raise them because we're working so much. And then when we get home, we have to help them with homework, which I think is a scam so that you can't raise your children, because why isn't the work done at work?
We're going to get into that. That's one of my favorite subjects. I continue forward. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I always thought that homework was just a scam, so that, because what does homework do? When you get home, you're tired from working. Your husband's tired from working, let's say if you're both working, and then your kid's frustrated from working all day at school, and then you have to do all this homework and stuff that you don't remember because it was like 10, 20 years ago, and everybody's fighting and tired and stressed, and you have to eat and shower and whatever. There's no time to raise your kid. There's no time to have like talks about values, talks about morals, talks about, what you should do in life. Everybody's too tired, and I think that's by design.
I agree with you, and I have a really interesting take on education. But I also think that the last thing you said is really interesting, because you talked about how you're not able, when you're following this regimen, to sit down at the dinner table and just talk, and your parents get to know what you're going through in life, and just become this cohesive unit, right? Or stay. Not become, but stay a cohesive unit. And it's if it feels engineered, it's because it actually is. Sorry, my son wants 30 more minutes of internet. I control every aspect of his electronic online life, and he literally came to my door and asked for 30 minutes of internet. So I gave it to him because I'm a nice guy. But have you ever heard of how the public education system was established in the United States?
Yes. I want a nation of workers, not of thinkers.
J.D. Rockefeller, and he picked the Prussian model, which indoctrinates these troops from basically birth. And the whole idea is that, and if you look at school, it's literally patterning you out to work a factory job. Hang on. Come on. I'm gonna make you famous if you don't. What do you need?
Is Wi-Fi unpaused because it's not showing us unpaused?
It's unpaused. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Pause and unpause it again. The old IT trick.
Maybe go suffer. There's always tomorrow.
I don't like suffering.
Back in my days. I mean, back in my days in communism, we had to dial up.
I grew up without the internet. I had to read books. I had notebooks and actual notebooks with pens, and we wrote.
I couldn't use the internet because like somebody always needed the freaking phone.
Oh yeah. So the Prussian model, that's the whole idea, and when you pattern out school, it just indoctrinates you. But they took it a step further, and of course the idea that they wanted the entire family out of the house as much as possible, and what we see now is that we see people that build these, which is, I think this is amazing. Have you ever noticed this? People build these amazing homes, absolutely beautiful.
Yes.
And they have like a TV in every room. They have amazing furniture. They never live in them. They're always out. Like you stop by their house and they're gone. They're out at the mall. They're out at some event somewhere. It's like, why are you not at home? Why haven't you built this tremendous place that is perfect in your eyes for you? You're never there. I give my wife crap about that all the time because she does that. She does that exact thing. She's always like, she can't sit at home. Whereas I'm the exact opposite. I'm like, I like my couch. I like my chair. I have a nice leather chair. I like it. She likes TVs more than I do. I watch about 2 hours of TV a week. My wife, she's a little bit different, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's crazy. It's just nuts how everything works out. And it's great that you're aware of that. I mean, it's really interesting that how few people really understand how Rockefeller and Vanderbilt and the not the original Chase. Now I can't think. His son, I forget. Not J.P. Morgan, but his son. They got together and it was $189 million, and they spent to establish the Board of Education. Was not a government institution.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a plot, and it's come to fruition. And so many of the things today in our society really are, and it's great. It's awesome that you know that. That's really awesome. That's tremendous. I'm like super impressed. I'm really happy. Most people don't know that. They don't take the time to understand pretty much anything. Oh, look, Jess is in the chat. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt.
Go. Hi, Jess.
Horse Girl is in the chat.
You know what they say about horse girls, right?
I know, right? All right. Okay, Jess, we've given you all the attention you can have for the day. I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
You did that.
I did. Well, she,
You did that.
I did, and I meant to. It's really awesome that you're you seem like super based, and you're in Florida. Are you in like Miami or
yes,
North
Miami?
Florida? In Miami. Wow.
Yes, born and raised.
That's crazy.
So how did you and Cheeks met?
Me, I think we were trolling in a live chat for somebody's podcast.
Based. Okay. Sounds about right. And then Randy fell in love with your husband.
Yes.
Yeah.
You missed out. We hammered.
I saw. It was so good.
I didn't know that the creep was the dude with his daughter that always tries to go debate, and he always ends up jumping to the rescue.
I didn't know that was him either. I didn't know that was him.
That dude, apparently, I heard stuff about that dude that he's super creepy, that he had stuff with, like, it was super creepy towards her friends when they were like under 18 and stuff.
Who knows if it's real or not? But the dude was like, the funny thing was, he was like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to do anything bad. I just want to get on. I just want to talk to Andrew. And he got up there, and the first thing he did was start lying. And why would you lie? Don't lie on my pod. You can curse. You can curse me. I don't care. You can do whatever. But don't fucking lie. Because I'll boot your ass. I mean, you're gone. I mean, I don't have patience for that. I'm too old. I'm too ugly. I don't like liars.
I mean, I don't know what he was trying to do. He was just talking that, like...
He just wanted to talk shit. That's all. He just wanted to
I don't know what he was trying to say. I was like, I even re-listened to it because I needed the clip. Yeah. I was like... I don't know what he was saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're going to argue.
Yeah, it was great, though. It was great. And I got him. I mean, that was like flawless on the it was not coordinated or anything. I had my finger on the button. I was literally like, I don't know, if Andrew stops talking to him, this guy's gone.
You needed a Don DeMarco on your stream deck for that. That was awesome.
Yeah, I need to spend some time on my stream deck and make it all cool and stuff.
Don DeMarco.
Yeah. So, Kat, what else do you want to talk about? What else is good? What have you been doing? What's you don't work now? I remember on your podcast the other day you were talking about your kind of confrontational last employer manager Phoenix University of Phoenix hire thing.
Yes.
I thought that was very funny. That's actually why I reached out to you, because it was very funny. I enjoy very funny.
You want me to tell that story?
Absolutely. Let's go for it.
Okay. So some people might say I'm decently attractive. So when I was younger, I always had problems with women that were jealous. And it made it very difficult to work with women as superiors. Mm-hmm. So I was in a company that was all gay men. It was run by gay men. And I didn't have any problems because nobody was interested in me. It didn't matter if I was cute or hideous. Nobody cared. And it was great. I didn't have any problems. But there were some women there, but usually older women that kept to themselves. And then some women my age in my same type of job. So we're on the same level. No problems there. But then we got a new boss. And she's a woman. She came in the first day, basically pulls me aside and says that she was going to destroy me. First day. Don't know who she is. And she's completely crazy, whatever. And then I start getting really stressed out. I do home visits because I was a social worker. So I'm meeting my patients at their homes. She's calling me, screaming, saying that I'm not where I'm supposed to be and that she's going to fire me every 5 seconds. I'm hysterically crying all the time. Finally, I'm home after like work, and then she's calling me, yelling and saying like, that's it. She's going through my files and she's finding stuff that's missing. I'd been there for years before. I'd never had a problem. And she just keeps like stressing me out. And then my husband heard like on voicemail, like not voicemail, on speakerphone. He heard her screaming, how she was screaming at me, everything she was saying. And that was it for him. He's like, you're not working anymore. No. We can't have this. This is not good for you. It's not good for me, because I was coming home depressed every day, stressed out, shaking all the time. I couldn't sleep. It was just like a nightmare. I started getting reflux, like really, really bad. And I think even after I quit that job, it took 2 years not working before I could sleep again, because I kept having nightmares about it. It was like crazy, because like you spend all your life in school. They tell you have to do this stupid job, and then you finally get there, and something like that can take it away. And I mean, whatever. It is what it is. But the same thing happened to my mom. If I'm okay, my mom's like a 10 out of 10. absolutely stunning person. Every time she would go into an elevator, everybody would start smiling and wanting to talk to her. She's just like one of those people. It lives in a different planet type of people, like doesn't know that anything bad can happen to anyone because everybody's so nice to her. It's like one of those people. So anyways, and I wasn't like that good looking, so I didn't have that level. But just to know like this could happen and how horrible it is to work with women. So that's why I don't like working with women superiors. And then of course girls go, oh, you're not a girl's girl. You're not for women. You're not a feminist. You're not this. I'm a realist. This is really what can happen. And it's not always.
I think it normally happens.
I just tell them I'm a misogynist straight up to get fucked. Yeah. That goes over well.
Josie, have you ever worked with like women superiors?
Yeah.
And what was that like for you?
Annoying.
Say something specific.
The people that I had as female superior, the thing is there was one job that I kept for a while and she was just negative all the time. I've noticed that most female bosses, managers, they're always super negative, and compared to men who are in charge, they just tend to have like this drive that you just want to work more because their goals become your goal as well, and you work as a team and you feel like you contribute to that goal, versus women is I'm so tired. And they're always just complaining, and it just kills the vibe. And they would always be micromanaging the least important crap, and it's like it's just buzz killer. And it really makes a difference between loving your job versus absolutely hating your job.
Mm-hmm.
Because that manager got transferred to a different location, and we had a new boss, and she was a woman, and it made the job suck, and I used to love it.
So here's the thing. I mean, I've hired and fired a lot of people, and I don't believe that most women are. First of all, I don't think they're meant to lead. I'll just say right out, not meant to lead. They are excellent team players. They work great as long as they're not working together, and they will. I mean, there's nothing wrong. I mean, women make great employees, unless they're working together. And then it's the scorpions in a jar. They will literally stab each other in the back to prevent someone else from getting out of the jar, to prevent someone from excelling. They will ruin their own damn career to fuck another girl. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. And that's why when I did hire women, they had either I had a female managing men, or I had a man managing women. You could never have same. That's like, there's no tip to tip. There's also none of the other stuff either, because men will follow a woman's lead in the office as long as she shows competence. No woman will follow another woman in the office. Period. Guaranteed.
I mean,
100%.
Unless she's that exception to the rule and she's a good leader, and I really think that there is not much of a difference between a guy and a woman when it comes to being a good leader.
Well, there's 100% difference.
Disagree.
Well, that's okay. You can disagree with me, but I'm telling you.
No, not with you, with Josie. I believe that there's
just the drive
difference.
itself. The drive itself. I mean, I've had good women bosses too, and well, the guys that I've had were gay, so maybe gay guys really make the best bosses for women. I'm sorry.
Yes, but gay guys for the win.
Yes.
No.
Because they're guys, but they're not interested in you like that.
Well, no, because they're just kind of like fun and bubbly, but they are like good leaders at the same time. So like they make the work environment just so much more fun. So
I have to be. I mean, first of all,
great, you're not a woman and you're not gay, as far as we know. So you can't really.
Yeah. So rule number one is gay is always an L. It just is. It's an L.
Can't Except put a if you're a woman and they're your boss, then it's a win. That's the only time.
I'll just say it's a win.
You froze, and all we heard was the first part of the sentence.
I'll say it's a win.
I'm waiting for the rest.
Why the fuck does it always lag?
I don't know. Kat is not lagging. I know it's not your internet. It's there. I think there's some. I seriously think there's something wrong with YouTube in west of the Mississippi, because Andrew was getting pissed earlier himself. So, but no, I mean I've observed this in every job I've ever had, every company I've ever run. My wife talks about it. You know, my wife, Kat, I don't know you. I don't know if you've ever watched my content at all or heard me talk about my wife, but my wife is a high performer. She's a super high performer, actually. She manages men, and it frustrates the crap out of her when they try and pull the "you're just a woman" thing, but she's figured out how to deal with that. Mainly because I told her, but she hates working with a lot of women. Like, just absolutely hates it. And it's just terrible for her to try and lead those women on a project. It adds a layer of bullshit to the whole deal that you just don't want. So I see when you were telling that. So here's the thing. So I don't normally watch. I don't have time to watch a lot of podcasts, but I don't know why I just clicked on yours, and I like the first 10 minutes you were talking about that, and I was like, huh, I've heard that story before. I can understand that. And especially in a career, a workplace, like in social work or something like that, where you especially get the worst type of women in those jobs. I was very lucky to. I did mostly stuff that those type of women would never want to do. So they never came to me to get hired unless they were like super desperate, and we could tell that. But and of course they can't even get in my wife's office. Is just not even possible. But the interesting thing is there's a book that's called Bully Market. It's written by a woman that is very similar to my wife, other than the number of kids and some other things. Very similar to my wife. Even worked at the same company. She complained, even though she was making $1 million a year, they gave her almost a year off for when she had a child, and literally catered to every whim she had, and she still felt like the men were being abusive towards her, mistreating her. And it's very hilarious. My wife read it and she's like, that's not this girl's making this shit up. I'm like, well, of course she is. She has to sell books. That's the way it is.
If the guys treat you like shit, they're treating you right. Just saying.
Well, and who was it? We were talking shit one day in one of the discords. It was just a bunch of dudes, and we were just going after each other, man. I mean, I think I called Imp like 4 different kinds of faggot, and
don't say that on YouTube.
I get one.
No.
I'll skirt the edge of the two of us. So I called him 4 different kinds of gay person, and and he called me like probably 6, but that's all right. And if a girl had been in that room, she'd have thought we hated each other, and probably ruin the entire vibe but it's just a different environment, which is fine. Look, men and women are not the same, and it's stupid to pretend that we are. Hey, that's better. What'd you do? Did you click a button or something? Your eyes moved. Oh, we're froze again.
I'm annoyed.
Yeah. that was so perfect. The eyes and the freezing right at when you said I'm annoyed, that was flawless. I'm going to clip that later. I promise I am.
Clip it
I'll
now.
learn how to clip just to do that.
Clip it now. You're going to lose it. Clip it now.
Anyway, usually where I'm a little less jovial. I'm sorry, Kat. We're not being as serious tonight. That's okay. Cheeks, why are you not on this panel? Get your
sorry. Because it's annoyed what else is new. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's actually accurate. That's why I'm not phased at all. Kat probably thinks we're terrible people.
Oh, she's noticed me in the Discord.
Cheeks, get in here, man. We'll make fun of you some more.
Berto.
Akuma, get in here. That was funny. All right.
I mean, it's funny. Like the first time I met Andrew, I would say he's pretty brutal in his roasting, but it's pretty funny, even if it's directed towards me. But he understood right away the kind of person I was, and the second sentence he said to me was roasting the living crap out of me, and I just laughed. And he was poking at me, always trying to get a response, and I just kept on laughing. I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's say something, get mad. I'm just here laughing my ass off.
So, Kat, did you go to school for social work? Did you what is your background? I guess I'm sorry. I'm just going to try and get this back on track. I'm sorry. We're just being weirdos.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
No, you're not. You are not.
Well, no, I am a little bit. For you.
I'm sorry, Kat. Go ahead.
Okay. So, my background is psychology and social work, and I also became an esthetician for fun.
She'll be back. Don't worry. It's becoming a running gag because the last show she did the exact same thing. I can't keep a straight face because it's so funny, and I'm not. It's not that I even try to be that serious, but it's hard not to just laugh about it because it's just look, gone, and I don't know. All right. So you degree in social work, psychology. Okay. All right. Did you go to school in Miami as well?
Yep.
So other than just travel for recreation, you've never been anywhere else but Miami?
I mean, I lived for half a year in Taiwan, but that's it.
Oh. Okay. That's nice. Taiwan. My wife's Chinese, so that's pretty cool.
Cool.
Okay. All right. I have the exact opposite experience. I'm from Tennessee. I lived in Tennessee, went to school in Tennessee, and then I promptly traveled all over the damn place playing race car. I never used my degree. It was actually the worst, worst money I ever spent. Josie's messaging me on Discord, I assume. No. There she is. Yeah, she's going to be a few minutes. She's having technical issues and all kinds of stuff. So, all right. So, and just kind of going over my notes really quick. We've got your relationship status. You're married, and you've been married a while, longer than I have actually. I've been married 19 years, and We've talked a little bit about male and female interaction, and a little bit about how you reached your current viewpoints. But be interesting to know, how you've kind of maneuvered through life to get to where you're at now. Be interesting.
Well, one thing I could speak on is that I feel like Gen X around there was one of the first generations that witnessed a lot of divorce. And because of that, I feel like a lot of the women now, the mothers and the newer generations, they didn't have strong male figures in the home. And I believe, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, that all the divorces happened because the women had to work and then work at home. So they're doing two jobs, angry, frustrated, and it wasn't by choice. It was kind of forced on them. It's another thing if you want to do it and you're willing to do it and you have what it takes to do it. It's another thing to force a woman. And I feel like that's what the generation did. There was Lifetime movies about, if, you let a man support you, he's going to kill you for life insurance. If, Lifetime, that channel was the most traumatizing thing ever. And I just remember watching like horror story after horror story.
You watch completely different shows.
No, it's a network for women. I think that's the tagline. So it's geared just towards women. It starts off with a love story always, and then it ends with like the woman being murdered or cheated on or something, or beaten, or, like all like the three beating, cheating, and murdering. Apparently, like that's the indoctrination. Like if you trust a man, you're going to get these three things will happen to you eventually. And that's what everybody was kind of told. But I was very lucky because I had a really good dad. I still have a good dad. He's like elderly, but I still have him. And I got to see like that guys can be nurturing, guys can be great fathers, guys can be like really good at all these things, and they don't beat and they don't cheat, and obviously didn't murder or whatever. But like,
yeah,
I had a lot of friends with single moms, so all they heard was men are evil every single day, and everything was like if you're looking for something, that's all you'll find it everywhere. So if you're looking for stories about guys being terrible, you'll find it everywhere. And if you're looking for stories about women being terrible, you'll find that everywhere. Whatever you focus on is your reality. So when you keep telling women men are evil, that's their reality now. And if you keep telling men women are evil, that becomes their reality. So that's kind of where I saw things take a turn, because there just wasn't any good men around. And I remember like when I was maybe like 4 or 5 in the neighborhood, I'm like with my dad, and then the little girls, they didn't have a father at home, and they would get really jealous of me, and they would try to like get my dad to make them brownies or something, and then be like, oh, he made us brownies because he loves us more than you. And it's just like, and I didn't like care. I just felt like so bad for them. I'm like, wow, like they don't have that. And like, imagine how traumatizing that is. And then they grow up, and then maybe they seek bad types of men because they've never seen a good type of man. And if all you've seen are these bad guys, that's normal and then comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of truth to that. I think that's an interesting bit of dichotomy. So I was on the other side of that, right? Like my mom had me very young, and she my mother and father divorced when I was probably like a year old, maybe a year and a half old, too old, whatever. When I was very young, and so my stepdad was the only dad I ever knew, and so the male figures in my life were all through the church. My grandfather, because my stepfather was not ready to be a dad. It took me a long time to come to the conclusion that he wasn't an asshole to be an asshole. He really wasn't ready to be a dad. Like, he really wasn't. And as he grew into it, he became much better. He when I was when I was a teenager, actually, I came home from military school. I was 18, and I was spending the summer at home before I went to college. And I wanted to go do something. And my mom was being the typical mom. No, can't do it. My stepdad, which shocked the hell out of me, says, he's a grown man. He's 18. He can do it. If he wants to do it, if he thinks he can do it, he can go do it. You need to step back. I told my mom this. And this is a guy that had never stepped up for me. And he just, I mean, he had a little bit, through that in my teen years. But for the most part, my stepdad really wasn't that great. So I didn't have that same experience. But my understanding of divorce was very simple, right? My mom had divorced and she had remarried, and that was the end of it. Like, it wasn't like this, weekends apart or any, I never actually knew. I do not to this day know my real dad. I've never met him as as anything other than an infant or toddler. So a little bit different experience, but kind of the same. I mean, I have a really warped history, so it's a little different. But you seem very, very normal, but you're not like normal for the time period, right? Because you're right, there was a lot of divorce, and I think everybody I knew growing up either were in counseling or were getting a divorce. Or something like that. Of course, I was in Tennessee, and divorce was still really frowned upon up and for probably a few years later. I think, Miami was probably an early adopter, and they were in there first. And but it's interesting that you say that. It's interesting you talk about it, because I think it's a very real thing. And I do think that there's a subculture of people right now that are kind of hiding behind this idea. Like, actually, that was something Ben Thorpe said the other night, was that Gen X and Gen Y have so much divorce in their history that they're just so damaged, and they'll never, it's not possible to recover that lost, those two lost generations. And I disagree, because I think that because so many of us went through divorce as children, our generations actually do value marriage. It's the ones after, because even when you valued it, it didn't mean that you learned to do it right. It doesn't mean that you understand how marriage works, because your only example was so toxic and contaminated that you can't do it. And again, you and I probably had very different paths to becoming, married humans. And I'm positive we did, because mine is very weird, but you seem very normal, which is good.
Well, I don't want to give the impression that my parents didn't divorce, because they did divorce eventually.
They did. Wow. Okay. We'll get to that. I didn't. I said I'm weird. Look, I'm a weird dude. I am. Look, hey, I've said this before. It's not a big deal. I almost got married when I was in my 20s twice. It didn't work either time. It was last minute. There was something that went on. It wasn't an incompatibility thing or anything like that. I wasn't a dick. They didn't become abusive towards me. None of the normal breakup modes applied to me. It was like my first fiance, her mom died, and she went fucking nuts. How can you come back from that? You're not coming back. You're just not. Because every time she looked at me, you know what she saw? She saw the last guy her mom remembered. You're not coming back from that, bro. I'm done. I'm out. I had to punch out. I had to hit the silk. The second one, she flipped. I bought her a car. I helped buy her a car. It's a Miata. She loved it. I don't know if you know this, but young women can be angry. I mean, it's angry. And she was driving angry because she got a speeding ticket. She had to go all the way over to another county to fix the speeding ticket, pay it or whatever. And in the middle of a rainstorm, she hydroplaned the car and flipped it over on its top. And she walked away from this thing with a bruise on her hip. But she freaked out. She she went way off the deep end, and she wanted to change her entire life. I'm not even going to get into how much she changed her life, but it was radical. And again, no coming back from that. Like they're like done. And after that, I was by that time I was like 23. And I have this whole theory about, and I've expressed this theory on the show many times. If you're a young man and you're not married by 23, don't until you're in your 30s, because women that marry dudes in that age range, 23 to probably 28, 29, they'll ruin your lives, bro. They'll kill you. I mean, they're not probably, they may not kill you, but they'll ruin your life. That's when the women will sit there and call you 18,000 times while you're at work, wondering why you haven't called them. Because you're at work. I used to watch my employees do this all the time. I could literally tell you when a dude got a new girlfriend, because at 4:30, if he's supposed to clock out at 5, he started getting the text. And if he didn't clock out at 5 o'clock and was in his car with the engine running out headed out the parking lot, he was getting a phone call wondering where the hell he was. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. This is crazy. Don't do that. So I didn't get married until I was 35. And I decided when I was 34, I had a really good relationship. I didn't actually think I was ever going to get married. I had a really good relationship. But she had a kid. And I actually have a problem with the kid. That'd have been fine. I could have been a stepdad. But she was weird. And I mean, you're a girl, and you probably don't have, I don't know how many male friends you have that talk to you about dating women, but you can tell when a woman's being kind of weird towards you. And she went weird. Like there was just some weird stuff. She was hiding some stuff. And I did end up finding out that she'd been kind of hanging out with a dude that she had dated previously to me. And he was telling her that he had never met me. And he told her that I seemed like I would be an abusive husband.
That's just jealousy.
The fucker had never met me. Like I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And she's like, yeah, I just don't know. I'm like, the fuck? I'm like, yeah, so that was it told me two things. First, I didn't want to be involved with this chick anymore. The second thing he told me is that nobody should be involved with that chick anymore because she's psycho and you needed to check out. But I like the idea of being married, and that I decided that I was going to date for marriage, and I got married within about a year and a half to my wife, who I've been married for 19 years, and I'll only ever do it one time. So that's that's kind of my story. It's a little different, it is. I'm sure that you were like way more normal arc of relationship and marriage and all that kind of thing, but not me. I do everything the hard way. I promise you.
I think everybody has a hard time. I mean, very few people I've met, maybe one person I've met in my life had an easy time with relationships. One met in the church, both versions, whatever. That's not very common.
That's for Pulp Fiction. Nobody has an easy time. Nobody. But there's a normal arc, right? So, yeah. Only in Pulp Fiction do people have that like storybook, because they call it a storybook, because it's a story and it never happened. So.
Come on, some people have it. I've seen it. Some people have it. But I would say those people have very good involved parents. They're usually homeschooled. They met at church. Their families were close. And then they got married young and they had their kids and they're still happy. I know people like that. So I can't say that it's not impossible. It's just most of us were not raised like that. And that's why we're having all these problems.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. I can't agree with that. We're also kind of like, I have a degree in psychology. I did a psychology and criminal justice administration with a philosophy minor. So I did a double major. And I started out environmental science and technology. The problem is that there are too many leftists in those fields, and they're crazy. They're just psycho. And I just couldn't. I literally couldn't take it anymore. Like I every time I went to class, there would be some nonsense about us not dissecting the little pigs or frogs or whatever that we had to do in biology. Or, it's just like, this is nuts. This is crazy. These are crazy people. Why am I putting myself through this nonsense? I'll just go do something. Plus, I was a young man, and I looked around at all the departments. Almost went in the business department, but no lie, the reason I picked psychology is the girls were cuter. No, not even lying. They were just way cuter and
crazier.
Yeah, they were actually. I'm positive they were just. I mean, you've ever heard the expression that all women are psycho? The prettier they are, the more psycho they are. It gets a little better as they get a little older, but it never completely goes away. You ever heard that?
I've heard it. I've heard it. I don't know how true it is. I think it's more the upbringing.
Oh yeah,
it doesn't matter how hot you are if you have really good parents who are super involved and you respect them and you don't feel like acting out against them or rebelling, then you're going to be fine. It's just that most people now are not being raised. They're just on the TikToks or the internet or whatever show, movie, whatever. Nobody's being raised anymore. And I feel like a lot of parents don't have the skills to raise anybody because they weren't raised.
Well, actually, I think there's a lot of reasons. And one of the reasons I think is that we've killed romance. We've absolutely killed it. Because if you try and be romantic to a female now, she may call the cops on you and have you arrested. I think that's pretty crazy. It's like you've got to have this I don't even know how you date anymore with the amount of bias towards young men and that there exists. Women will ruin a dude's life for taking a picture. What is up with that? What people are crazy.
Can I give the other point of view?
Oh yeah, please.
So, because I have a lot of female friends, I have a lot of influencer friends, a lot of, people in media, whatever, that I work with too. And one of the things that I hear a lot about is that the guys expect the girl to put out immediately. And the girl's like, I don't even know you yet. And then if you don't, they're like, oh, you're doing it on purpose because you don't like me or whatever, or you're just using me. And then they ghost them. And it's just there's just so much dysfunction on both sides. And then I know there's a lot of crazy women. I know those women, but I'm talking about the nice ones that I know. I'm of the crazy women.
I'm parsing it. So I do believe, I 100% agree that more men than ever. Well, no, that's wrong. Men are being persecuted for wanting sex more than ever. That has never changed. I've never met a dude that went out with a girl and said, I hope I don't get lucky tonight. I've never met a dude that said that, ever.
Yes, but then they'll be like, oh, your body count's too high. How is she going to have a low body count if she say no?
We'll get to that part. But I've never met a dude that said, I hope I don't get lucky. Now, there have been, I've known guys like myself and people I learned from that, and I'm going to get the end into that. I'm going to sidebar that. We'll just going to stay kind of with kind of what my original point was, is that I don't think men are allowed to be romantic. You can't buy women flowers. You can't just show up unannounced and say, hey, I've got tickets for something. You'll get arrested. I mean, it's, and the crazy hot matrix, which we were talking about, is so accurate. I mean, it's great. But beyond that, I think that men are being trained very poorly. They're now being, and that's one of the few things I think that the so-called red pill movement has gotten right, is that young men need to act like young men and women need to let them without being overly afraid. And we've got this whole bear nonsense. I don't know if you've heard would you rather the bear in the forest thing. We'll get into that too. But now I'm going to come back to the body count and men's expectations. So when I was a young man, I absolutely, if there was a potential for sex on the first date when I was a youngster, I was a degenerate. I would have absolutely jumped at it. Except if I was dating someone I saw a potential relationship in. Now I know we don't teach young men. I don't believe that. I believe that we're educating young men to be degenerates to the point that they're irredeemable. And I hate to say that out loud, but it's the truth because I've met some of them.
Cheeks.
Call him out. Where you at, Akuma? Where are we at, Akuma? Come on out here. But no kidding. I mean, so and I can only speak for myself here and I will only use myself as an example because it's not fair for me to throw anybody else under the bus if I'm not going to throw myself under the bus. When I was young, as a young man, I have an exceedingly high body count, like pretty high, really high. But when I dated seriously, that was it. And I didn't try to have sex on the first date. I mean, as a matter of fact, that was actually one of the things that actually would determine which direction the relationship would go is if I picked up on that you were cheap and easy. Because then I generally wouldn't even date you anymore. Like I didn't want to have anything to do with you. That was just my own personal slant. Okay. Now, when I was young, originally I dated just to have some experience. Didn't actually, I don't know. I'm not going to comment. I don't know. It's not, I don't remember clearly how degenerate I was at that point. But in my 20s, after my second failed engagement, I made a decision that I was going to focus on my career. I was going to build something, and I didn't want to have anything to do with women that were worth marrying. So I literally only dated women that I knew were, and I could just tell that they were degenerates. And they had high body counts and all that. I purpose and like I would not date a good girl. I would not date someone that I thought had a body count of under 10 or whatever. And I didn't even think of it as body count. I was just like, if this is an experienced girl, I don't want to have anything to do with her. Right. Like I didn't want to do that. If this was an inexperienced girl, probably never had a boyfriend or maybe had one or two boyfriends, I didn't want to have anything to do with her. Because I knew that I wasn't going to have any kind of relationship with her. That sounds really cold, right? That sounds like psychotic behavior, but it really wasn't. It was a very considered rationale because I was building my career. I didn't even have the headspace at the time for women. But I was a degenerate. I really was, and I made the decision again. I told you I dated a girl and. She had been divorced. She had a kid. She was a degenerate herself, kind of. But that relationship was like, hey, this is, I should probably actually start dating to find a wife. And I did. I found my wife. And I've been married ever since. So never, but I never cheated. I would never, like, I'm such a weird dude. Like, I don't know that you can ever use me as a metric because I just never bothered to cheat. I would literally just break up with you. I would rather break up with you and move on than cheat. I just thought cheating was like the lowest thing ever. I would literally stop talking to dudes that would brag about cheating on their girlfriends. Like that's such a fucking low life thing to do. So gross.
I think that's the problem right there where you just hit on it. Guys not holding other guys accountable women not holding other women accountable.
Well, that's true. Yeah. I mean, I would literally tell guys, I mean, so even you have no idea, man. Like I had clients. I had clients like I had one client that had a beautiful, beautiful girlfriend and that became his wife. He had super successful business, everything. If you saw this dude, you think he had the world by a string, like 100% nailed down. He would be in my shop. I'd be talking about, the next thing we've got to do to his car, or what race we're going to go to next, or what event he wanted to be at. And my shop faced an athletic company. I'm not going to say which one, but it faced an athletic company in Denver, and the staff were, it was the actual corporate offices, right? They didn't actually do anything there, but they had the corporate offices there. They had the art department there. They had all of the stuff that makes a business run. The warehouses were elsewhere. And so every day we'd have these models and the secretaries, and all these women would come out and they'd walk around the block, or they'd jog, or, whatever. And I remember sitting out one day, and this jackass is like, man, I'd like to bend that over. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? First of all, this is a professional relationship. We're not friends. We're not buddies. We're not going to go have drinks later. And you're not over my house for the weekend. How the fuck is this appropriate? The second thing is, I know you've got a girlfriend that you're basically engaged to now. And he did end up marrying her. Like, how the fuck are you saying that? Like, what kind of dumbass shit is this? And I would call people on it. I still to this day call people on it all the time, unless I feel like they're going to be an asshole about it. And I'll just walk away and I don't talk to them anymore, because they're not worth talking to. It's like I give Cheeks a lot of shit because he deserves it. He's a degenerate. He needs to step his ass up. When I was a degenerate, I admitted I was a degenerate. I did not expect special treatment. I did not, but I also didn't act like a fucking heel either, or they don't use that term anymore. I didn't act like an asshole. Made a point of not being an asshole. So, all of this stuff that goes on, and I'm teaching my sons the same thing, right? I tell my son every day, I'm like, you have to be a man about everything, not just one thing, not a couple of things in life. You can't be a man part-time. And to the same token, if I had a daughter, I would tell her the same. You can't be a lady part-time. You either are or you are not. Done deal. My other guest is clocked in. I'm going to go ahead and add him to the stage, and we'll keep talking, and he can comment or just hang out. We don't have a camera for Darth. Darth, what's up, buddy?
What's up?
Not much, man. Not much. We're just we're talking. We're having a great time here. I really like Kat. She's all right.
What's up, Kat?
What's up?
So,
y'all can hear me okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate we can't see you, but that's okay. It's okay this one time. We'll let it slide. But and that's one of the reasons I don't know. Kat, have you seen me? Have you seen the TTS and the flames I throw on whatever? No.
No.
That's a special treat. That's a special treat. Yeah, I will literally tell the 304s that they're going to go to hell, because they don't seem to understand their consequences to their actions. They'll be like, oh no, I believe in whatever. And I'm like, no, you don't. If you did believe in it, you'd know that you're going to go to hell. And
I got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you say you do it to engage with the girls, or are you doing it more as a billboard for your platform?
Well, I did that long before I even thought about having a platform. I was kind of pushed into the platform thing.
Okay.
Yeah. I've only been doing this for the last 3 months.
Yeah.
I've been throwing grenades on whatever for like 6 or 8 months. So I don't even really remember how I even started doing this, to be honest with you. I just decided I was going to do it one day, and I did it. So
One day at the right time, it seemed like a good idea, right?
It just seemed like a good idea. It really did. And I was like, I got a lot of time. I'm retired.
Yeah.
I don't do much. And realistically, I'm not just in that specific instance, I'm really what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to generically what you have somebody that's trying to move the conversation on. So I want to stick them and force the conversation to engage them so that they will be held accountable. Or there's a bunch of bullshit, just everybody agreeing and, being douchebags. And I'll just throw grenades to see what shakes loose, see what happens.
You got to beat the bushes.
Sometimes you got to beat them about the head and ears. And then they come to their senses.
We do that behind the woodshed, though. That's the difference.
Yeah. I don't allow them to deflect. I don't allow them to hide. I'm like, that girl the other night, the one that thanked me for calling her a bitch. Like, that was hilarious. I wish I had that clip. Somebody's got to have that clip. That was the funniest thing I've ever witnessed. Was this girl who's been groomed since she was like 15 by this dude. She's 20. Was she 25? I think she was 25.
I only know because you showed me the clip.
Oh, yeah. I did show you the clip. Oh, it was awesome.
I'm looking for it to see if I can find it.
Okay. Yeah. So, thanks, man.
Yep.
So Kat didn't see it. So this girl, she's like 25.
I'm going to try this. Let me know if it works. I put it in the chat thing.
It'll come up in a second. It takes a minute.
Okay. Because that was what you sent me, but it was about a minute long.
Yeah. It's a very quick clip. But so basically what happened, Kat, is this girl, she's been in this long-term relationship with this dude. She's 20. I think she said she was 24, 25. They've been broken up for a year. He cheated on her. And apparently he still cheats on her. They're not together, but they talk every day. And she's only been on a couple of dates and all that. And I'm like, and apparently she basically said they'd been intimate still, right? And
does that surprise you though? Like,
it didn't, because she's been groomed since she was 15 years old. She's got this dude's got 10 years of just telling her that I'm perfect for you. She literally said, I've now made him the perfect man and some other woman's going to get him. He literally said that. And so I sent that TTS of like, you're the most groomed person I've ever seen on this show. And she thanked me.
It can get pretty bad.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. I gotta hang on. I gotta get out of this, but yeah, it was so bad. It was so bad. I couldn't believe that I couldn't believe where it went. It was really very interesting. It just didn't. It just and she just. The funny thing was like, people they were just going to let her just say that and just move on. But then
they're in California.
I changed
that kind of stuff is normal. Like, you take a girl that's not groomed, maybe a bit older, talking about how she's basically with a guy, but might as well be single. He bangs her all the time. They talk all the time. He rarely takes her on dates. She's sex only category. That's like a surprising amount of women, and it's very natural there. So that's why it's just it's just Tuesday.
It's so awful. It's so awful, man. It's just
terrible. Yeah, it is.
I can't believe that people do that.
Because it's not just that it's happening. It's like the damage to the psyche of the woman. Like, if she happens to wake up, it's like all these bad choices being used for so long, not getting what she genuinely craved but hoped for, which is why she's sticking around. I mean, you compound grooming on that, it's really bad. But like, there's generally reasons why women will do that. Like, it's unsatisfying, and then by the time they wake up to it, they've burned their most valuable years. So far as like,
that's right.
Because for a woman to get a high power job, it takes about 10 years, because you got to get your bachelor's, then you got to get a master's and maybe another one, and then actually get hired, and then you're in like a high power woman job.
Right.
Meeting a man and like the courtship, marriage, being married, first kid, going on second kid, that takes about that same amount of time. So a lot of times in relationships, when women are like that, they'll waste just this huge swath of their life and they can never get it back. It's really sad.
Yeah. That's I mean, that's pretty accurate, man. It is unfortunate, but it is unfortunately accurate.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So one of the things that happens with women that doesn't happen with men is when they have sex with someone, they become chemically bonded to them.
Yes, pair bonding. Yes, absolutely.
No,
And
they have receptors
they will put
in their
up
head.
with anything, any type of abuse.
They have receptors in their head that whenever
And
they orgasm during sex, it stimulates the receptors. They'll fall more in love. Men don't have those receptors.
And that is why women should never have sex with someone that they're not married to, because that will stop you. Because if you maintain that distance, then you can see the person. As soon as you cross that line, you're like a robot. You're like under a spell. You're under control by them.
You want to know the deeper tragedy of that? Those receptors are like a chalkboard, and so the first guy comes along, writes on it. Even if you erase it, it's still smudged. The more partners she has, the more smudges. So you finally find the right guy and you try to write chalk, you can't even read it. It's like she literally can't pair bond with him.
And I'm going to play the clip, see if this works.
I do trust him, but I don't know how long I'm going to trust him.
On the fence.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200. Bitch, you are the most groomed woman I have ever seen on the show. Seriously, get help. Get away from the cheater and find yourself a heater. The patriarchy stands ready to help. Get better.
Yo, Grid One, thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat. Grid One, the legend.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
He's a pioneer. Do you want to respond to Grid One Motorsports?
That was like so insulting, but also like a compliment. And then,
the get help part was, what was the compliment
and he called
part?
me a bitch.
He did. I think it was like in an endearing way, though.
No, it wasn't.
Trust him.
I don't know. I feel like I do trust him, but I don't know how long I'm going to trust him.
It was not endearing. It was not endearing at all. It was not endearing. It really wasn't.
Yeah.
And she kept going for another like 20 minutes on how much, or maybe longer. I don't know. I quit listening. I couldn't process anymore.
Well, you know how people will get used to circumstances in their life?
Yeah.
Like something's going on. She's probably like, bitch to her has very little effect. It's like she's probably called from that guy like way worse things at times. And so it's just like, to her, it's like, oh, well, thanks, I guess.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point.
I wouldn't want to be her. That would not be good. Is there something in your fish tank, if you don't mind me asking, because it's behind you?
Yeah, they're sleeping, but I have a gourami and freshwater shrimp.
Is one not freshwater?
No, they're both freshwater.
If you put them in the same tank, would they eat each other?
Yes.
If someone were to donate, could we see it?
No.
That'd be mean, but yeah.
Yeah.
So, Darth, tell me about you.
What would you
I
like
don't
to
know
know?
anything about you. Relationships.
I've been divorced for a very long time.
Okay. What's your opinion on red pill stuff, feminism?
Well, it's interesting you ask. I think that it's correct, except that it's not. If you were to think of a larger question being what to do about women in the current dating situation, red pill is the first half. You need to have your hygiene on point. You need to like do things of value and substance. You need to generally be at least in somewhat shape. A lot of the red pill tenants, they're factually correct. But if you've ever seen The Dark Knight with Batman, you know that the Joker is an agent of chaos. He just wants to chase cars. Doesn't know what to do with it when he catches them. Like red pill teaches you how to chase women like cars. But the other half that they're not answering, which they go crickets with, is what do you do with the woman to not damage her and to be respectful about it? Like generally you want to look at the Christian morality, ethics and stuff for how you should relate to the woman and how the woman should relate to him. So it's a balance and a positive feedback loop instead of negative reinforcement of bad habits.
Okay, I'm just gonna, before she answers, so that has become a tenet of red pill. It wasn't originally. It was that you should date with a purpose, and that purpose should be marriage. What it's been corrupted into by the red pill grifters, which is the reason I have a problem with red pill, period, honestly, is this idea that you, instead of becoming a better human and dating with a purpose for marriage, or abstaining or whatever, and getting off of porn. There's a lot of porn addiction going on. All of these things that men do, red pill addresses, but in a very backhanded way. And you're right that currently if it's not actually come out and said, 100%, the undertone is date as many women and bang as many women as you can because you're a top G, you're a high value man, and all of that. And I have a real problem with that. That is wrong. If you want to be a degenerate, sure, you do whatever you want. You're a degenerate. I mean, I can't help you if you're a degenerate, but if you're going to get yourself right, then, act right. So sorry for my soapboxing. I will now step off.
If you want to get yourself right, act right. Okay, I'll try to remember that. I get what you're saying.
Not you.
Yeah.
You seem like a well-adjusted young man.
Well, I mean, when I was young, my dad straight up told me, and because I was in the basement doing something, and he came down, and he was like, "Hey, we need to talk," and basically let me know that if you have sex with a woman, you need to be fully prepared to marry her because she may very well get pregnant. And that's what you're supposed to do. And it's like, anytime anything like that has ever happened, it's always been in my head that it's like, actions do have consequences, whether you like them or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. You saw the Fresh and Fit got someone pregnant.
Yeah, I think that was
That turned out to be a hoax. Yes. That turned out to be a hoax.
Oh, no, really? Say it isn't so.
Actually, I felt like it could go either way. I was like, it was a coin toss to me whether she was or wasn't. I was like, but yeah, no, I wasn't like particularly surprised.
But isn't it the second time? So
the first one, real.
Yeah, the first time at least had to be real.
He paid that girl to have an abortion, which is why I actually can't watch Fresh and Fit because it's just such garbage. I just can't do it. I
think of it as Jerry Springer.
I didn't watch Jerry Springer either. I can't deal with that kind of trash. I really can't. I don't understand how anybody can. That's the problem with people.
It's a cautionary tale. Not
have you ever
to be
seen a train wreck like in real time? Have you ever seen it? You can't take your eyes off of it. It's that same sort of phenomenon.
And I think that we watch it to see what not to do.
I think
we're always looking for threats. Like women, I'm talking about. Women watch it to look for threats. Like I don't want to end up like these people.
Because there's also the Schadenfreude effect, which is German for taking pleasure in other people's pain. Like you see them and they're like,
I think that's more
they're being dissected live and just lambasted with all this, you dumb bitch, blah, blah, all that stuff. And it's people eat it up with a spoon. They love to watch it.
You might be onto something. Because
I think it's both. It could be both.
Two things can be true at the same time. You're right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because yeah, you can be like, oh, thank God that's not me, and then like, oh, let me learn what not to do. Let me, see the signs.
Well, you're assuming that the trait of being discerning is equally applied to all women. I would like to give them the benefit of the doubt too.
I always give them the benefit of the doubt. But here's the thing. And this is a very interesting thing that I don't understand why more men don't operate like this. Rule number 1 is I'm never alone with women. Ever. I don't have women friends. I don't talk to women. If I talk to somebody, it's very short, sweet, to the point, done. Like there's no misunderstanding it. Like I don't joke around. And very rarely will I step outside of that. Now I do have
you made me think of something just now.
And I was raised, to be honest with you, my grandfather always told me that men and women should not be friends. You can be husband and wife, you can be associates, can't be friends.
Is there ever a time or situation in which a man and a woman could be friends, though? Like, best case scenario, is there anything you could think of?
Gay, or he's had a horrible injury below the belt, maybe.
Okay. So barring exceptions, because they tend to prove the rule. I mean, it is hard to think of one that it's like, because usually there's an imbalance of efforts. Like either the girl is getting way more out of it or the guy is, and it's not like a genuine friendship, like that you both are kind of feeding off of it. And it's the imbalance that's generally the problem, because that's the best.
We actually have an attractive young lady here. We could ask her how many of her friends growing up secretly wanted to.
All of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Literally
but that's a fact of life. There's nothing you can do. I don't hate them for it. I don't think
my
they're
grandfather
bad.
was a very smart man.
Well, Kat, could you see yourself being legitimate friends with someone you're physically repulsed by?
Yes.
Just they smell really bad, or there's something really off-putting.
Okay, maybe no, not if they smell. I mean,
no,
give me a break.
genuine repulsion. Like you just can't stand being around them on a physical level. It's okay if you can.
I don't know.
Very few people can.
I like if you're actually no. I've had like a really, really unattractive friend that also didn't brush his teeth and was very overweight and very sweaty, but he was so funny. Like we just like to hang out with him.
So that's like, to me, the equivalent of a guy that is having sex with a fat chick. It's like riding a Vespa. You just don't want to get caught doing it. Where he's
we've all heard that. I don't know that it holds up. I don't know that it holds up.
Well, the friend that is like fugly and sweaty, but he's really funny. You may not necessarily want to be seen.
All right, time out.
With him.
John, no simping. We kick people for simping. No simping.
Because there is an element of attraction between friends, like between men and women. Like
not for me, but probably for them.
Well, like two guys or two women. Like if a guy is a friend with there's something about him, like he works a certain kind of job, or you're able to talk about certain things. You have overlapping interests. There is some kind of like attraction in the sense of, hey, I like to spend time with you. We're kind of magnetized to like want to do stuff together, not a sexual component. Like in women, like they'll do that where they complement each other and they get along. There's the vibe check. There's like an attraction on those levels where you go out of your way to incorporate them into your life as opposed to avoiding them, which is important in friendship. And with men and women, the sexuality inevitably starts happening where the man has to be at least somewhat attracted to the woman to want to be around her, and for her to be friends with him, she has to be kind of attracted to him too in some way. So it's really hard for men and women to be friends because of that.
I mean, I see that. Sorry.
Yeah.
I see that, but I also know that this is just two animals hanging out, two human animals, and that's just biology. But I do think we can rise above biology with morality and boundaries. And yes, there might be the undertone, but as long as you don't cross those boundaries, they won't cross those boundaries.
So this is and this is where I come in and I say my ridiculous statement of I don't believe. First of all, I think that we aren't meant to have friends, very huge crowds of friends. I think that that's a lie that we tell ourselves. I honestly don't think women can be friends with other women unless they're like related to each other. I know. Look, I have like, and I've said this many times. I have maybe 2 friends. An argument can be made that I only have one, and the other, but I say I have 2 friends, and I mean guys that I would, if they called me up and said, "Hey," matter of fact, this has happened. I had my buddy call me up and said, "Hey man, I need to go out of town this weekend. I don't have anybody to watch my dog. I can't put him in the kennel. Can you help me out?" He was in Colorado, Loveland, Colorado. I was in Nashville, Tennessee, and if he had not found someone local, I would have driven to Nashville or to Colorado that night to watch his dog. That's friendship to me. That's what friendship means. I've got a buddy of mine. He's probably in the chat still. Kevin Landers. If he called me up and said, "Hey man, I got a part sitting in Nashville. There's no budget on this. I can't really pay you to do it. I'll help you out sometime, but I need that part like tomorrow morning. Can you help me out?" If it was in any way possible, I'd help that guy out. So I have very few friends. I don't know women that have friends like that. My wife has no friends like that. My wife has no female friend that she could call up at midnight and say, "I need help. Can you help me?" And they would help her.
I have some. I do. I have. But that's a problem with society. That's not male, female. It's really hard to make friends now. People are too busy. They're very self-involved. They're very stressed. They're not sleeping well. Everybody's on each other's throats. It's not.
I don't think we were ever meant to do that. I mean, I
think we were. I think we were, because the amount of people with very close friends was higher, and it's getting lower with each generation to now it's like most people don't have any friends.
Does suffering change people, or does suffering clarify things with people?
No, I think it changes people for the worse.
I think it just makes them more likely to be their true selves. Someone's like, "Oh, I'm super busy. I'm stressed out. I'm eating fast food all the time. I can't sleep. That's why I haven't gotten a hold of you." It's just they're kind of a shitty person, and you were their friend, but they were never really your friend. Because even if you're in like a bad way, you'll still reach out to your friends. You'll just be more of your true self due to suffering. Whereas people that are fair weather friends, which is what most people think are their actual people, like it's just because it has never been tested. Because I think Grid is accurate that there's usually very few people you're bonded to. That it's like, hey, you get the call, you drop everything and help them, because like push comes to shove, they do the same thing back.
Well, I definitely have people like that I met in elementary school, middle school, still best friends with them. I'd let them watch my kid. I'd watch their kids. We're like emergency contacts.
Right. Well, that's fantastic for you, but I hope you understand that you are not average. Common. Yeah, you are not. Okay. Yeah.
I know
it's really good.
It's a problem that this is not common.
Is there a way to fix it?
Community.
What does that mean? I'm not asking for a definition, but when you say community, like how would community solve the loneliness problem, or having people have an easier time to make friends? Like, how would you think that logistically would actually work through community?
Well, if I look back, the times where I made friends are because I was forced to be bored in a group setting.
Okay.
And when you're bored, when you don't have a phone, when you don't have the internet, especially back then, you have to talk to people. And then you bond over something. Like if something's happening or you're doing an activity together, you bond over that.
So if we had a community that was set up as a non-lethal Squid Games, would you say that would make people close?
Yes.
Okay. I would also agree with you. I think that would engender bonding between people.
You can trauma bond or you can fun bond.
we know that it does, because we have examples of in every society where people that have gone to war together have formed bonds that lasted their entire lives. So
they're
we know
beyond
that
family. Those bonds are beyond family.
Literally beyond family, because so what you're really talking about is the level of trust that you're able to put in another human being.
Being bonded, yeah.
And this is why women can't have friends, because women never trust other women, ever. They always think they're lying to each other. They always think they're after each other's man. They always think that they want something they have, or are jealous, or I can go down this list. It's like 20 or 30 things. And it's just what women do. And I know that I'm being,
is that bad?
Very global.
My question.
I know that I'm being global here, but I can't find an example where that's not the truth.
I have women friends that I would trust with my husband. I would trust with my children.
Sure.
Not a lot by any means. And it's very difficult to find them. But when you find them, it's like you found gold.
Right. Those 20 or 30 things you were talking about, Grid, the different traits and things for why women can't be friends. Do you think that's bad? Like that
No,
exists?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't think women should be friends. With other women. I really don't. Because women will do this. So let's say that Kat has, which she apparently does. Everybody seems to love her husband to death. The chat's been raving about the dude all night. I've never even heard of him. I didn't even know his name was Steven until just a little while ago. However, apparently his name's Steven. So Kat has apparently a great husband. If she had a group of 10 friends that they played tennis together, and they went to Sunday brunch together, champagne brunch together every weekend, and they maybe went to church Sunday night and Wednesday nights, and they just all hung out together at these kind of communal things, at least half would be actively trying to destroy her marriage and tell her that her husband was a lying sack of shit that was planning to cheat on her and didn't give her enough money and made her stay home, and she couldn't have a job. And women do not like to see other women succeed. And I've known a lot. I've watched this happen over and over again, and read tons and tons of material where they a lot of times a woman doesn't even want to get a divorce, but her friends basically drive her to it. It is the craziest thing. And dudes will never do that. There is no dude that ever goes to another dude and says, "Hey man, you need to get rid of that wife." Almost every dude, honestly, unless he's just a complete piece of trash that you don't want to hang out with anyway, even a guy that basically has met you 3 days ago would be like, "Hey dude, your wife's awesome, man. That's really great. She made, hey, I appreciate the fact that she packed you 2 sandwiches and you gave me one. Your wife is awesome."
Or you don't talk about it.
Or they wouldn't even talk about it. But they would never
those
be
things
like,
you keep it to yourself.
Yeah, and if it was negative, you'd for damn sure keep it to yourself. You don't go to another man and say your wife is a piece of trash. That is like, but women do it all the time. What the fuck
can I say a story?
Absolutely. I love stories.
I'll tell you why they do that after, by the way.
Okay. So, not my husband, but a boyfriend that I had before my husband. Constantly, I had really bad friends back then. I didn't have good discernment about friends. I was, stupid. And like a gay guy friend saying, "Oh, I saw your boyfriend at a gay club. He's gay and he's cheating on you." And then like a girl like, "Oh, I saw, he's talking to some girl here, blah, 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 whatever." All of these things. And I'm just like, okay, like what's going on? Whatever. Eventually we broke up because I think he is kind of a little something wrong. But yeah, I definitely saw that. They were making it up. It just so happened that he might have been. They didn't actually have any proof. But that was very interesting. And then when I got with my husband, my male friends, these are male friends since elementary school. One big group of males and females, like maybe like 25 people, and 3 or 4 of the males got together where I could hear them in earshot saying, oh, we have to get rid of Steven because he's going to take Kat away from the group. Like, nobody outside of the group can date any of the girls in the group. Like, so we must join forces to get rid of him. And I'm just
How
like,
fucking toxic is that? What the fuck is wrong with you? This is the most toxic thing I've heard today. Holy shit.
I know.
Well,
it was just so sad, but
there's a reason that kind of stuff happens. It's the queen bee syndrome.
It is. It is exactly.
I
thought that's where you were going to go. I wanted to make sure though.
Yeah, they're set up based on a pecking order where there's the queen bee, there's the close circle flyers, and then there's all the rest. And so anytime there's a woman who's in a better, higher station, if there's not firmly established what makes a queen bee, they will, in a herd mentality, want to tear her down to keep queen from spawning. Because if it's not me, it's not you. Now, if they're the queen, then they're all about that. But like, they can't stand to see another woman be successful because it limits them. Even though you would think being around a woman like that adds value. Like, if you're the queen and you happen to be the handmaiden to the queen, like, you have a lot of authority and prestige by just being close to her. Like, it's really good in that instance. But if those dynamics aren't outlined, they will self-destruct one another. It's really sad.
Yeah, I mean, those guy friends pretty much quickly got in line, and they would never do anything like that to my husband. It's really cute because like after like they realized that they lost, they became like his biggest fans. But I still tell them be careful about them, because if you do anything, if they see anything, they're gonna tell me just to break us up or something, because they'll think in their crazy minds that they have a chance or something. I mean, I know how this stuff works.
I'm still like flabbergasted about how toxic your circle of friends was. That is just, I don't need the curtain pulled back that much.
That's what happens when you meet in elementary school and don't get new friends.
I really like to believe the best in people, even though I know that it's not the truth, but I really don't want it pulled back so far that that it's just like completely toxic. Like, you're banding together. That's crazy. Men would never do that.
I was talking about men. I was talking about men. You thought I was talking about women?
Are they normal guys or are they outliers?
I would call them whatever is like lower than a beta.
Oh, there's
gamma?
nothing.
There's a gamma. It exists.
Is there?
Yeah, I would say lower than it. Like, women don't see them as men.
They don't see the mailman. They see the mailbox. It's like they don't even register them as guys. They're gammas. It's a thing.
And I see that. I mean, and yeah. And these are the guys that usually end up with like the girls that, when they're 45 or something, finally like go, fine, I'll go out with you.
If you think of the born again simp grid, it's like that. That's what a gamma is. They're the ones that'll lurk in some girl's friend group for like 8 years on the one hope that she'll show up soaking wet in the rain. Oh, he was so bad to me. And then he'll finally get to like touch her, not even do anything, but like he'll be on like a closer level on his simp journey. It's really sad.
Didn't Jordan Peterson call it the sneaky fucker theory?
Yeah.
Probably.
I call them vultures. They just wait for like one of the girls to get sad or depressed, and then they swoop in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the sneaky fucker theory, like lobsters actually do that. That the more there are like 2 types of lobsters, like some that are like very like physically you can tell that they're male, and you have this other type of male that it's actually hard to tell if it's female or male. And what they do is they wait for the actual male to just go away for a bit, and they pretend to be a female to hang out around all the other females. But the second that the male goes away, the sneaky fucker goes and like grabs the lobster.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. These are the types of guys that will like want to do girly things with the girls so that they can be around the girls. Oh yeah, I love going to like go with you guys to get your makeup stuff at Sephora.
Yeah,
I'll hold your bags while you go, and we're just like, what? Okay,
They're also the type that if they came across something bad happening, they'd participate instead of stopping it. They're not good people
Yes.
generally.
These are the people that if you happen to drink and you pass out, you better be careful. Something's going to happen. They're going to
Didn't
take
you
advantage.
say 3 or 4 of these people are your friends, and you overheard your friends doing this?
I was very young, and they are no longer my friends.
Yeah, I
Okay.
hope so.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Because I
That's
mean, there
interesting.
is keeping the honest. Like, you don't invite people over with like $5,000 in loose cash crumpled on your table. Like,
Yes,
they'll be
yes.
too tempted. Like, you want to
Of
make sure
course.
that's cleaned up. But
Yes.
Yeah.
This is why this was the past, and now I know better. I'm older, much older.
define
And you have
older.
kids too.
Kids
All right,
older.
So I have an interesting question. A guy in the chat just reminded me of it. Is Jenny in Forrest Gump the most main? Is she the most the best horror? Not horror monster? Is she the best monster ever, or what? What do you think?
Fucking whore.
Yeah, but there's a lot of bad people out there, men and
Yeah.
women. There's a lot of bad people.
Yeah. Why? So when I originally watched Forrest Gump, I did like everybody else. I kind of cheered for Forrest and Ginny, yay!
Yeah.
But she just treated him so horribly.
No,
And
I
he
felt
was-
it.
Well,
I felt it
she
immediately.
her character, at least from as a writer, what I would think her perspective would be is that she never felt she was deserving of love or attention in that level, and so she would sabotage it or go whatever way to hurt him to like try to protect him, because it's like he's this very unique, once in a lifetime you ever meet, and like she didn't want to like inflict herself on him, so she'd be driven to
it's
constantly
not that
sabotage
deep.
It is exactly that deep.
He didn't do shit. He didn't do shit, and like she was, oh, now you're rich. Come over here.
Oh, it's not that deep. So
it's
there's
pretty
no
deep.
reason why the movie is compelling and still holds
No,
up.
no,
and
but
it's
like the
constantly
relationship
referenced.
Is a sad life story.
Yeah.
of
Like the
someone.
movie is deep, of course, but the relationship is just that like you can.
Yeah, but you
this-
gotta
you can
understand
cope
the
for Jenny,
motivation.
but it's like it's
No,
just okay. Like all women do that.
But
Like it's.
If you understand the motivations, and the character can be better portrayed to be what Jenny was, which was a terrible person.
So was Forrest an alpha?
No, Gamma that just happened to get money.
Ooh, interesting take. He kept himself fit. Well, okay, so he kept himself fit.
Fit's not enough.
He excelled as a soldier. He excelled in ping pong. He excelled
It
at
doesn't
cutting
matter.
grass.
He
excelled- I mean,
wasn't-
is he an alpha?
He was
No.
a
I don't
successful business owner, and he
It
was
doesn't
very
matter.
rich.
That's not enough.
It's not enough.
We
Gotta
women
have the
this.
personality too.
No,
Gotta
you
have the
hear that-
personality too.
It's not personality. It's
You
just
hear
like
that?
he's not an alpha.
You hear it on Fresh and Fit and whatever all the time, that like there are guys who have all that,
Yeah,
but they're
and they'll
still
get
not attractive.
used.
They're still simps.
Yeah, and
They get finessed.
they'll be the victims.
But he never got finessed by anybody else. He never even had interest in any other woman ever.
He
the
got
most loyal
finessed
dude
by
ever.
the woman he had interest in.
Right. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting argument. I personally, I couldn't. I think because the character was intentionally written as slow or impaired or retarded or whatever you want to say, it skews that whole dynamic. And I think that was, that prevents you from saying, well, he was an alpha or whatever. Because if it was a normal dude who had normal control over himself and everything, I think that it would be very hard to categorize. I don't know how you would do that. It was very interesting though. I like that movie a lot. I think it's very, very interesting. He saved all of his buddies. He had no fear. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. But anyway, that was cool. I like the Jenny question because Jenny was a monster. She's a horrible person. Drug addict. All of the bad things. 304, drug addict, hippie, all the bad stuff. And yet
I'd say she was the antagonist, yeah.
Yeah.
She was
Yeah, I
kind of the
think
bad guy. Yeah.
she was the bad guy. Not me. I'm not the bad guy. Not anymore anyway. I used to be a bad guy. Kinda. Not really. Morals keep getting in the way. But yeah, somebody actually wrote something. I was going to put it up, and then I got into the Jenny question, and I kind of fucked it up here. But let's see. Yeah, the other thing is Jenny was abused as a child, and they wrote that in there so that you could,
Oh, the "Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far away" thing.
Yeah. So that to it,
it's very telling. Like a lot bad went back behind like closed doors with that. That's why she was the way she was.
Yeah. So, can men have female friends and vice versa? Men can have male friends, but women can't have female friends. I don't believe that men can have more than one or two actual friends, period. Not that you, well, I mean, you can have, unless you've been to war, you might have 10 guys if you went to war with somebody and you were like,
if you exclude combat, it's also timing. Like, you're a grown man, you ideally have a family, you have a job. It's like, oh, let's get together at this barbecue. And you might see that friend like once every 3 to 6 months. Like, you're not, when you're young, like, sure, you can have more friends because you don't have any real responsibilities. You have a lot of free time. It generally keeps you out of trouble. Like, it's harder the older you get to, have lots of friends because you just don't have the mental energy. There's like too much that's going on.
I maintain all my friendships. I'm the one that does it.
You know what? I 100% believe that. I can just tell. However, I do not. I'm the worst and the best at the same time. I never miss anybody. I do not have that little component. That is actually the reason I married my wife is she's the first person my entire life I've ever missed. Like she was gone. I was like, I really wish she was here. And then I married her because that was why. But I go like, I could not see a friend for like a year and just pick up like we talked yesterday. Like it wouldn't not even miss. I don't know why. I don't know why that is. And I think that there are just some men like that are kind of meant to be roamers or, just restless people that just don't really need other people around. And I'm very comfortable being alone. And on the other side of that, my brother is not. My middle brother is absolutely, I don't know if he's ever left the state. So,
I mean, it's somewhat work ethic. Like if you go into a hole and pull the door in after you because you're like hyper focused on tasks, like you kind of can't be a social butterfly, but you're like really, really good at getting stuff done. Or like, I'm going to open a business, or like, I'm going to get this thing done. And you come up for air in 6 months and, oh, it's my buddy. And it's like no time had passed because you just fell into a hole for a while. It's not very social.
That's true. That's very true. 100%.
I'm that same way, by the way.
Yeah. So. No, I mean, I feel that. I will get super focused on one thing, and like my entire life is that thing.
And we were talking earlier, like you said, like how you forgot to eat today. Like that's normally my line. Like I have a daughter, and she'll be like, "Oh, hey, it's about time for dinner," and I'm like, "Oh," and I have to remember I'm supposed to be the one that cooks and stuff. So like, she gets fed all the time, but it's just like I need reminders for that kind of thing sometimes.
It was really funny because I hadn't eaten, and I realized I hadn't eaten because I was getting like just the energy level was rolling down, and I was being It
was like 4 o'clock. I mean, it's a while being up without food.
Yeah, and then I said I was going to go eat, and I still didn't actually go eat. I didn't eat until a couple hours later.
Oh, okay.
So,
what'd you eat?
I had chicken tender strips that I just happened to have. I had some frozen ones, and I had yogurt. I don't know, just some random stuff out of the refrigerator. It's not like, and I'm unlike my wife who wants a prepared meal. I will graze. I don't care. Like it's just food.
I call it like being a garbage disposal. Like if it's just me, it's like, oh, it's in the pantry, I'll just eat it. Yeah. But like today we had like boneless chicken wings that I had to like add the sauce into when they were being cooked, as well as some like baked macaroni and cheese with bacon, as well as a salad. It took me a bit, but it was a good meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's just for myself, I like barely cook. But if it's for other people, it's like fine dining.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like a ritual.
Yes, this is a great conversation. I've really enjoyed this. This is good stuff.
By the way, Greg, you started the podcast because you and I were talking in voice hangout, and it was like the first time that we like almost forgot that Randy was there, and because he was just quiet.
I always forget Randy's. Yeah, somebody actually just mentioned his name, and I'm like, oh, is Randy still here? Is he?
Yeah, and that he was like, no, I'm just listening. I'm like, you're just listening. And I think it was Jess that said, or Spectre, I'm not sure I recall, but, oh, you guys should start a podcast. You're like easy to listen to. That's how it started.
Is that what it started? I had been doing the one for airplanes for a while, but the problem with doing the airplane podcast is it takes so much damn time. I just wanted to prove that Randy was still here. That's all. I didn't actually need.
Are we just going to ignore the fact that Kat's eating right now?
No, I'm not ignoring it. It is awfully close to bedtime to be eating, though. Just to be, just throw that
ice
out
cream?
there.
You eating ice cream?
No, it's blueberries and mascarpone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I eat before going to bed too.
What is wrong with you guys? That's how you have bad dreams. My grandmother told me that.
Well, you know the Thanksgiving effect, right? Like if you eat and then your stomach gets kind of full, it makes you a little sleepy. Some people do that to have help going to sleep.
Oh, interesting. That is true. I had not thought of it in quite that linear progression, but yeah.
Yeah, the healthier way to do it, as long as you don't have bladder issues, is just like drink a big glass of water before bed.
Why am I recording on a potato? What's this supposed to mean?
I think it's your webcam is lagging.
No, it's her internet. She has actually really good. She has actually stepped up her game a lot with her equipment, but I just think there's something going on with honestly, everybody has been having trouble on the western side of the country. So I don't know.
We have one provider. Like there's one internet plan that you can get literally, and it's like 100 megabytes or like 5,000 or something, and it's like you don't need 5,000. Like we're two people here. Like it's ridiculous, but it's like Spectrum, and I'm connected through like the Ethernet directly onto the router. Like there's nothing else I can do.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's fine. We'll struggle through it.
Well, I'm just wondering, maybe I should upgrade my plan, but it's like, fuck.
I would call them and ask them. Maybe there's water in the connection or something.
That's probably just dog shit because they have a monopoly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only way to motivate a company to do anything is to threaten their bottom line.
Not Spectrum, they don't give a fuck.
No, like if a rival came in, they all of a sudden would have to have been doing what they should have been the entire time now, because otherwise they'll lose customers.
Yeah,
and
but
if there's
they have
a
a
monopoly, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
I mean, there's like AT&T, but it's shit compared to what they offer, so it's like, but it seems to be just with StreamYard.
I mean, I'm maybe it's just the way you got it set up. Mine runs great. I actually, the only problems I have are self-induced, so that's the end of that. And I admit that they're self-induced. So, what's our next topic here? It's been a great conversation. I really enjoy it. It's really, really awesome. Going better than I had actually kind of anticipated. So, yeah.
Was there anything you wanted to talk about?
Me?
Yeah, like a talking point, something you'd been considering or thinking over, or kind of working on trying to figure out how to like express that sometimes a conversation can rough the edges down some. Is there anything you wanted to talk about?
Me?
Yeah.
I was actually planning on you guys doing most of the talking. I was just going to kind of, no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I wouldn't say that. No, well, actually, what's
So I
a good
figure
one?
there's something,
There's always something that I'm kind of ranting about, but not. I mean, really, it's been a good week. It's been a good week.
It has.
We didn't have a Wes, whatever his name is, episode with Andrew. I'm actually surprised Andrew hasn't dropped by. He might have passed out.
He's streaming right now.
Oh, is he still streaming?
Yeah.
That dude puts in work. I mean, he's probably been on stream 7 hours a day, I would say.
Yeah, but I mean, when you can do it full time,
Well, when you're in a growing period, you need to maintain it, because if you truncate yourself, then you'll limit the growth, which leads to the growth ending.
Yeah, that's me right now too. Is I have the time, and I'm going to do a stream tomorrow. And because Saturday seems to be a great day to go through the wreckage from Friday night and just pick up some really good topics and stuff. So, Jess, I don't know what you said. You sent me something, but I don't have it. Screenshot.
Yeah, but it's like when you have the financial incentive to stay on stream, that just kind of helps. It's like if you're starting and you actually need that money, it's like you spend 7 hours on stream, then you just can't,
Well, my problem right now is I need to finish my freaking airplanes. If you want to talk about problems I have in my life, I need to finish my damn airplanes. I've got airplanes and they're all in pieces, and I want them all in one. I want them all reassembled so I can go play and go fly.
Hey, Grid.
And, yeah.
You should really finish your damn airplanes.
I know. It's bugging me. And I literally walk by it in the garage, and I'm like, I've got one in my garage right now. I have one on the other side of this wall, like right there. It's like 20 feet away from here, but there's another airplane, pieces of it. I've got one in a hangar in Tullahoma, and I've got another one. I got two more in my warehouse. And I need to get the ones in my warehouse to my garage so I can actually work on them and put them together. And I know that, look, this is like first world idiot problems to have, but I am a first world idiot, so these are my problems.
Well, what you should do is figure out an achievable way of getting the first one done, and then break it down into daily 20-30 minutes that you at least get that done, and then do podcasting, and then do something you like to do. It'll take time, but at least I'm working on it. It's getting better, and it'll, eventually take care of itself.
That's actually one of the things I tell people in my, I tell people all the time when they ask me, how do you, what's the reality of building
reasonable
your own airplane?
Goals? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, just do something every day. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just do something every day. And I do something every day, but right now it's like, I'm just really antsy to get it done. And I don't know. I'll probably go buy. I'm actually going to go buy another airplane too, and which is adding to the stress.
Oh, so they're in the way of you getting a new airplane. I see what it is.
Yeah, because my wife has sanity, and she knows what I don't hide anything from my wife, and so I told her, I'm like, hey, the math is not mathing on the way the aircraft rental has gone up. So to fly now, I have to go rent an airplane. To rent an airplane went from $110 to $180, and to rent an instructor went from like $50 an hour to like $75. So I pay for a 2-hour flight. I'm paying like little over $500 for 2 hours. That's a monthly payment on an airplane, dude. Like that's I was like, this math ain't math, and the airplanes they don't depreciate like cars do. So I'm just gonna I've basically put it off as long as I can. I'm just gonna go buy an airplane and be done with it. Matter of fact, I was talking to a guy last night. I may buy his airplane actually. But I need a trainer, something I can then sell a little later when I get the hot rods done and move on.
You're not buying
Kat's
it in
sitting here looking
pieces.
like, what is this dummy talking about?
Like, you're not buying it in pieces, like it's a completed airplane, right?
Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
so I'm currently in the market. If anybody in the audience has a Cessna 172 KH or N, I'd take an N. Any model of the 172, I am probably interested. Or better is a Piper Cherokee like 140, 160 Warrior 2. I'm a buyer right now. I'm a buyer. I probably go up to about, I'd like to spend around 80 grand, but if it's a really nice plane, we can do like 90, whatever it takes. But I really need to buy a damn airplane and just get over the nonsense. So I doubt anybody has an airplane sitting in their front yard.
I have a paper plane.
They're paper airplanes. I got airplanes on my wall.
Paper planes with post-its.
I don't have those. I'm fresh out of those. I don't have any of those.
Want me to make one for you?
I'm having all of the stupid problems this week. So I don't. It's just so ridiculous to even talk about it that it's so embarrassing to talk.
Weren't you just saying it was a good week?
Demonetized for a month again yesterday.
No, it's a good week, but I mean, like, all right. So this is dumb. Look, this is gonna be really like it's dumb. So I'm building a new rifle, and I'm missing like 3 key pieces that I have somewhere. I have them. I can't find them.
You need to order replacements so you can find them.
Right. That's the exact thing. I know that the minute I hit add to cart,
yep,
I will walk out into the reloading area and they'll be like, oh, right there on the bench. That's exactly where they are.
Right.
What did Josie do to get?
Crazy.
What'd you do to get demonetized?
Me?
No, Josie. I think she was saying she did.
I reapplied for monetization. I got denied, and because apparently that some of my content was so-called reuse, which I don't really understand because there's like so many channels that monetize like reuse content, which is just weird. But I don't know.
Well, YouTube has been weird lately. They
election.
So
well, if you make someone aggro, like they just get upset at you, then they can just mass flag you or say it's a thing just to mess with you.
Yeah, no, that's right. So you guys didn't see the intro that I had playing, but I had I had it on a loop. Well, I paid money for the music that I used on it, right? Some moron claimed copyright.
It's automated.
But somebody has to claim it first, and then it's automated from that point on, and it's a harassment technique so that they can hold you hostage. But I had but YouTube actually has gotten their algorithms better at determining what is a false claim and what's a real claim. So that's a really stupid thing, and it's getting worse. Like, even if you don't say anything, people are flagging you for no reason and all of that. But it's pretty stupid. YouTube is I don't know why people are being just so weird lately on YouTube.
Yeah, no,
are you okay over there, Kat? Are you having a malfunction? Are you okay? Uh-oh. Sad shrimp.
Something might have gone down the wrong tube.
Yeah. She laughed or something. Yeah. All my fault. I'll take blame. I'll take the blame. But yeah, I've had this week's just been a weird. I mean, it's been a great week. My sunroom's done. We've been enjoying it. My wife is like super happy about it, which is the best thing ever.
I have all but one thing in my office done. I just need a cork board and I'm good.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I got my I took my boat out. The repair work seems okay. It was really slow. But we had a lot of chops, so maybe it was just a bad day to try for speed, but it's all right. It was so windy. My son and I were trying to fish. My son gave up. He was just like, trying to throw it, and it was just like the wind would just stop it. It was like, yeah, this is no fun. This sucks. I don't want to be.
Got to use the weighted lures for those kind of windy days.
Oh, he had some pretty good weight on there, but it was just so much. You could just watch the wind come across. And then when we were idling out, because I'd come into the shallow flat, and so we were idling back out because I know there are trees and stumps there, but I don't know where they are. And so I just idle out.
That's fun.
And as we're idling out, and we're across, like the waves are going this way. The boat's
cross
going
current.
Way.
Yeah,
we're cross current, and it's like massive amounts of cold water just dousing him.
Hey, every once in a while, a fish comes with it though, and then it's like great because it's like looking at you like, what even happened? And you're like, hey, free fish in my boat.
Yeah, I wish. And then of course, because even though I knew he was, he wasn't that wet. It was just a few drops of water, but he was kind of complaining about it. So then I, went, I got it up on plane and I just went full throttle the rest of the way back. So it was fun. Good times.
Oh, he didn't accidentally get pushed in totally on accident.
No, I don't play with my son that way. My kid's awesome. So
yeah, I get you.
Oh, okay. Here we go. This is a good one. Why do I want to repeal the 19th? I don't specifically. Maybe somebody else said that in the chat, but that's a great topic. How do we feel about the 19th Amendment?
I don't know that you can put the genie back in the bottle.
I agree with that.
Like, you could change the parameters of the way that voting is structured to repeal without repealing, because if people vote differently, then the 19th doesn't really matter, because there would be a new way of voting. But I think that's about the only way you actually could get something like that to happen.
I can't vote, so.
We have 50% on the panel.
Nice.
I could apply for citizenship, but I don't know.
Kat, comments?
Right I don't care.
Do you vote? Do you actually vote?
Yeah, occasionally I vote if it's worth it, but
Did you hear that though? If it's worth it?
If it's worth
it. Because I don't think it's about repealing the 19th. I think it's just that most people suck at motivating women to vote. Let alone men. Just like to get them to vote.
They do now.
Yeah, well, there are some that are good at it, but the ones that
they're fucking retarded.
Yeah, the people that would talk about repealing the 19th are really bad at getting women motivated to vote a lot of times. Because if you get it where it's in their own interest to do it, people will do anything.
True.
Because if it's like, I can just click on this button, terms and conditions, and give away all of my privacy and security while using an app, like, people will do it without thinking. But if you tell them, hey, I'm going to get all this information from you and profit from it, they'll resist it because it's not in their interest, because people are lazy.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't voting not matter anyways because it's all fake?
Oh, it does.
No, Australia's fake. Voting's real, but Australia's fake.
Yeah.
Australia's not a real country. It's an island, folks. It's an island. Continent, if we care to call it that.
I think part of why people think that voting doesn't matter is because they know the government is corrupt and the government is going to do what the government's going to do. And your vote really won't make much of a difference or change anything, because your voting doesn't actually, it doesn't actually like affect the way the country is run. You're just voting for the people who are in those positions to do it on behalf of the populace. Like, voting in and of itself really won't actually change all that much. It just changes like who's in office and those kind of things. There's some local ordinances you can vote for and that sort of stuff, but a lot of the quote important things your vote doesn't matter for.
So here's my take, and it's probably an overly simplistic one. First,
okay,
I think that everybody should vote. But the problem with that is while everybody should vote, most people are not capable of voting because they simply do not understand what they're voting for. So that negates my first opinion, right? Like it just doesn't matter. So
how many senators actually read the bills they vote on? You think the average voter is going to understand?
Exactly. Well, and that we'll get to that. We'll get to that. So on the other side of that, I think that when we have people, when elections have lost integrity, the only real solution is revolution. You can't. There's nothing else you can do to fix it, because once the populace has lost faith in the voting system, in the election system, there's just nothing. There's nothing. You're never going to get it back until you reset, right? One way or the other. And we're not there yet, so it doesn't matter, right? So and this will be kind of, and this is why I'm kind of like just so middle of the road on this, is because I don't think we're there. You're right. Senators don't read the bills. That's on purpose. They purposefully do this and there's no reason for them to change their actions. They have over the years, we've allowed, by we I mean the populace, has allowed our politicians to just run rampant, and
it's prox forma.
Right. They basically, they can put whatever they want in a bill.
Yeah.
Because they know nobody's going to read it. And even if you do read it, you'll read one line that you're like, nope, won't vote for that. But the next line will be something that you really care about.
There's also in the halls of the Senate and like the House, like the addendums, the tags, the add-ons that like you might be like, oh, I'm really excited about this bill and educated, but you're like, wait, what do you mean 40 billion for this other thing? No, screw that. And so they'll vote against their own interest. And there's just a lot of shenanigans that goes on with it.
I mean, well, okay, so here's the thing. Even if you pass, so let's say that we all feel passionately about a specific bill, and we get that, we write our senators, we harass them, we get things where it's
let's say it's oranges should be free. That should be the
oranges
bill.
should be free. Now all of a sudden they pass the law that says, they pass the bill that says oranges should be free.
Okay.
Before it's actually written into law, there will be addendums, there will be notations, there will be clarifications, there will be committee after committee after committee after committee on it. It'll have to go before the Supreme Court. Maybe, maybe not. It basically, it will not, by the time you get done with the oranges should be free bill, what it will actually say is apples are $5.
Yeah. See, I think they should change it so that a bill should be one side of a piece of paper. No longer than that, nothing added, and everyone who votes has to spend 5 minutes reading it and like sign that they've like confirmed that they understand what the bill is.
Right. And so here's a couple of things I think, and Kat's arguing with Randy, poor Randy, you're going to get beaten. I can just tell you that she's smarter than you. I already know that. I've only talked to her for like 2 hours. I know she's smarter than you. So you don't, please don't get beat up, Randy. Have some a little pride, sir. A little pride. So, well, that's a good point. That's a good shot. All right. So, here's the thing. I believe that you should not be able to vote unless you own property or are gainfully employed above a wage level, basically. Like you can't work at McDonald's and vote. That doesn't count, because you're just going to vote yourself free shit, you know? Like you have to own property, or if you don't want to own property, you want to rent all the time, you got to be above a certain
Well,
pay
what
grade.
percentage of the job market overall would quantify as that payment range? Would it be like what percent of the total jobs in America?
It'd be higher than the percentage of people that vote right now.
Well, yeah, but if you could just guess, is it like 50% of jobs?
I would say 30. I would say
30?
you would get 30 to 40%.
Okay.
Because you have that ridiculousness of how people just the way the wages work in this country, which I mean that's a whole other that's not an hour 3 topic, unfortunately.
What if it was where you had to have 6 years of service in the military, civil duties, picking up garbage on the side of the road, like volunteering for organizations of certain kind. Like you had to like have some skin in the game where you've like done the public good. Like would that be a consideration?
There has to be skin in the game.
Yeah. But you said like only if you make so much money tax wise.
Well, I think there has to be a level, right? Like you can't work at McDonald's, you can't make $20,000 a year and vote, because you're just going to vote yourself free shit, which is what's happening. That's exactly what's happening.
But what if the person at McDonald's was in the military for 6 years, or was like a police officer?
Okay,
or a firefighter,
well, all right.
or
So service guarantees citizenship.
Okay.
So that would be,
because as long as there's the caveat for the vast majority, they have the option, but they have to put the work in to be able to vote. Then I think it'd be.
I just want everyone to have skin in the game. I want everyone to have skin in the game. So you have a guy like me who paid 6 figures in taxes, right? Like literally the past 7 years, no, longer than that, probably 10 years. I've paid between $90,000 and $140,000 in income taxes a year. I can do a lot with that kind of money. I'm telling you, the 140,000 is nothing to sneeze at. 90,000 is not nothing to sneeze at. Paying that into taxes is fucking stupid. But I do it because I don't have a choice, because they'll put me in jail. They'll take all my shit. And
the tax man cometh.
The tax man cometh. Now, I know guy, I was reading an article the other day about a guy that works that's been working for the past 10 years, never filed taxes because he only makes like 20 grand a year. He doesn't give a fuck. The IRS is never going to go after that dude ever. Unless he wins a fucking lottery. He'll never even get a letter. He'll get letters from the IRS, and they might withhold his refund once in a while.
It's similar to like privacy, that like if you're just one of the nameless masses and you don't pay taxes, they'll leave you alone because you don't get noticed. But as soon as you do start to make money, make certain purchases, you'll flag their algorithm, and then you got people knocking on your doors with guns like, hey, give us some money.
And they'll do it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. So in my perfect world, if I were king of the US, the IRS would be gone overnight. Gone. Flat tax.
Done. What would the agency responsible for that be instead?
Department of Commerce.
Okay. So you'd expand Department of Commerce to cover that?
No, I don't think it needs to be expanded. It already collects fees.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
Why do we need we have you know what? I would strip the government to literally the entire government would consist of
what would you say are the big 3 things government's supposed to do to begin with?
The only thing the government is supposed to do is protect the borders. That's it.
Well, it's also supposed to like guarantee treaties, as an example.
Yes. Right.
And it's supposed to like defend the rights of the citizenry as well as the borders and keep the public safety. It's 3 main prerogatives.
Mm-hmm.
The expansion the government has gone under is just wild, because good luck getting, the power back from it without drastic steps.
Right. Yeah. So, literally, again, if I took over, this is all nonsense because it'll never happen, but in a perfect world that where I was where I could enact policy The IRS would be gone. ATF would be gone. Department of Energy would be gone. The EPA would be gone. The FAA would be stripped to like half of what it is right now, and it would only be concerned with commercial flight. There would be no FCC whatsoever. Why? We don't need people to maintain our radio communications. That's dumb. We have the military to deal with anybody that's doing something hinky. So why do we? Why
the EPA being gone, right?
Yeah, gone. What do they do?
Let's say hypothetically a company is doing bad things and it's dumping chemicals in the public water. If there's not an EPA, like who is it amongst the government that would come in and handle it? Because you can't have
Department of Agriculture.
Okay.
Forestry Service. We already have so many fucking agencies that do this shit, and it's the dumbest thing. If you ever look at an organizational tree of the United States government, it looks like a regarded individual did it, like a highly regarded individual.
It's like, a rat's nest. It's like Warrens.
It's hilarious. Like you have the Department of Commerce, which their entire job is to collect taxes. God damn it. There's no reason for them to, and they don't. Here's the thing. So
I know.
There's an agency whose entire purpose in life is to collect taxes. They don't collect taxes. The IRS collects taxes. Why are we paying these guys? And there's nobody in any of the departments that makes under $80,000 a year. Their starting pay is like $60,000.
Well, is the Department of Commerce able to have armed people? Because it may be that they needed to have like a subsidiary to have like armed guards to go like collect money.
You're collecting taxes. This is a problem, that we have, is that we should not be sending so first of all, I'm going to compose myself because I get hot about this, man. I get really hot about it. This time of the year, especially after I just wrote that big ass fucking check. I get
it's like
pretty
a kidney stone.
I get pretty fucking hot about it.
It's gross.
The IRS doesn't need an enforcement arm. All they have to do is go to the local police department, who know the people in theory, to go and collect, if they need to do something but they don't need to.
Technically, wouldn't that be the sheriffs? Because as guarantees to the Constitution, they generally interact with it.
It depends on individual states. Sometimes that blurs sheriff's department versus the police department. But sure, sheriff or police or marshal service.
Anytime any of the alphabet agencies like interact on a local level, like they always like pull the sheriff in on some level, because it's a good like coordination point. Because you might have like the county sheriff, but there's like 5 different police departments. So they need to like corral all of them. So they'll just be like, hey, you're the sheriff, like do this thing, and then he like makes it happen in like 40 minutes kind of thing.
I mean, basically we have all of these, and the entire reason that they haven't been disbanded is the fact that it would put people out of work. That is a number one. Literally, if you talk to if you say, hey, I want to downsize the ATF, it doesn't really even need to exist anymore. We do not have we do not have prohibition. Local PD can enforce tobacco tax law. Why do we need the ATF? And firearms shouldn't be regulated anyway. So why do we need the ATF? The ATF is an agency that shouldn't exist, but it does.
But asking that is like asking, why does every government agency max out their budget every year? It's so that they can get more money.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's every agency.
Because why does the ATF need to exist? Because people make money from it.
Right. And if the very first thing that'll happen, if you say, well, the Marshal Service could do the job of the ATF. The ATF, the immediate response is, well, you're putting people out of work. Where would those government employees with government insured jobs go? The government should not be the largest employer in the country. It should not.
Yeah, it shouldn't be Walmart.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
It is
states that
Walmart.
Walmart's like the number one employer in a lot of states, and other states it's like the government. That's like where the best jobs are.
Right. Absolutely. I'm sorry, I kind of ran away there, Kat. Were you're being very quiet, sipping your tea?
It's okay. I think I'm getting sick.
What?
Yeah. Like
You're in Florida.
like a
You
throat.
talk too much today?
Is there a tickle in your throat?
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah. Well,
you should drink
I'm
a hot
sorry.
beverage with some honey.
There you go. Yeah. So I'm gonna shift gears and just get on to something that probably we can all three talk about, because I will get really heated if we continue down the government agency and tax stuff, which I was already. Kat, you don't know this, but Darth actually has complete full custody of his, I'm assuming, teenage child. Okay. Did you want to maybe talk about that, or if you want to keep that part quiet, or I didn't mean to
I don't mind as long as it's not
Okay.
like too invasive or
Yeah,
specific.
don't go
I don't mind.
invasive, man. Just generalities. What's it like being the single dad? And if you can do it without outing anybody or burning any bridges, how did you end up with the
it's
full custody?
In a succinct way, it's the best job I never thought I would ever have, because it wasn't in the cards. And what ended up happening is there was some shenanigans, and my ex decided that she wanted to do other things, so she left my daughter and me.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's nuts. How old was your daughter?
Year and a half old or so.
What?
Yeah.
That's like borderline insane, man. Moms don't do that.
Well, it was a blessing in disguise. It really sucked.
Oh,
but
yeah, I
like,
mean,
someone
like
who would do those sorts of things, not being around to do further bad things or not good. Because if you think it's appropriate to do that, who's only going to say what might happen in the future, certain circumstances at play? So it's, a thing.
Interesting. Because I know very few people who have, like, very few men who have sole custody or full custody of their children, and it's always it's kind of a revolving theme where the mom is just a train wreck. Like,
you got to have like bulletproof ammunition to like really as a guy get custody if you go through like family court and stuff.
Yeah.
So
yeah, like, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, but mine elected to, pretty much sign rights away kind of thing. So I got lucky in that regard, which it's been a trip.
Did she like go find herself? Did she go to a hippie commune or something? What happened?
No, she just like went off and, would vanish for long periods of time and did a bunch of stupid shit. And, I was grateful that my kid wasn't around it. And the few times that it was, her and I would have a very short conversation. Like, if this ever happens again, like, you're not going to see your kid again, and you're going to end up, having the police called on you, because like this kind of shit is not okay. And then she'd vanish for like a year and then show up, and over time things gradually improve. But it's just, how's that saying go? Bitches be crazy sometimes.
Kat's over there like, I'd love to say something, but my throat. It's okay. You can. I mean, we don't mind a scratchy throat.
Okay. So when my parents divorced when I was like around 11, I stayed with my mom for a while, and she remarried. It was absolutely terrible, like the worst thing ever. Like, my stepfather used to say, like, I deserved my curly N-word hair. And that like, I was breaking out because I was a little kid, teenager, and he used to make fun of that. And it was just like really horrible, just like a terrible thing.
Grown man?
Yeah, a grown man. And any holidays, he would like ruin it for opening presents on Christmas. You just couldn't do anything. He was just such a horrible person. But he wasn't like that in the beginning. He switched after my mom had my brother. So after she was already too deep, that's when it came out. So
well, there was another child involved, and he probably wanted your mom to prioritize his son as opposed to you.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's a biological reason for that. So
it's still fucked. I mean, that's really messed up. So
it is. So around, I want to say 17 or something, I moved in with my dad, and then finally I had like
peace
and some stability, and it was so much better.
If your biological dad, unless he's like a drug addict or like crazy or something, like even if he's a dick or even if he's just not good at it, he still will make sure you have food on the table, that you get to school, that like he will cover those things because it'll bother him because you're giving him extra trouble if those aren't checked. And it's more efficient energy wise to keep your kid on track and to like be there for them so they're not out wilding and doing stuff that the dad has to tolerate and like, you know, get you in trouble for. Like men are actually really savvy about energy conservation because force is all about the application of energy through violence. And so being discerning and stoic about it means that you know how to be lazy about stuff. And child rearing, you need to be lazy in the sense that you do it even though it sucks at first, because in the long run it'll be way lazier than just having the early payout.
Yeah. My dad did like everything for me. He was very amazing. He told me about men. He told me about like how to find a good guy, how to date, what to watch out for. He told me all these stuff. I remember guys would come over with like flowers and he would just look them up and down, judge them, and slam the door in their face. But he was never wrong.
Hero. High five your dad for me. You see him.
He's like in your corner. Like if he knows some sus shit with some, you know, little boy or, you know, young man, whatever your age is appropriate relative to that, whoever it is, like he'll know real quick if that guy is just sniffing around or if he like actually gives a shit about you.
So yeah, I have to ask. I wasn't gonna ask, but so was this a culture or ethnicity thing? Or what was going on? Because you said the thing about the hair thing kind of stuck with me a minute.
No, I'm half Persian, half Cuban, but I have curly hair, just curly hair.
Yeah. Gotcha.
It's not. My mom is very pale, so like
very pale. Okay.
There's like.
So she's Persian.
She's Cuban.
Okay. All right. I was just kind of curious because that's such a strange thing for a dude. I mean, I know dudes that are absolute pieces of crap. That are that around, especially like other people's kids, and they're the nicest people ever. Like they will never, like they don't even curse or anything.
My stepfather is a gentleman around everyone.
Right? Yeah. It's such a weird thing for me to hear that, especially somebody that would marry your mom. I mean, that's just.
And side note, he was my dad's best friend.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah,
that's fucked up.
Yeah,
I got to be honest with you right here. That
it is. It's very. But he knew me when I was born. My mom's like, I don't want a stranger. He's single now that he got a divorce. He's known you. I don't want a strange man coming around you. So this should be okay. That was her mentality, and also she wanted to piss off my dad. Obviously,
women are for evil, me, bro. Women they can be, but like
evil.
If for some reason, let's say I have a best friend who's a guy, and I, for some reason in the future, end up with his ex-wife, and like my best friend's kid is now in my household, I'd pay like special attention to keep the daughter safe. Because it's like I'm doing my best friend a solid because the bridge has been broken or whatever, and I'm in this weird position I would really not want to be in. But like if I am, that's how I'm wired. Like,
dude, Darth, man, I'm on your side on this one, kind of, but the dude married his best friend's
Yeah, that's
wife.
still messed up.
That's a. I'm sorry, Kat. That's a
No,
that
no,
dude's a
I'm
piece
I'm
of
not
shit.
defending her or him. Like,
He is a
no.
piece of. Well, I mean, I can excuse a woman. Women do silly things all the time, but a dude.
Well, in his defense, my mom was top
You don't
tier
do that, bro.
hot.
Well,
I'm sorry.
My mom was
her mom was top tier
incredibly
hot.
hot. Incredibly.
She might have honey trapped him. You know, being a certain way.
No,
you know,
man. I mean,
she just wanted to piss off my dad.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. There's just no way. I'm a weird. You know what though? Here's a problem I have. I'm a weird dude. I've never drank. I've never smoked. I've never done drugs. No specific reason. I just didn't want to fucking do it. It's not what it's not my scene. I don't gamble. I don't do anything. I joke that I had 2 vices my whole life, and it was fast cars and relatively expensive women. That's it. I don't do anything else. Like and I look around at dudes, and I try to live a good life. How the fuck did you do that to your friend? Like, now I could understand it if it's just like you're in a friend group, right? Like you knew the guy, had barbecue at his house one time or something like that, and now you're banging his old lady. Even that, though, I would literally, like, if I was that dude's friend, I'd be like, dude, we can't be friends anymore. You got to go. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it'd have to be some way out of left field, super obscure reason for it. Or like the best friend died.
But would you listen to the reason?
By.
All right, come on, Darth. Let's just be real here. Would you listen to the reason? Would you just like literally cut the dude out of your life? Like if you're a member of your friend group, divorces his wife, a year later, 2 years later, whatever it is, dude's best friend who was there comforting that dude when she ran off and left him or whatever, or they just split amicably and whatever. That dude's best friend is now marrying his wife, taking his, and in theory, raising his child.
Well,
would you even listen to that dude's story?
As the young people would say, red is sus. Like, I'd be super suspicious. I probably wouldn't give a shit, because it's like, what you just did is all I need to know. Like, that's not okay to do.
Yeah, no, it's not okay. It's not okay, bro. It's not okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know that I could even listen to the story. Like, I would literally, like, that dude would be dead. I mean, not dead, but he would just be like dust in the wind. Like, I don't even know that guy anymore.
Yeah. I think the only way I would listen to it is if in the proceedings of the person being kicked out of the friend group, this guy and I got into like a knockdown, drag out physical fight. And there's that kind of afterwards where you're trying to figure out if you're going to get a beer afterward. It's like, all right, fine. What the fuck is your story? And it's still probably dumb. And it's like, okay, I can kind of understand that, but you're still a piece of shit. Like, I don't want to see you around here anymore. Like, I'd still be fairly biased.
I think the only way that I could rationalize that is if the dude that if the ex-husband had come to me and said, "Hey, do you hear about so and so? He's banging my ex-wife now," and I mean, I guess I'm okay with it, but he's still a piece of shit. But she's happy, he's happy, I'm okay. That would be the only way I could even talk to that guy again, ever. And I would tell him that too. I'd probably tell it to his face. I'd be like, "Don't ever talk to me. Just don't call anymore, dude. You're a piece of shit. And you need to do better in life, because you made fucked up choices up to this point. Your fucked up choices have led you here, and you need to find out some other shit. Do something else."
Generally,
and maybe I'm just weird. Like, I mean, again, I'm fucking weird, man. I will admit, I'm not an average human. I don't think. I think I'm below average in a very specific way. So,
well, the drinking and smoking and stuff, you're not really missing out on too much, honestly.
Right. Yeah. I hate even taking medication, though, man. I don't like.
Well, yeah, it's, believe it or not, most medications aren't good for you, in the sense that the doctor will always say, "We think the benefits outweigh the risks," because, like, any
Oh,
type
we don't
of
want to go down.
peppermint-
No, don't open that. Don't open that. Don't unpack that one.
Yeah.
I don't have all night. Don't unpack that one.
Yeah. Because like I could see okay, so every 4th of July, my dad and I will have a barbecue because I have like my daughter and we do like family things. And so he and I, when we're outside barbecuing, like he'll have a beer and I'll have a beer. And it's just something that we do. It's not like I get drunk or he gets drunk. I might have like 2 the entire day, but it's like I'm hanging out with my dad. We're grilling some meat. It's just a tradition type thing. Or if I have a big friend group and we're all like hanging out on a social occasion, like I might have a beer. But outside of that, like I'd almost never, ever drink.
Yeah. Do you think that we've just lost respect for each other to the point that we don't even really know what it is anymore? Like if I know, if I know, all right. So this will sound funny, right? So I have a buddy of mine where our kids are in scouts together. His wife cleans houses, and I needed one of my rental houses cleaned and some trash hauled off and stuff like that. And I just mentioned that I was looking for somebody to do it, and he's like, "Hey, Buffy does that. Do you want her to come by?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'll give the money to a friend, faster than I will anybody else."
Yeah.
And he's like, and he literally asked me, he's like, "Do you want me to talk to her, or are you okay with her calling you?" That's how men talk. That's how men should talk to each other. That's exactly how that exchange should go down. Not, I'll have my wife call you tomorrow. Why the fuck do I want your wife calling me? That's
it's keeping the honest. It's keeping the honest. It's just like you want to have those degrees of separation.
Yeah,
because even you can be the best person ever, but like temptation is still, you never know when it'll foster, and you just have to be watchful against like any corrosive effects and like even benign friendships. It's just that one time his wife called the friend, and then next thing you know, 2 years later, it's bad news. You never know how these things form.
Or
that's why as a man you have to be careful.
Somebody else hears about it. Hey, did you know that Don called Buffy the other day, or Buffy called Don the other day, and they talked for like an hour, and and that's how rumors and shit get started. I don't put myself in that situation. I find it easier just not to put myself in a situation.
Exactly.
And and I especially don't don't.
The term is being above.
Brian, are you in the chat, bro? Get in here, bro. Get in here.
You got to be above reproach about it.
You do. I can't even. I just don't understand how. I don't understand. Well, I mean, I understand it. Obviously, I'm capable understanding the issue. To me, it's so far out of bounds, and we have a. Obviously, this has probably happened to Kat here. She's not as young as she looks, and I mean, I was shocked. Like she's like she looks super young, but she is not. In a good way.
I don't know who you are, Kat. I guess you're 28 to 34, maybe.
No.
No.
Nope. We got to worry about menopause soon.
Wow.
He went quiet. That was awesome. That was the best thing ever.
You gotta love the awkward silence.
The awkward silence. I did the same thing. I literally was talking to my wife about who we're gonna have on the show, and I'm like, yeah, I have this this girl who looks really young. She's maybe a couple of years out of college. She's got a kid, and she's married. And it never occurred to me that she might be the same age as my wife. So that's funny, because I only think my wife looks that young. I don't think other people look that young. So
yeah, my goal is to always make my husband look like a pedophile when I'm walking with him.
Oh, bro! What a nut punch! I bet he heard that too. I bet he's standing like right at the door, and he's
messed up.
He's like,
as messed up as that sounds, I can see like as a wife wanting to like be attractive like all the time, and be seen a certain way. Like I can see the allure to it.
Yeah.
As long as it's like you're married and that's your thing, because every marriage has a thing.
Yeah.
It keeps it fun.
Exactly. Well, you got to have something because
he's my age, but he looks way older.
Yeah. That's awesome. I mean, it is awesome. That no lie, it is. So
how long y'all
really
been married, if you don't mind me asking?
Like almost 20 years.
Oh wow, congratulations. That's like marathon level these days.
It's so fast. It's like a second went by.
I mean, my parents were married for almost 50 years, and like that nowadays is almost unheard of.
Yeah, my parents were married a very long time as well, but I've been married 20 years. My grandparents were married 50 years.
Hey, congrats, dude.
Died. Yeah. My grandmother lived to be 104 years old. So I got some staying power. I'm just saying.
I had a great grandpa that made it to 103. He was 102 years old, living in a second-story apartment, like walking around upright, everything, and then he had the misfortune of falling, and then all of a sudden looked very, very old, and within like 3 or 4 weeks, he just withered and passed because it was his time.
Yeah. My grandmother literally told us she was like she was 104 and she's like, I won't make 105. And we're like, oh yeah, you will. What are you saying? And then, she was right. We were wrong. So, yeah.
So was there anything else you wanted to ask me, Grit, about the single dad things?
No, actually, I mean, I'm always really curious because I've known some single dads, and
I mean, I don't mind you asking. The worst thing I'll do is tell you no.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yours seems very benign. So I have a friend of mine out in California, and he has partial custody right now. He should have full custody.
Oh, the living nightmare of partial custody. Yeah.
Yeah. And his ex is so horrid, man. I mean, she tortures him with that kid. I mean, literally.
Oh, it's the worst when they weaponize the children against the man. It's despicable.
It's horrible. And so this poor dude, such a good guy, works hard. He's a California guy, so he does stupid shit like he still skateboards and shit and acts like a juvenile delinquent and stuff like that. But
does he wear wheelies?
Yeah, his ex is just a horrible person. I'd really wish I could say something nice about her, but I don't think she's ever done anything nice in like the 10 years that I've been aware of her. And that poor bastard, man. He lives in constant fear that she's going to just wake up one morning and make up some story that's going to get him relieved of custody. So like yours like very benign. Like I'm actually really shocked, and I'm like, I don't really have anything to ask you because
I've had to have like contingencies in place. Like one thing I never did is I never went after child support just in case things ever got bad. It's like, oh, you really want to challenge this and go to court to try and get custody? Well, okay, then you owe me XYZ like back pay custody ahead of time as a you really might want to think about this sort of thing. Like I've had to have a number of levers that I can utilize because there's been some shenanigans over the years, like not good things.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah,
believe it. How old is your just you just kind of be? I mean, I don't know how specific you care to be, but how's your kid, Kat?
Like 11.
11.
It's a good age.
Actually, that's a really good age.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my son was 11. He was a lot more fun. He's 13 now. I'm not cool anymore.
Just wait till they hit 16.
He's not. Yeah.
It's working out nicely though. It's actually a good thing.
Yeah. At least my son wears suits and ties to school every day. So
nice.
I don't even have to tell. Like I'm actually harassing him right now to wear polos. I'm like, dude, you don't have to wear a suit every day. I promise you.
No, wear the suit. Wear the suit. Wear the suit. Wear the suit.
He's like, but I look good.
Yeah. See, he's fucking based.
He is actually. He's pretty cool.
My boyfriend wears a suit to work every day.
Yeah, that's what his girlfriend's gonna be saying. So, yep. And he,
Hard to let that get out of the house.
He's probably he's as tall or taller than I am now. He's like inches taller than his mom. She's
how tall are you?
About it. Me? I'm like 5. I'm right at 5'11". So he's at 6 foot. He's 6 foot right now. Like it's ridiculous. And my wife is not happy about being short right now.
How tall is she?
She's like I mean, if she tells you, she'll tell you she's 5'8", but she's like 5'6", 5'7".
So you just put things on that shelf she can't reach.
I do that. I do that.
Well, then when you get it, she like holds your arm and leans on you and is like, "Oh, thank you," and it's like a thing you do.
Yeah, it's all kinds of good stuff.
Yeah,
there's being married is like amazing. You have to marry the right person, but when you're married to the right person, it is amazing. Like it's just like the best thing ever.
Well, it's like a living, breathing organism that changes over time based on the two of you growing together.
Yeah, okay, I can go with that. But it's just for me, it was like I had found this person that I actually missed, that I wanted to be around, that wanted to be shockingly wanted to be around me all the time and put up with all my nonsense. I used to say for years that no woman would tolerate the way that I spent money. Because I was in racing, the way that I think about money is just like completely fucked up. And
that's most people that are into any like racing, anything on wheels. It's hard to find somebody that would put up with that way of spending money unless they're in it.
Yeah, even before that, I always had like this. I have this weird thing where my whole life I've always felt like that it didn't matter how much I spent because I could always make more. To this day, I still think that way. I'm like, it doesn't matter. I could spend every dime in my bank account. I can make more. And it wouldn't hurt my feelings at all. I mean, I don't, because I'm reasonably responsible. I'm almost a grown up. I've also for the I tell people all the time. I don't know. I really don't think people believe me, but I am really just a 19-year-old with a big wallet. That's it. I've just stuck at night. And an argument could be made for 21.
You're dangerous inside a micro center, ain't you?
I am. I'm.
Well, everyone has a mental age they kind of get fixed at and think, it's like harder to get up in the morning or just like sore at random times and you just gradually start breaking down. Like I'm still mentally like 23 to 25.
Yeah. How old are you? I never asked. I'm sorry. I'm really bad about this.
I'm 39. I'll be 40 this year.
Okay. All right.
I've been at it for a little while.
Yeah. Well, I never stopped moving. So when I did stop moving, when I slowed down, I didn't slow down when I retired, but I hurt myself a little over a year ago, and I slowed down.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Well, it's like if you're
so hard. So
doing distance
all of a sudden
running,
you feel fucking old.
Yeah, every time you stop or slow down during distance running, you're like, oh, I got to run 5 miles. If you like take a break after 2 miles and then you start running again, it's way harder to do. It's more energy. You just got to keep moving because if you do slow down, it's super hard to pick it back up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to answer this Arthrodian. She's been on here several times. She's been on here twice as a guest, and she's always in the chat. Really appreciate Melissa being here. So with the attitude I can always spend, I can always make more. How did I manage to save up so much? I didn't. I invested and I sold my businesses and I had money left from that. And I put that in the bank, and then I I know you can't. My opinion is that saving towards anything is dumb. That's a bad plan. You can earn towards it. You can make your money work towards you for that. But the idea that you can save enough, especially in today's age where there's no savings and no savings account actually pays you interest. We can talk, and I was going to talk tonight about in short-term investments that kind of make sense, like, the various forms of annuities and, some other things that make sense short-term. I was going to talk about that. I don't know that I will now, but maybe we'll see. But at the end of the day, I never actually saved. I'm an entrepreneur and I'm an investor. I'm not a saver. I do not. I typically and for about 10 years, maybe less, maybe 8 years, I was cash poor. I owned businesses. I owned a bunch of stuff. Everything was paid for, but my actual bank, if I had more than $100,000 in my bank account, that was like a great day. So,
well, things are expensive.
I mean, that's what it is. I just don't believe that I understand the arguments towards that and the saving philosophy. I get it. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it right now. I don't think you can save.
Well, something I do, because there are ways you can make it work for you. Because a lot of it is, if you don't make a lot of money, you want to invest in yourself to be in a better position to make more money to begin with. But I deal with a lot of cash when I just buy groceries or whatever. So what I'll do is every month I take all of the ones and all of the change I get and I put it aside. And at the end of the year, that's like my daughter's the lion's share of Christmas or hey, we're going to do a thing. And I just need some money. I'll pull out of that specifically for my kid. It's not an astronomical amount of money, but it's, anywhere between 600 to 1,000, depending on how the year went or the number of months. And so there are things you can sort of budget in that way, but it's not really saving. It's more just budgeting.
So if we were to take a top shelf CEO of a company, mid-level, 500 people or so, maybe like $500 million to $750 million cap, right? If you were to take that company, do you think the CEO has anything in his savings account?
Probably not.
They'll have about a year's salary because they are very well aware that the board could fire them and they could. And
they need some liquidity, but most of it's tied up in things.
Most of it's tied up in stock in the company. Yeah. This is actually a really great conversation to have because I'm going through this with my wife right now. But most of it is tied up in stock with the company. They have just enough cash to live on, basically. I mean, when I say just enough to live on, they're not in a $700 a month apartment, right? We're talking
their needs are met. They're able to do the things
they're making. They're making $300,000 or $400,000 a year, which is a lot, but it's not what the payoff is. The payoff is they grow the company. They put they build their sweat equity into that company. They make good decisions. They make the right deal. They sell that $500 million company for $3 billion at 3%. And they walk away with $300 million overnight. They never saved
it's a long-term investment in that sense.
A long-term game, right?
Like a lot of people, they'll start a business, make it profitable because they know how to do it, and then they'll sell it to someone else and they'll cash out at that point.
Yeah. So just to take my wife's example, so my wife right now, she makes like 400 with an average bonus is her average bonus may be equal, right? So 750, 800 grand a year take,
so she's less than the top 1% of earners for the States.
Barely. Yeah. Barely.
Well, average is 1%, isn't it? 430 or 450.
Oh yeah. No, you mean she's in the one. Yeah. She's in the one.
Yeah. She's up there. Yeah. I get you.
She's in there. Yeah. I mean, we've been up there for a while, but, even when I felt really poor, I was still in that high earner deal. But anyway, so when she makes that, so right now she can stay with the company and take the big bonuses, right? That's a yearly payoff. It's relatively consistent. You have a good year, bad year, whatever. You can do that, or she can change jobs. She can go be a CFO for a company, mid-sized company. 100 people, 200 people, something like that.
Yeah.
Bring, help, get the company ready to sell. If she gets 1% of the sale price and she sells it for, 10 million or not 10 million, 100 million or, billion or 300 billion, whatever it is, she can make anywhere from, she can overnight, there's $10 million, $30 million, whatever, overnight. And that's not stock. That's not something where that's not on paper.
Well,
So
ideally, when you're in that situation, you want to like use it as leverage to do other things with, and not just like, oh, I got my $10 million windfall, I'm going to ride off into the sunset. Like, you want to keep, leveraging towards further things.
Right. Well, I mean, you're going to leverage one way or the other, right? So you're either going to do it with your time, or you're going to do it through your effort. One of the two. You're going to do something. I mean, you're going to leverage something, but you can't save. I don't believe anymore that you can save enough. Especially not for retirement, where you're not working and all you're doing is going on vacation all the time, or just sitting around the house. Like I told you, man. I mean, we did the math just recently. My monthly spend without the kid stuff, right? Like the kid stuff's like super expensive.
Yeah.
Just what I need to live on is in the like 12 grand, 13 grand a month. Now I have that. I make that basically my rental properties. So I would never touch any of the money I put in the bank unless it was to buy something that made me money. Because all of my living expenses are already met, right?
Yeah.
So if you can do that, or you can shrink your living expenses, right? So let's say that, let's say you can't bring in $10,000 a month passively. Maybe you have to, downsize a little bit, move back into an apartment or a smaller home, sell the house you have, whatever, to put money in the bank, whatever it is. There are decisions that have to be made. Some of them are really hard. Some of them are really, really hard. And like right now, I have a piece of property, and I've talked about this before. I've got a piece of property I paid $220 for. Current market value is $735, and that's before we consider that I completely remodeled the house. I honestly think that I could probably sell that property for about 800 grand. My wife is on me. She's like constantly like sell. And I'm like, no. What are we going to do? We're going to put 800, just put another 800 grand in the bank and just kind of sit there and wallow around? No, that property it makes me money every month. Like every month, like clockwork, I get $2,100 out of that property every month. Clockwork.
Well, does she have good insights on the market though?
I do.
But does she?
I can't talk about specific things. I can't tell you that if you are a stock person or your retirement fund is you're able to balance it one way between various money markets and annuities or stocks, I would strongly recommend, without claiming to be any kind of expert, but I would strongly recommend that stock market's going to be a big thing this year.
Well,
what do you mean?
Residual income is very important, like those rental properties and stuff that give you money.
Yeah, you got to have that.
Technically, after taxes, 800 grand. Let's say you're lucky to keep half of it, 400,000. Like, how many months of 2,100 would it take to add up to that kind of money? Would take a very long time, but like, there's also a lot of value in just, I have this money, it pays for my bills, so I can worry about
go into that. I don't mind. I mean, I'll give you exact numbers. So I have a property right now. We have a lake house that we didn't want to rent, but we do rent it. When we do rent it, like right now, it's rented for 6 months for $5,400 a month. It is, it's double the mortgage. So the 6 months that I rent it will pay this year's mortgage on that property. The 20 acres I own with the house I was just talking about, the property I paid $221 for. That property's paid for. I paid cash for it. I literally, I could let it sit there and not do anything. It would still make me money. let's go, Brandon. That's funny. And then if you do and then I have another rental property that I'm down to 3 right now because I sold 2. I have another one that makes me about $2,000 a month. Now that adjusts with the market, right? So like when the rents were lower, I only made $1,800 a month off of it. But with inflation, we've raised it up almost $300. So that's one of the reasons why if you can do rental property, I think it's a great thing to do because first of all, not everybody can successfully. Second, it's inflation resistant. It's not inflation proof. Don't ever let anyone tell you that. That's wrong. It's a lie. But it's resistant, right? Because if you have a period of high inflation, the rent will adjust. So you can so right now, so we also have the apartment in New Jersey. So with just the 4 properties rented, I make over $10,000 a month.
Yeah.
So, and then I have another house. I mean, the house I live in now, we're probably going to build another house in a couple of years, and this house will become a rental, and this house will rent for a lot. So it's got a beautiful sunroom on it. I should take pictures sometime. I'm really bad about it. I don't take pictures and shit. I don't do that. I'm not 14 or I'm not a teenager, so I don't take pictures.
Hey, you don't have to just be young to enjoy taking pictures.
I didn't grow up with a phone in my hand going click click. I didn't do that. I forget all the time that my phone will act like.
Oh no! Like I had like photography equipment when I was young and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
same here.
My dad was in special forces for like information gathering things. So like I'd always been around cameras and stuff, and so it can be good to know how to take a good picture.
Hey, we had a dark room to like develop the film and everything.
A dark room?
Yeah, with the developer. And it was always like the joke of like convincing somebody to like smell that liquid, and the film developer is like vinegar times 100. It's awful. It hurts your nose all the way to your brain.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. But yes, I mean there are other ways. I just think that you need to, like, for the average person, there are investments you can make, like various life insurance policies, various but you gotta do the right ones. You can't follow the internet. Don't do what TikTok says. Guy on TikTok.
I mean,
don't do that guy. Don't be that guy.
Oh, he's trying to sell you something.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's the same as that thing on Fresh and Fit that they were talking about. Like, oh, buy our $1,000 course and we'll tell you how to make money, XYZ. And it's like, okay, that's how Fresh and Fit makes money.
If you have to sell me something for $1,000 to tell me how to do it, I don't care. I will tell you for free, 100%. I don't even care. I make my, and I just don't buy any of that stuff, man. It's just really bad. It's really bad. First of all, the number one thing to remember is there's good math and bad math. Do not do things that are bad math. If the math doesn't math, don't put money in it. That's dumb. Don't do that. That's stupid. Don't be stupid. People are stupid with money all the time. It's like, that, and I say this almost every show. I need to check and see what it is today. Just a month ago, or maybe a couple of months ago, do you realize that 32% of mortgages in the U.S. are in negative equity? That means that people owe more on their houses than the house is worth. And what's interesting about that is it's not like a car. It's not like you can trade it in and they'll just, add that little balance onto the top, right? Like if they go to sell the house,
the next one.
Yeah, they don't roll it into your next mortgage. If you go to buy a house, if your house is worth $40,000 less than what you owe on it, you have to cough up $40,000 at closing. And this is why that the housing market has stalled, because people owe more than they can sell their house for, and they cannot sell the house.
Well, See, my house is quadrupled in value. I have a lot of equity in it, but like if I were to try and sell, like sure, my house is worth XYZ amount, but like good luck in this neighborhood getting even half that.
Sure.
So like I could do some things to improve
That's
the
changing
property.
too.
That's
That's changing too.
There's a lot of flux going on right now with the housing market.
I get sheets every day, and I'm telling you, every single day the prices are dropping, and they're just dropping and dropping. And now, the only thing that's going to save the real estate market is if they drop the interest rate, and then if people can get loans easily, it could create a bidding war situation like what made the housing market take off in the beginning. But I don't know that we're going to see that this year. The interesting thing. And I know we're boring Kat to tears. This is all financial stuff. She doesn't care. It's like probably just like I'm going to go get my husband and let him listen to this nonsense.
We should have all spouses and particular others into like a private stream so like they can all talk money and shit.
Money is important stuff.
It is important.
And understanding money is way more important. You will not have it if you don't understand it.
Well, a lot of the minutia of it, though, it goes over people's heads. Like, even if they don't hear it, it's like you're speaking in not quite tongues, where it's just like it won't be relative to them.
It just doesn't make sense. I get that a lot. I will tell people exactly how to do something, and they'll be like, I don't understand that. I don't get that.
They're scared to ask. That's the thing.
They don't have the logistical experience of ever having done it, so they can't, like, have a position to understand it with.
Right, right.
Because it's really that simple. Just don't be stupid, and you'll make money. But like a lot of people don't understand that.
Well, I think
like you were saying with the stupid math.
Yeah, you don't have to make you don't even have to make money. You just use common. Well, I almost.
Well, no, you have to make money. I'm sorry.
I didn't. I almost killed myself there because I said use common sense, but since that doesn't exist anymore, you can't default to common sense. But just
it is much less common now.
Yeah, that's right. Just do math. I mean, if you're paying like all of these guys who bought trucks and they paid $70,000 for a $40,000 truck, and now the truck's worth $20,000, and now they can't trade it in. Well, duh. Yeah. What did you think was going to happen? Did the math work?
See, I'm looking at getting a truck that'll be rather nice, but that's like as a business expense. Like I'll need a truck, like purpose. Like a lot of them, they just like want a car that compensates for the small dick mentality. It's like, oh, I'm compensating, or I think a truck will make me sexy, kind of thing. It's dumb.
I have this guy out in Utah that I help out sometimes. I give him some financial advice and stuff. And he had a buddy of his that had a job making $8 or $9 grand a month playing with computers. I don't know what he did. He played with computers. He started making videos. Yeah, it is. He started making videos on YouTube of him and his dogs, and he called it like Some Farm or something. And so he quit his job, his actual job, to make video. He bought a $70,000 truck that was worth like 30 grand. He bought a RV, which I have no idea what he spent on that. Probably in that same 30,000. He probably spent 30,000, 40,000.
25 to 40.
The camper,
probably.
Yeah. Probably spent about $35,000 on a camper, and he had like rental properties that every single one of them had a mortgage on. And he was like, my truck's worth more tomorrow than it is today, so it's fine that I overpaid because I can't get hurt. I'm like, are you dumb? Are you just stupid? Do you not understand how math works? If you actually carry the payments out to term, you're paying $120,000 for a $30,000 truck that you paid, that you could have paid, or that you were willing to pay $70,000 in cash for. You have a horrible interest rate. You have horrible terms, and you're paying on this thing for like 60 or 70 months, or I think it was 70 months. Like 70 months? Are you crazy? That's nuts. Why would you do that? And then I just don't think people understand how the math works, or they ignore how the math works. And you can't. I just can't even get there. Jess, I have a really nice. I have a really nice truck actually, but it's paid for. I like my truck a lot actually. I have kept it longer than I probably should have, but I like
It's a good truck then.
it is. I bought the right one. I did.
I did.
Well, a lot of people, they'll think like, oh, I'll get this truck. I don't have to put any money down. I can just get it. I'll worry about the payments later. And they don't think that even with a good price, you're still going to pay like 30% above that with interest at a minimum. Like by the time
I don't
it's
think
paid
people
off.
understand how interest works, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, people say this all the time on the house, right? They're like, they'll shop a loan out, right? Because they're shopping for a payment, not a price. So this is and we've had people say this before on the program, and I'll say it again for people that haven't heard it before. But rich people shop price, or people who know how money works shop price. People who that think they know what money is and are kind of on the less wealthy side, they shop a payment. And that's the dumbest possible thing you can do. There's a reason why the first thing a car salesman asks you is, what do you want to pay a month?
Yep.
He doesn't say how much you want to pay for a car. If you walked in and said, well, I'll pay $30,000 for a car, you will short circuit his brain. He'll be
You'd
like,
have to go get the manager.
Yeah, he will. He'll be like, sorry, we think we got some around 30,000, but how much do you need to pay a month? If you tell them that you're going to pay cash, that will really freak them out.
Are you okay, Kat? Did you drop something?
No, I found a centipede.
Are you feeding it to your fish?
No, it just fell.
See, that's what you get for having fish.
Well, you're in Florida.
Yeah.
That's in Florida.
Yeah, Florida.
But guys, it's like 1. I gotta go.
Okay.
Oh.
We appreciate having you on.
Yeah.
You've been great. We'll do it again. I will.
Nice to talk
I
with
will
you.
put all of your stuff in the description down below. I did not put all of it in because it's like a long block.
You don't have to put everything, just like YouTube or whatever.
I'll put the YouTube one in. And
But thank you.
It was nice
everybody
talking with
that's awake in the chat, W's in the chat for Kat. She's been a great sport and been a good guest, and we'll have her back real soon. Yeah, pretty good. Florida has Senate. Jess, you live in Florida. What are you talking about?
I have it here. Whatever that is.
You gonna throw it outside?
Something.
See, I'm terrified of bugs.
Yeah, so I'm gonna throw it outside. But good night, guys.
Good night. Thanks for coming.
Good night, Kat. Have a good time. All right. And then there were 3. Technically 2, because Josie's going to kick us again here in a minute and be like, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I don't want to talk to you. Look, she's already frozen again.
Well, there's
the start of a frown.
I'm fucking with some stuff.
When you talk about the money things, there is the reason why people will do something stupid like spend $1,000 on a course is because they know that it's attainable, but they don't know how. Like they don't even know the right questions to ask to get to where they're actually making money. I think like that bridge being instilled in people is,
so there's
is
a
like
problem. So the basic problem is I don't believe that everybody can make money. I honestly believe that I've had long experience. I've hired a lot of people. I've fired a lot of people. I've watched people year after year after year after year. And some people are just destined to work their entire lives. They just are. And they'll be happy. They'll be happy doing it.
Well, as long as they have something to suffer for, they'll be perfectly happy.
Perfectly happy. There's no problem. I think that it's very difficult because you have a lot of factors working against you when we start talking about money. I'm really surprised that Melissa hasn't chirped back up, but you have 3 real hardcore things that work against people when you start talking about money. First, most people do not understand how money works why and how banks work and why you cannot go into any of these contract negotiations without at least some knowledge.
Yeah.
Specifically with interest rates, payoff terms. There's a lot of stuff you don't care about.
You could say they're banking on you not knowing.
They are banking on you not knowing.
Yeah.
And so when you get into these conversations with people, I've had a lot of them over the years with my employees. I've tried to help people out, like,
yeah.
A couple of years ago, my nephew, who's a young kid, and he's like, how do you make all your money? What's going on? I'm like, well, I worked my balls off, like I didn't take vacation. I didn't do anything.
You do without.
I did. You suffer. And I tell people all the time, I told people came look at my rental, I had people come look at my rental property, and I'm like, you really shouldn't rent this house. Like, I look at your financials, and you should not rent this house. I know you want to, because it's, it's a nice house. It's big. It's a big property. It sounds like a great plan, but the reality is you should not rent this property because it's at the edge of what you can afford. You need to go find some place that's $1,200. Instead of being $2,100 a month, you need to flip that. It needs to be $1,200 a month. You need to stack cash every month, pick up a couple extra shifts, work at Taco Bell, park cars on the weekend, whatever the fuck it is.
Because you want to, like, I've often found with rentals, like, you want to be a little bit under the market value, not by much, but enough that, like, because if it goes fallow and no one rents it for 4 months, you're going to start hemorrhaging, especially if you're leveraged in debt. And so, but if you're a bit under the market, so far as demand for rent goes, as soon as that property comes up, it's like day after day after day, you got like 10 people calling, like, hey, can I rent your property? Because they think it's a good deal.
I rented my property. I've never had a property sit empty. Well, I've never had a property sit not under contract for longer than a week. Like, as a matter of fact, if I had a property sit for 2 weeks and it wasn't rented, I would wonder what the fuck was going on. So I've never had it happen. So I mean, I know that people have that happen, but I've never experienced it.
It kind of depends on how their setup is, and sometimes they'll finally get to where they have like 1 or 2 rental properties, and they're trying to be like Scrooge McDuck, like squeezing every cent they can out of the tenants. And I've tried to tell them, like, hey, you can't do this. Like, you won't keep it rented. And then sure enough, like a year or two down the road, like it gets foreclosed on, and they're ruined. It's just I tried to tell you, dude.
That's accurate. I mean, so I had so I sold 2 properties actually right as COVID hit. One of them we were gonna definitely sell it no matter what, because it was just too, it was in Colorado. We weren't going there very often. It just got to be too much trouble. And then I just sold the house, but I made a lot of money on it. And then we turned around and we had a house in Hayward as well in California, and we weren't going to sell it, but then it was like, well, again, COVID's hitting and the market was like super high. It actually went higher, but I never try and time the market. So I got out of that one. But again, I never had one like the house in California. Literally, we would do a 1-day open house. We did a 1-day open house, and I had 9 qualified people with cash deposits. All of their bank records, their credit reports, their background checks from the police, they went down to the police department and got background check, not any of this online shit.
Yeah.
There were 100% qualified candidates. I had 9 of them.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it was crazy. And they had their like bank statements, all kinds of stuff. And in Colorado,
people, they don't mess around.
Yeah, Colorado is kind of the same thing. We had, I had probably what was it? I think I had like I had half a dozen. I listed it and I had half a dozen people that wanted to rent it. I had one lady that literally called me and's like, I will take it. She lived right down the street. She had like this really, really great record of paying her rent and all of that. She was never late on the rent, not even one time. Neither one of my tenants were ever late on the rent. And we do only electronic deposit. They don't send checks or anything. And literally, it was crazy how
easier bookkeeping.
It was easy for us to deal with. We just they were just so far away that we're like, we're not able to go meet the tenants. We had never I never met the tenants for the second set of tenants for the Hayward house.
Distant properties, you can like hire an agency or have people do it, but it eats into your bottom line.
It eats it. Yeah, it's I don't know. You can.
It's not worth it. I don't think it's.
Yeah, I
there's a certain radius, like, oh, these are good, but outside of that, like, I don't know.
And the properties here, like, I'm telling you, man, like if I had my current tenants in the one house, they like the house so much that they literally called and told me, or they sent me a message like before the lease was like, I think we're a month before the lease is up, and like we want to extend the lease. We want another 2 years. How much is rent? We know the rent's going to go up. How much is the rent going to go up? And so their rent's going from $2,050 to $2,150 a month. Because they were like, they're cool doing 2-year lease. It's fine. And but I make money on that property because I own it. Like my only actual expense every year on that property are the property taxes. That's it. I don't pay anything else.
I just realized what time it is. I actually got to run. I got an early morning tomorrow.
I was thinking that it was getting pretty late. I actually need to get up as well, and because I got to pick up my wife from the airport tomorrow. But
there's always something.
Guys, we're gonna. I'd never slow down, man. Never slow down, guys. I don't know. We've still got some people in the chat. I was hoping Andrew would get on. I think he's probably still going. I would wait around for him. Is Andrew still up?
I think he's still streaming. Yeah,
he's still streaming. I may actually go watch his stream and fall asleep. Everybody, I'm gonna pop Silk. I'm done. I'm gonna go to bed. It's we've been on for 5 hours 38 minutes. Actually, that's not long for us because I had started the stream early. Yeah, it's only 11:57. But Darth needs to tap out. Maybe I'll take a 5-minute break and I'll come back, and then Andrew will come on later. I don't know that I'm going anywhere, Jack. Just another average Canadian. I'm going to call you Jack from now on. I don't think I'm going to go anywhere. You guys hang out. I'm going to take like a 5-minute break. I'm going to just because I'm out of beverage. There's nothing in there but ice. I need a little more Mountain Dew or
I mean, I can take it to my stream if anything.
I mean, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I actually really wanted to talk to you about your publishing empire, but we went. I knew that we were going to end up going somewhere.
Yeah,
Chip, and I'm going to say, brother, I'm not going off. I'm not going away. You guys need to calm down. Calm down, everybody. Calm down. Not leaving. I'm just going to take 5. I'm going to go. I got to go all the way to the house. I don't have a refrigerator out here. I'm in my airplane shit. I got to go all 30 feet or 45 feet to the house, and then I'll be back. So you guys don't go anywhere. Darth, you can go somewhere if you want. Go to bed.
All right.
We'll talk again, man. I'll have you back on
for sure.
It'll be a good time. And Josie, if you're still here, maybe entertain the crowd.
All right. Okay. Until next time, I'll see you.
All right, man. We'll see you.
Yep.
See you. Thanks for coming.
Not a problem.
I'm going to put up some cover art. Where's my cover art? I don't have a be right back screen. I need a be right back screen. Dang it.
I can shit you on from OBS.
Yeah. I'll remember to ask Rye Guy for one. He will make me one. Andrew
Well, you need a
defending against
virtual cam.
Pearl. Yeah.
Because you're on stupid StreamYard.
I'm not on StreamYard right now. This is all Streamlab. Or
Really?
StreamYard, yeah. No, I'm not. I lied. I wasn't on Streamlab. All right. I will I'll be right back, guys. You Josie, keep them entertained if you can.
All right.
Talk about I don't know, some good woman
Whatever.
crap.
I'll talk about whatever comes to mind.
Talk about whatever.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay, what's up, chat?
Yeah, read some chat off. Those guys had it too easy.
Andrew defending Burrow. Oh. What do we think of that? Tell the old man what? Tell the old man what? Dude, why am I still stuck on StreamYard? I could just take it to OBS. This is above message. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, what are we thinking about? What is it saying? I'm kind of tempted to go check, but I don't know if my internet connection is gonna drop. Yo, would it be possible that it has to do to the length of the Ethernet cable, y'all? Wondering. How's the connection here? Because I went from 1080 to 720 to see if it would help, but it's like I have no upload speed at all. Like my download speed's fine, but just weird. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'd be down. Yeah, I'm on Andrew's Discord. I got my Discord too. I would drop it here, but it's always complicated because it's like we have like 2 channels and well, let's say the more you stream, the more resources it takes, and as you can tell, there is already not a lot of resources. Yeah, definitely like hit him up. Oh. So what is it? As marriage is a patriarchal institution. Okay. Well, best rejoinder to that I know of is why do the rich get married and the poor don't? are they choosing to oppress themselves given their options? That's kind of sounds like a silly idea to begin with. But to me, that's a piece of data that indicates quite clearly that when you have a choice, that's what you pick. Just saying. You can say whatever you want about court cases that you heard in California about rich people getting railed against the system. Did you ask the guy? Did you go to the guy? Did you ask Dr. Dre? Hey, are you crying because of how much you owe her? Dr. Dre ain't crying. This peanuts to Dr. Dre, what he owes. It's funny, nobody asked him. Told dude, Fermioflation girl here, we all want rich tall dudes, then the other ones are messed up like drinkers. Speak English. Well, I don't know. I don't really have many friends, so yeah, I guess. Oh. Yeah, I mean, depends how old you are and kids involved, and I actually disagree with the whole what they consider that is cucked-ish about like not wanting to date some chick that already has a kid. I mean, I think after a certain age, like it makes sense for somebody who's my age, like a guy who's my age, not wanting to date a chick that has like a kid that she's 25. I would say like, okay, like yeah, like duh, like you're not even established or anything yet. So perhaps that could be it, but when you get in your 40s, at some point, it's like, you know, some people are gonna have kids. But what's really messed up is that at some point, it's like, oh, now there's an echo grid. People are gonna have kids, but what the fuck? Is that it fucks me up when I can hear myself. Oh la la. Oh la la.
Yeah, I was listening on my phone and then I walked in the door. All right.
Do you like my monologuing monotone? I'm just tired, sorry. Like,
Let's see. What we got?
We got Tux in the back. The Linux penguin. Ooh.
I got what?
My Linux penguin. Like,
oh, Linux.
Me. Yeah, that's the penguin.
Oh.
I got that. It's from 1983. They only made like 80 of those, and they were made in Germany. It's just such a nice plushie, the Tux, the little penguin. And I found one on eBay like a few years ago, and it was somebody that like obviously didn't have any experience off eBay. So, you know, like sellers. And he obviously didn't know what he had. So I won it for like $80. That little guy is worth in the quadruple digits. But I'm not selling it. I love that little guy. They're so
awesome.
well made.
All right. Having technical difficulties over here. I don't normally.
Do you know who owns the whatever clips channel with the one with the Kiki green hair?
I thought Brian did.
No, it's not Brian.
It's not Brian?
No, not the whatever clips with Kiki, because I don't know, whoever is running it, like sometimes he just slides in my DMing some weird stuff, but I just knew it wasn't Brian because, like, you know how people kind of have a certain way of sending messages or like writing messages, and it was just not the way that Brian writes DMs. Like, he doesn't use like that type of emojis or that kind of sentence structure. So I just knew that wasn't him. I thought that was Nick, because like he would send me like emojis the way that Nick was doing it, but I asked him and he said it wasn't him. But it was like, I got some creepy message from that account, and I'm just like, I asked him when I was on the show, I'm like, what's up with those messages? I'm like, first thing I thought was, okay, like you're with your buddies and some dumbass got onto your account after a beer or two, which happens. I don't care. I was like, yo, somebody took over your account or something? He's like, oh yeah, don't worry about that. I'm like, okay, whatever. But I'm thinking about it, I'm like, if you're afraid of getting me too'd, might want to get a hold of that.
I'm eating a it's a keto it's a ratio snack from like, I don't know, from somewhere. Whatever the fuck it is. It's like chocolate and nuts, dude. It's like a brownie kind of thing. Anyway.
Keto?
Supposed to be good.
Keto?
It is. It's really good. Yeah, I try not to eat a lot of carbs, and a lot of things have carbs in them, so I end up buying a lot of the keto stuff just because it has less carbs.
Well, I have to be gluten-free, so a lot of the keto stuff happens to be gluten-free. So, like kosher food. Also, food during Passover tends to not have wheat. So, like when Passover is over, I go to the sales section.
Yep.
That rainbow cake.
Rainbow cake?
Yeah, it's like an angel cake, but it's like rainbow, and you can like, I don't know, apparently that it's cold during Passover, which is weird. I don't see how it goes around the rules, but...
Yeah. All right.
Dude, that song slaps hard though.
Chip and Flint, I will call. I'll give you a ring tomorrow, man. I got the message. It's all good. So yeah. Rainbow cake full of chopped dicks and feminism. Oh man, that's mean. That is mean. Don't do that. Huh. I have 16 viewers on X. That's weird. Only one on Twitch.
I would just kill the Twitch.
Does anybody even go to Twitch anymore?
No. Just retards.
Just retards?
I don't know. Maybe a son hobby.
I guess if you game, Twitch is like where you need to be, right?
Oh, I have contracts, like big streamer get contracts. And I mean, apparently like Twitch has a better revenue model than YouTube does, apparently, but because like you got top of the hour
the same
ads.
thing about Rumble though, but I don't know that Rumble actually pays. No.
They do.
So
there's no growth on Rumble.
That's actually my problem. It's too hard to get people to notice you. Like I'm streaming the Rumble. How many people do I have on Rumble right now?
You're streaming on Rumble too?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
No, Rumble's dog shit. I'm sorry. Like, okay. It's not dog shit considering what it is and how new it is. But the app has so many glitches.
I need to have. Why
Into the mic.
Let me mute this.
Huh?
It won't let me mute this. Rumble. Yeah, Rumble's up.
Into the mic.
I have one person watching on Rumble. It's probably me.
It's a bot.
Yeah, it could be a bot. All right.
Our cheeks left it open.
Yeah. Yeah, he's out on a date.
Ah, see, we got a Success Hayo Tech. Is that you there?
What's that?
You've got a Rumble chat.
I do?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, I would stream it on my TikTok. I've got like 170,000 on TikTok. But I don't want that account to get taken down, so I'd rather not risk it. Because TikTok, they are picky.
Yeah, there's somebody that's talking in Rumble chat, but I don't think English is their language.
Please, can I have words with you shortly? Yeah. Go ahead, talk.
Are we having words? We're having words.
Are they banning TikTok? I don't know. I just know that Rumble is interested in buying it, apparently.
Yeah.
That'd be great, because there's a lot of censorship on TikTok. And it's like my major platform, so that'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm. All right, so just another average Canadian.
I love how they're like the hogs on TikTok. Like there's like a community of like really like hog or even like groiper that they call it, and they would be like giving shit. Oh yeah, TikTok a communist country app, and I'm like, bro, you're on it.
Yeah,
I'm talking to you right now. What are you doing? I'm like, I ain't got nothing against China. Like China and I, we're chill. We're chill.
So, thoughts on Andrew and his style. I don't know. How do you mean? Because as a person, I think he's a really awesome person, and I think as a entertainer, as a YouTuber, I think he's pretty solid. You know, he's entertaining without being like trying to sell me something. You know, he seems very, very humble. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's okay.
He's pretty dry. I'm a sucker for dry and dark humor. Like I love dry and dark humor. So for me, that was like sold. Even if it's against me, I don't care. Like an edgy joke is an edgy joke.
I don't know what that makes you, Chip and Flint. That's a great question. I don't have the answer. I don't. And you're all right. So is just for fighting with your ex is just for fighting with. I'm all right. All right. I don't understand this. Your question is just for fighting with Destiny.
And my ex is just for fighting with Destiny on X, just to argue with Destiny. To argue with Destiny.
I got you. Yeah. Okay, I got you. I don't. I've never used TikTok. I've never used X, although I'm streaming there right now, and apparently I have some. I got some viewers from there. Let's see how many we got right now. 16 viewers on X. So that's pretty good. And I actually used to not stream the X. I was like, why? Who cares?
I'm so shadowbound on there still. It's like I would just recommend doing like one platform at once, which is what I noticed works better, because if you try to do like 6 platforms at once, you're not focusing on the audience, so you don't build a community, you don't get new viewers and stuff. So it's like, and if you don't pay attention to it, people are not gonna stay and watch. Like there's no point being live and watch live if you're not responding to the chat. Like that's the whole point of live streaming. So you might as well just save those resources.
Yeah, one of the reasons I like StreamYard is that it does actually put all of the various chats in one.
They all do that.
I don't know though. Do they though? I feel like that they're supposed to all do it, but I don't know that they actually do it.
Yes, they do.
So whoever is watching over on X, they aren't saying anything. So
I just know I listen to YouTube literally all day. Like, I don't watch, I listen. I cannot sit in front of a screen and watch stuff. It's boring. Why is the person on the right? Because you're mom. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. 4 days. I'm working on getting more up. Okay. Why are you lagging so much? Fun.
I said because you're mom.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah. Very funny though. It's very funny. All right, so now that I've refilled my beverage container, I was
You need to get a fridge.
Well, I should.
A vintage little fridgey.
We have so many of them. We have one upstairs. It's just like I keep adding stuff just so it's convenient. But usually, so the problem is that I normally bring like normal size drinks, but they screwed up my order today, and I have these little tiny guys. And that was very fun.
Instacart literally had one job.
They have one job.
Like you literally had one job, motherfucker, and you fucked up.
Pick up the right stuff.
I know, it's like it's not the smartest people. You know?
Who orders the little ones? Why would you do that?
Or sometimes it's like they replace it.
It will. Whoever shopped for me one time brought me like the worst steak ever. And I called him up and I'm like, hey, the steak sucks. And they're like, well, we'll give you another one. All right. That's very funny. Got to get me a Gustavo. Nah, bro. I'm not in California. I am armed to the teeth. Really. Come on right here.
I wouldn't be surprised if like
come out.
Gustavo is like black belt karate or something.
I mean, he's in California. How tough do you have to be?
I mean, they cross state lines.
He's in
Santa Barbara.
Yeah, Santa Barbara. I mean, that's not exactly a hotbed of
It's not Compton.
cartel. Yeah, it's not Compton. It's not Oakland.
Yeah, let's say that. I mean, it does have people with bad intentions. You know, you could get doxxed, but he's in a pretty safe building.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be right back.
So she has good equipment. The problem isn't the equipment. The problem is the connection or something.
It's the internet. There's nothing I can do.
The other night we were actually just talking about it. The other night her stream looked really pretty good, but I don't know something's jacked. Maybe your building is messing with you. Maybe like eight families of foreigners are siphoning off your internet.
No, I have a specific router with a specific internet cable. I have my own thing. Like, it's as good as it can get. Maybe it's the type of cable. I don't know.
Oh, that could be. Yeah.
Well, it's a Cat 6. Okay, hold on.
All right. Yeah, bro. I mean, she's got decent equipment. She's upgraded. So that's funny. All men have bricks in their purses. Yeah, probably. And they're merces. I think they're called merces. Merce. All right, guys, what are we going to talk about next? Let's get into it. Let's drag something up. Nothing? You guys got nothing? Let me dwell on it a second. I'll come up with something. Are you talking about the girl I called a bitch the other night and then apologized to me? Is she Spanish? I didn't think she was Spanish. She didn't look Spanish. Oh, you know that I'm going to leave that up for her. That's actually that's solid work right there. That's solid work. None of you guys have remarked on my background, my matrix background there. It's even red. So, red pill, blue pill kind of stuff. And yeah, none of you guys remarked. Not one of you. What's up, man? What's up, Willie? Did they finally free Willie? Are you finally free, bro? This has also been my experience as well, Chip and Flint. I was looking more looking at the flags. Okay. The flags are they're cool, Bad choices make good stories. That's a good one. And then of course I have the pirate flag because I'm a pirate. So yeah. I think Marines, yeah. Could be. Willie, your daughter finally freed you. Ah, I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. Well, sometimes we all got to take one for a home team, right? Home team. That's what's up. Oh yeah, Paragon 84. Yeah, man, I roast them hard sometimes. Sometimes I don't. It's just it's a thing. I kind of got sucked into it. I kind of let my ego, have free reign there for a little while. It was pretty cool. I've been kind of calm lately. I have to, especially through the week. I can't stay, or pardon me. Sunday is exceedingly tough for me to stay up late because I got my kid has to go to school the next day, and it's tough. And then Tuesdays are actually really hard now too. So I haven't been on very much like I used to be. So I'm gonna drop Josie down until she comes back. So there we go. All right. So we'll maybe leave this up until if Josie gets back. We'll tell her to clean her have maybe put in a new cable or have somebody come out and clean the fittings. That's a really good idea, actually. I hadn't thought about that, but you're right. That absolutely could be. So yeah. It's interesting that coax cable is such a pain in the ass. It just is. I never sleep more than about 5 hours, maybe 6 at a time. Oh, I couldn't put this up there. Yeah, listen, dude, I'm no kidding. I usually go to sleep around midnight, maybe a little early, maybe 11:30. I'm up at 5 regardless. Sometimes 5:30, and then I'll usually lately, because I'm getting old, I'll go back. I'll be on. Uh, I'll get up around 5:30 or between 5 and 5:30. I'll look at my clock and I'll be like, I don't have to get up till 6, so I'll go back to sleep for like 30 minutes. Grandpa Vader, we are determining the conversation of the moment. We had a great start to the show. If you haven't watched it, go back and watch it. We had Kat, cannot pronounce her last name, Khatibi.Kat, whatever her name is, Khatibi, I don't know. And she was on, had a great start of the show with her, and we had Darth on, Darth Octavius from the Crucible. He was on, and he had it was really great. Yeah, I've never needed more than about 5 or 6 hours of sleep myself. Now my wife has to have like 8 minimum, sometimes 9 or 10. So it is what it is. So yeah. What's good with you guys tonight? Anybody want to talk about anything life shattering or earth shaking? Let's get into some good stuff here now that we're kind of into our second shift. Yeah. Manor Lord. I've never heard of that game. So I don't know. Are you from the Crucible? Are you from the Crucible? Or are you from whatever? Where did you how did you find us, brother? Where did you come from? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Good stuff. Anybody have anything burning subjects they want to talk about? I normally have some, but the girls, we covered a lot of ground tonight, man. We absolutely rocked it earlier. I was really, really hoping that that Andrew would be on by now, because it'd be cool to have him come in and just talk about some cool shit. Oh, interesting. That's cool, man. I'm not a gamer. I never got into playing video games. Splinter Cell was probably the one video game that I really enjoyed, and I wasn't wasn't that good at it. So, all right. Andrew's over there wailing on Pearl, I guess, or backing her up. I don't know. What is Andrew helping Pearl, or is he taking her to task? Is he whooping her? Hey, good night, Chip and Flint. You have a great evening. Get some sleep. I know you got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow. Looking for a new job and everything. You're gonna do it, man. You're gonna be okay. We'll talk in the morning. I'll hit you up, and we'll try and see what shakes out for you, man. I will give you my honest opinion. No problem. Family court veteran won 50-50 custody. Yes, that's a win. I saw a thing I can't unsee. Also trying to burn 30 pounds I gained from it. Yeah, I'm on that 30-pound train myself, man. I got hurt about a year ago, and I've been trying to get back at it, man. I've been I'm now able to go to the gym 3 times a week, and it doesn't overtax me and doesn't it used to like tear my leg up again, and I couldn't do any real hard work in the gym at all without it just being brutal, like just absolutely jacking me up. Andrew and Pearl on good terms, yeah. Oh, I believe that Andrew and Pearl are on good terms. I mean, I think that he has some issues with some of the things she says, but Andrew's a solid dude, man. I like Andrew a lot. He's you know what? He's one of those dudes that's just kind of it's just different, right? Like a lot of people say shit and never do it. I think Andrew's the kind of guy that if he says he's going to help you with something, he'll help you. If he says that he's not going to do something, he won't do it. And if he does, he's got a damn good reason, and he'll explain that reason to you, face to face, man to man. My son does not curse. We had a long talk about how cursing was adult language, and he is not an adult, even though he likes to think that he's an adult. He is not, in fact, an adult, and so he doesn't get to curse. Every now and again, I'll catch him. He'll say something that's kind of like cursing, and he and I sort that out pretty quick. Josie Chip and Flint was a he was a satellite guy, cable, communication comms guy. And he said that your internet cable may have dirt in it. It may just be the cable itself. It may have corroded inside or something. It may be yeah, I don't know. Dirt, corrosion, trash, who knows? So is it
because my upload speed is fine until I get on StreamYard, which is weird.
Maybe you got something set up that's just draining all of your
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm literally streaming from my house. I have a Wi-Fi signal booster from my house. I'm not even attached to an Ethernet cable.
Oh, I'm attached to the Ethernet cable on purpose because normally it's faster. I mean,
yeah, it should be faster. Yeah, I don't do that.
I'm kind of tempted to just go grab another cable.
Grandpa Vader, I know Andrew's running joke that is Australia even a real thing, or do you even exist? I think that's funny. Let's see. Man, we're gonna have some fun tonight. We're gonna pick up in the second part of the show. It's gonna be awesome.
You have Andrew coming?
He might. I don't know.
I just hit him up.
Yeah, I sent him a message. He's got the link. He said he might come in. Yeah, well, we'll see. Cool. Rad Hat. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a cool hat. I'm a trendsetter. Yeah. Now, actually, the thing is I left my other hat in the house, and I had this one sitting on the desk. It was time to start the show, so I put the hat on. So it's that simple, honestly. There's no there's not a lot to it, but it is cool. It's a cool hat. Carnivore diet. I've been thinking of trying carnivore. The problem is I have 2 kids and they eat crap all the time, so who knows? Probably not the best idea. John, enjoy your night, man. Hey, I'm gonna check out your.
He's coming.
Okay. I'm going to check out your channel, John, and I want to do a show with you one day talking about the investment strategy for precious metals and what you see, not having to give any opinions or anything, but what you see actually working and what you see as being kind of like snake oil. So I really want to talk to you about it, brother. I'm not putting you off. I just haven't had a lot of time to watch your channel, so. I do want to talk to you about it. I want to have you on the show. I think it's going to be rad. Let's see. Chip and Flint says he will help you troubleshoot your Ethernet cable.
Yeah, I checked. Thanks. I'm trying to not have too many tabs open.
Yeah.
I have an idea.
Are you paid actors? I thought you guys were LARPing. You really? Are you're paid? I just thought they were LARPing. Golly.
Y'all hiring or like
LARPing, live action role play.
They're paid actors.
Yeah, that's what he says. They're paid actors. I thought they were LARPing.
How are you guys hiring? Because like,
are you hiring? That's funny.
I've got an IMDb profile. God damn it!
Yeah,
you're not paid. You're just unpaid actor.
Yeah, look, I understand you guys think you're in a real country and everything, but I think you're just LARPing. I think you're a nation of LARPers.
Sheesh.
Andrew, welcome to the show.
What's up, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. We had Kat. I can't pronounce her last name on earlier, and that was great. And we had Darth, whatever his name is, from the Crucible on a little earlier as well, and it was a good conversation. And then, yeah, and
who's Darth?
Darth Octavius.
Oh yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, he's solid. He kind of walked us through how he's he's a single dad. He has custody of his full custody of his kid, and has since she was like 1.5 years old. It's crazy. I'd never heard. I mean, that's just something that's so rare to hear about. I was really, really interested in that. So
yeah, there's all kinds of crazy characters around here, man.
Yeah. We Kat was a really good guest. I want to have her back on. She was Kat Khatibi, I think is how you say it. Khatibi, whatever. But yeah, she was cool to have on. She really was. So we'll have her back on at some point. But how was your show, man? How did you lay down the beat and make everybody dance to it, or what did you?
Well, I did 4 shows today, so I'm pretty tired.
On it, man. I was like, I don't think Andrew's going to come on. He's been on. He's got to have been streaming for like at that point. I think it was like 7 or 8 hours. Like I don't know how he's going to be on.
Yeah, no, it's more like 10 or 11 today.
Wow.
But I have so much catching. Dude, these trips, they put me so far behind on my schedule, and so I'm like, from how I've always done things, probably the same way you have. If you get behind, you just work extra hours till you get caught up, right?
That's right. Yeah,
that's how it goes. Else, right? Yeah, so that's where I'm at. I'm like, just working extra hours to catch up with everything. There's people who've been waiting in the wings to come on the Crucible for, in some cases months. And so the backlog is built so much. I'm like, dude, we got to start knocking some of this out because otherwise we won't be able to get everybody through who wants to come through, And so I guess I'm not obligated to do that, but it's something Crucible's always done.
Actually, I was just saying that about you. I was actually just saying that you strike me as the kind of guy, if you say you're going to do something, you do it. And I didn't. I mean, I don't know you that well or anything, but somebody was asking me what I thought about you, and I said I think that if he says he's going to do something, he's going to do it. And so that's
I try.
That's very interesting. That less than an hour later, you're here saying the exact thing that I felt like you would say. So
well, I mean, we gotta, I feel bad for him because some people have been super patient. And I know that they want access because of it's a bigger platform.
Sure.
So they want access so that they can come on and get some exposure for their channels, and I really want to let them do that. And so a lot of them have been super patient, and they're like, man, I'm still traveling, I'm still doing this, I'm just not there to do it right now. And even then, when I get back, I'll be backlogged. So So it's just a lot of catch up. It'll be a lot of catch up for the next 2 weeks, basically. Just catching up.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, hey, man, at least you're man enough to do it.
Yeah, well, I want to make sure people get a chance. So,
hey, people had a question for you. How did you manage to have a concealed carry in Florida? Did you drive there?
No.
You can fly with firearms. I fly with firearms
really?
all the time.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the scariest moments of my life was when I
I
was
mean,
stuck
the best thing to do is just ship them to an FFL, and then just walk over and pick them up.
There's
They
that
charge you
too.
10. They charge you $10. There's no paperwork because it's your gun.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Long guns you can ship ahead to a hotel in your name and then pick them up when you get there.
You can do that with handguns too.
Can you do it with handguns? I thought it was only long guns.
Nope. Just depends on where you're sending them to.
Yeah.
I mean, contrary to popular belief, it's not illegal to send guns in the mail. You can mail guns to, friends, family, all kinds of things. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. So I used to, I don't as much anymore, but when I would travel to different matches, I would ship my heavier long guns ahead, and then I got a case, and it made it kind of irrelevant to do it. But and then I started, once I had the guns handled and I could take them with me and check luggage, I would ship ammo ahead. And that's you just have to kind of plan ahead on that, but it works out great. I like to ship things ahead, but I've had people who do handgun only. Actually, I have a friend of mine who's a nurse, and she had her handgun stolen out of her bag.
What?
And that yeah, it happened. I mean, it was actually part of a big ring out of Atlanta. This was about 10, 12 years ago, and they were like, I think it was like Atlanta and Chicago. There was a ring of thieves that were stealing like massive numbers of guns, and there's like a whole technique of keeping those safe. But my actual question, Andrew, is how do you when you go to California, are you just taking like a pocket knife with you, or are you like bringing the heat, or how do you handle that, man?
I would never disclose any of that.
Good job. So when I had a house there, I used a competition exception. I made sure that when I flew in, I was registered for a match, so that if somebody stopped and asked me that I was traveling to a match.
Yeah. Well, you just want to make sure in California all your T's are crossed and I's are dotted. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So how was the show tonight for you, or the last one with, I guess, with Pearl, where you're probably just came from?
Oh, well, I was just doing debate prep for
I have a
debate with Lauren Chen on Monday. So
oh, nice.
I was just prepping up for it.
That's pretty baller.
It's going to be a good debate. So
yeah. Is she on your team or is she opposing?
Well, hard to say. I think she thinks she's on my team. So, there's that. But is she? I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, you never know. Well, there was Andrew for like a split second.
Yeah, I pressed the wrong button.
That's all right.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's good, man. I'm glad that I'm glad.
Just don't ever press the wrong button while you're taking a piss. That's the.
Well, yeah.
Anyway. I haven't yet, but I'm always like, wait a second. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Make sure that's like.
Do you start to like do that where you like every time before you do something, you have to like second think, oh, is there any camera on? Wait, everything's off, right?
Yeah, all the time. I have to do it all the time. Yep. So I have a routine. I have a routine for shutting down electronics and everything else. So.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting stuff.
Oh, by the way, I sent you the video, the clips that your mods or your chat wanted me to send you. I was kind of hesitant sending it, but your chat really wanted me to send it, so I don't want you to think I'm like trying to steer stuff up.
You mean the Rolo stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. Okay. Just the mods were like, "Oh, send it to him. Send it to him." I'm like, "Okay."
Dude, Paragon 84 reminds us of the time that you forgot to mute yourself on whatever when you were telling your chat that you were going to wreck them. You were going to wreck the panel.
Oh, that
I
was
about
so
died
funny,
laughing.
bro.
That was great. That was so awesome.
Are you sure I forgot?
I don't know. I honestly, I thought you planned it. But
I don't care. That was funny as fuck.
I was like, I bet Andrew has big enough balls that he just said that. He didn't bother to mute himself. He's just like, I'm going to wreck them. And I'm going to let them know I'm wrecking them. And they can't do anything about it. So
yeah, I enjoy it. The dumb skanks of the internet. So what can you do? I mean, they're not all bad. There's a lot of cool chicks that I've met on that show. They're just like genuinely nice people and good people and this type of thing. But there's also, for every one of those, there's like 4 fucking horrible train wrecks. So I'm like, God, you suck. You suck.
So did you see that video? I think I don't know if I sent it to your if I DM'd it to you or not, but the clip of me calling that chick a bitch and her thanking me for it.
Yeah, I saw it. It was funny.
It was hilarious.
Funny.
I was like, that I've never seen that ever. It's like, oh, well, that's okay. I was like, really? I was just really mean to you.
That's pretty funny.
And they were
yeah,
like,
I'm guessing that debate Monday will probably have, I don't know, probably have 3,000-4,000 people live. I'm guessing it's probably going to be a pretty big debate. People want to see us tangled in the worst way. So,
wow,
should be good. I pushed back the trash talk extravaganza to make sure that I'm prepped ahead. So,
I like I wasn't able to hear all of the trash talk today because I had a lot of things going on. I had a lot of moving pieces today, but I listened to a lot of it, and I really we
didn't even do a trash talk today. We didn't even get a chance to do one. Like, if you've never seen an actual trash talk extravaganza, that's a standalone show.
But what was the one where you're talking about Oscar and his dudes? I think it was.
Oh yeah, that was just part of the chill stream.
Oh, the chill stream. Yeah. That it's interesting how many people, and you warned me to be careful about it, and I'm really being as careful as I can about who I associate with and who I talk to, because every time I look in your direction, somebody is stabbing you square in the back, bro.
No, dude, it's just backbiter after backbiter. But the thing is like, I don't take it personally because
I'm glad.
I understand that when you get to a certain point, I've talked about this on the show a lot. So some personalities become industries, and with every industry, there's a counter industry. And so if people realize that they can make money off of you, whether they can make money off of you by supporting you or by attacking you, they'll do both things. So there's a lot of people who very eagerly, and usually it's the people with the least amount of talent, who join the counter industries because they themselves can't create an industry unto themselves. So they just attack, and that's all they do is attack, and that becomes their entire persona, in fact, and that becomes part of the counter industry. And so,
like video essays on people that make shit up.
The counter industry. And so there's definitely a giant counter industry against me. There's no doubt that that's true. Brian has it way worse. Fresh and Fit has it way worse. A lot of people have it way worse than I do. But I also have a huge groundswell of support too. So a lot of creators support me as well. And so my philosophy on it is like, look, I want to do, because there's so many, the Crucible uniquely, because we run so many debates, we deal with so many different creators. And so we're in a really unique position where people who have smaller channels, we can really get them some exposure. And so kind of my philosophy on it is like, Since we're in the position to do that, we should do that, and we have been. And I would say, probably 20% of the general live viewership of the Crucible are content creators, which is a massive amount. You're talking about maybe a couple thousand content creators who orbit the Crucible, and so for every backbiting scumbag there is, there's also 4 or 5 supporters who also have their own messages they want to get out. And so I don't take it personally. I understand that there's backbiters everywhere, and that's part of the industry. But I also understand that they usually don't go anywhere because they're untalented hacks who don't know how to work with other people, which is key to growth inside of any industry. There's no business that I'm aware of that does very well standalone, not working with people. So,
well, that's true. That's very, very true. Yeah.
Yeah, being content creation sphere, I learned to value people who have integrity because there's a lack.
Well, there aren't any. There aren't any.
Yeah.
There's
well,
you're talking about 2% of content creators who aren't complete backstabbing sons of bitches. I happen to be in a unique position of the guy you see on the camera is the guy I am off the camera. It's the same guy both ways. So that's just how I always act. So there's no difference. But many people it's the opposite. So it's really funny. One guy put it like this. They said, most content creators act like they're nice guys, and behind the scenes they're actually fucking bastards. And Andrew is perceived as being a bastard, but behind the scenes he's the nicest guy ever. I'm like, this is all upside down.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever really seen you in a position where I would say that you're a real bastard. I mean, you're direct. I mean, I will give that you're direct. Your humor is a little on the dry side sometimes, and it can be considered coarse, but I've never seen you be like what I would consider, truly, a bastard.
I'm not, but I'm just, there's a perception, and the perception's built on a straw man and an effigy. And so people attack the effigy, and it's way easier to attack the effigy. Yeah, like I had this chick screaming at me this morning. She DM'd me on Instagram and was just yelling at me. She was like, in all caps, you're a piece of shit, motherfucker. That way that you treat people is horrible, just going to town. I was like, listen, have you ever actually watched any of my long form content? She was like, no. And I said, well, why don't you go watch one episode, and then come back and say the same thing? She's like, I will. And then she DM'd me later in the afternoon, and she's like, yeah, I owe you an apology. She's like, I clearly just looked at video clips out of context, and I feel stupid. And I was like, well, you should. You should feel fucking stupid. So, but whatever. That's just kind of the nature of the game. So.
Yeah, imagine being the first person you come across that has dry humor. What a sad life.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I hope that whoever they burn in effigy has shaved their arms.
Well, I hope so too. It's extra flammable otherwise. Yeah. You don't want the arms to go up before the rest of the body,
Yeah, gotta be a hairless effigy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's why they shave witches. That's why they shave witches' arms. when they want to make sure that they burn from the bottom up,
Bottom up, yeah.
That's oil funny. It up.
Yeah. So anyway.
So
look,
cool.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was like, it's so cool that you stopped by. I honestly didn't think you were going to stop by. I was like, it's getting too late. He's already been on for hours and hours, and
yeah, I'm not going to stay very long like I normally would, because I'm really tired. But I did just want to pop in and say hi. I'm glad your stream's going good, and every time I pop in, there's another improvement. And I'm telling you, just keep at that, man. Just keep it. I remember I was in the exact same position you're in, man. Maybe, the 20 live viewers, 25 live viewers, just plucking away at it, one debate at a time, one tiny improvement at a time. I go back and watch my, some of the original videos I did on the Crucible. and it's fucking embarrassing, like it was so low tech and so bad, but the thing is that that's how it's done. You just kind of slowly improve over time. Every time I pop into the stream, there's one little tweak, there's one little improvement, there's one light fixture that's moved, there's one little sign that's tweaked, and it's like, just keep doing that, dude.
Yeah,
just add one little piece at a time, and before you know it, you'll have exactly what it was you were after.
I do have a question for you. What was your equipment when you started, like on YouTube, like the first live streaming setup?
Well, I found in the in like an old bin in my house a Logitech camera.
Nice.
That I don't even know where the fuck I got it, So I had that, and then I had a microphone that was laying around, and I think I was using it for video games. So that was my setup, was this Logitech cam, and then I put like a paper green screen behind me with the Crucible logo, because that's all I could think of. And then the Crucible logo was behind me for, I don't know, the whole first year and a half of streaming. So until we built the static background and got better lighting, and we just built it a piece at a time.
But same computer?
Oh no, nope. My computer died months ago, and I did a fundraiser and raised the cash for it in an afternoon. That was really cool.
Wow.
And so I got there's basically no better computer on the market than what I got. So
yeah, it's interesting.
Which is good, because I needed it,
Yeah.
like I needed it.
It's an important thing.
It's a pretty important thing. So the crew got together and they sprung for it. Some guys just sent me parts outright, and we got the whole thing together, and we got it for a really good price. But yeah, it was way worth it to do. It was life-changing, in fact, to have that kind of PC power. And then the benefit of it is, of course, I get to play all the modern games with maximum graphics, and I fucking love that, dude.
Yeah. I just got a new graphic card, new RTX 4 series, 4000. That was my little investment there for Grid's podcast. My God, the difference is insane. I don't think I need a new camera.
No, you need a new internet cable or something.
Well, no, it's California needs new towers.
I know. California needs a new California.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It just needs to not have any California.
There you go. Yeah, it's interesting. I do something all the time. Like I put in the background, so we have the matrix, the red matrix, not a blue matrix. I do have it in blue, but I actually earlier today I was on the other side of the airplane shed, and this is the office side. That's actual where I work on airplanes, and I have a whole set with one of the airplanes I'm working on there, the fuselage of it sitting there, and I had the lights and everything, and I could have probably done this podcast from there tonight, but I was like, it's really not done yet. It really doesn't, it looks okay, but it's not great. I'll just keep plugging away over here on the office side until I kind of outgrow it or whatever, and then I'll move over there. But I have a desktop computer to take over.
You've been going for 7 hours?
Well, I did a 2-hour intro. I had a 2-hour to fill the chat. I just did 2 hour. I had a stream running, a loop running, a video loop running the first.
Yeah, usually, I would do that for 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah, not 2 hours. People will, what'll happen is they'll drop out of the chat because they don't want to wait 2 hours, and then they'll forget about it, and they don't get an additional notification. So the whole point of the intro chat is to get people the notification so they come in and they know the show is starting soon. So
I like it.
Otherwise they'll drop off and then they won't get a new notification. So
that's a great tip. I will follow up on that. That's good.
What about the multi-stream stuff?
Yeah, multi-streaming is good. You should really be on Twitch. You should be on YouTube and Twitch. I don't know why. Oh, you are on Twitch?
I'm on right now. I'm streaming on X, Twitch. Hang on, let me tell you. I'm streaming the Facebook, which I don't know how that works.
Well, you need to bring some Twitch streamers on your stream, then, man.
All right.
That'll bring you. Well, I'll give you a list of them. I know them all, fucking scumbags. But anyway,
degenerates.
Yeah, well, they are, dude. Twitch is the worst fucking cesspool of scumbag human beings you've ever seen in your life. 10 times worse than YouTube. But
yeah, anyway, when's the debate when Hassan Piker?
Yeah, probably never. He's a bitch debater, and he could never beat me in a million years. But anyway, guys, I got to get to bed. I'm really tired.
Hey, dude, go to sleep,
I'll see you later.
I appreciate.
Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it.
I appreciate the chat, and we'll talk later, man. Oh, he's gone. Bye. See ya. It is late though. I keep forgetting how late it is. It is actually 1 o'clock in the morning here, so that's interesting. Yeah, I do have a lot of parts and stuff that I just haven't incorporated yet because I don't know. One thing is I don't like to incorporate stuff I don't know how to use. Just like I haven't done Streamlabs yet because I don't really know how to use it, and so I'm not going to put it in place until I actually know how to make it work and how to make it
dude, just
function
fuck
right.
Streamlabs. Just do OBS. Honestly, that thing is so common. Like I was just looking at it, like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, but it allows me to do the credit card processing and everything. So it's not, and actually I need to set all that.
You can do it through OBS too. The Streamlabs has it through this website.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know that I want to. I'm already in Streamlabs. I don't think I'll go to OBS. I know you like it, but
everybody likes it.
But I don't. I honestly, I don't know anybody using it except for you.
Brian uses OBS. Cheeks uses OBS. Everybody uses OBS.
Well, Brian's using Streamlabs and StreamYard.
And OBS.
What does he use OBS for if he has Streamlabs?
Because he uses the streamlabs.com, not Streamlabs OBS.
Yeah, okay.
He uses the streamlabs.com for the plugin donations. For the donations. He doesn't do it through Streamlabs platform. He just uses their extensions. Streamlabs.com and Streamlabs OBS are two different things.
I don't know that I actually have. Well, maybe I do. It doesn't matter. I'm going to use what I have.
You have Streamlabs OBS. Like the Streamlabs OBS is their platform. It's like their interface of OBS.
Yeah. I don't know that I'm going to change. I kind of like it where it is. I just need to understand it more. But I don't incorporate anything I don't understand. So I take all of the time and do that. We're going to have to put up a sign that says you have a good camera. She has good equipment. She's actually like the last stream, her camera is working really good, but for whatever reason, her internet is just dicey.
No. Honestly, if they want to chip in for a new camera, that's my GoPro Hero 4. That thing is kind of old.
Oh, did you not use the magnet? Other camera?
Yeah, I'm gonna return those because the graphic card makes the GoPro just as good, if not better, than the other one. So I'm like, screw that.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's nothing wrong with the Heroes. Does it focus, or is it a fixed focus like the original ones? Oh, look at that! GoPro grew up. How about that?
Well, that's like 4. I look at all my chip nails. Boop.
Yeah.
Got ugly ass.
There was somebody asking about a bike earlier. They wanted a recommendation from you for a new bike, but I think they checked out and left. So, yeah.
Recommendation. I mean, depends on what you want. I would say just go with a Specialized S-Works, maybe. No, I didn't forget about the camera.
That's mean.
That was the first thing. I got a graphic card.
Yeah, she had to upgrade she got such a good camera, she had to upgrade her graphic card to work with it.
No, I just had such a shitty equipment.
Yeah.
Because I lost it all in a fucking divorce.
Yeah.
Stochastic decay. Sup?
Yeah.
Yeah, we know. Now, seriously, if you want to chip in, man, I'll put my Streamlabs down there, and tips are super appreciated because at some point, like, my boyfriend's gonna be like, "You're doing this all evening, and you don't bring any money from it. So what's up with this communism here?" And he's from Vietnam, free communism, so I'm not gonna put up with it. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually like did. Hold on, maybe if I can. Woo. Boom. Like back there. No, you can't see it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Josie has good equipment. The problem is the internet.
No, I have terrible equipment. I'm just good at making the best out of it.
So I get I'm gonna pop this. I get two sides to this where I should push Twitch or I just but then other people say Twitch is kind of dead. So yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think, man? Give me some info.
Well,
let's see. Oh, this guy. Tolerant Cam. Slow Twitch or fast Twitch? I don't know that I can do anything fast Twitch anymore, man. I'm old.
Can we change your name to whatever, Josie?
That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's good information, man. Thank you, Max. Max K. Thanks for that.
Yeah, usually, and there's like more, like there's the whole like emoji community, and like it's more like community based, but it's more.
I'm streaming there right now, so
I would say I wouldn't say like it's more. There's more introverts, definitely. Like, it's like a Discord on steroids. No, Steven doesn't use Twitch anymore. He got banned. He's on Kick now. He signed a contract with Kick along with XQC, I think.
yeah, I stream to Rumble as well. We're on Rumble right now.
Rumble is just not there yet.
Yeah, it's Rumble. It's real low numbers, man. It's just terrible.
Discovery is awful. Algorithm, awful. Like, I type a name and it gives me a bunch of stuff that I didn't ask for.
Yeah.
Besides what I'm looking for.
See, I just think YouTube is YouTube's where everybody is, and it's just going to stay that way. I think everybody.
Oh, I love YouTube. Like,
I think it's,
the comments are great.
Yep, I'm over in. I'm on Rumble right now. Rumble in the jungle.
Yeah, Andrew's hard to find too. Well, no, actually, if you type my full name, it comes up.
Yeah, I'll have to get that list. I'll have to get that list from Andrew tomorrow. That'll be great.
What list?
Of Twitch streamers to like
debate?
Yeah, no, not. I don't debate.
Not debate, talk to.
Yeah, to have a discussion with. Yeah. Yeah.
And if you kick streamers.
Yeah, I don't know how Rumble works out for, if you're trying to start out or whatever. I know that some people are really good at it, and I think if you're really good at promoting yourself and like making sure your links get in front of a lot of people, it works out. But I don't know.
Oh.
Here how it works.
I know a certain Nick Fritos, but that might get you in trouble.
Who?
Nick Fritos.
Who's that? I don't know who
I'll
that
put
is.
in private chat. I'm not even sure I'm allowed to say that on here. Don't say it out loud.
I streamed to all of the
Nick Fritos.
Oh. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that'd be a good one.
You can talk to him.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah. He's funny.
I stream to all of them at the same. Like right now, I'm streaming the Facebook, which I don't know what the point is, but YouTube, Twitch. Is this that's not
That's what we're doing.
X, Rumble, and Josie's restreaming me to her channel as well. So I have right now up at the top, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 streams coming out.
because I restream it because I can download the live stream, so to make clips is just it's easier.
Yeah, I don't know if the views the viewers are show up as the people who watch it as my video or yours, but it doesn't matter. So it doesn't really.
It stops back and forth like when you're two people, it switches basically. So depending on like one stays there and opens the chat, like the people in the chat, it depends on where they type, so they can go back and forth usually. But it's whenever they're typing.
Yeah, I don't know how true this is because I watch all of the streams. Like I'll pop over, like I will go and watch the Twitch stream. Like I'm watching the X stream. There's Rumble. It all looks good. It all looks the same, just different as well. So
Rumble has better quality though. If you have like a really like if you get like a badass lens or something, like you really want to make the most of it. Rumble has a good player, and it's built on the blockchain too. So like technically your videos are like NFTs.
From the command line?
Yeah. From scratch, from the command line. If you buy my course for $1,000.
So
buy my course.
It's spelled weird. Let me can I give you the link? How do I give you the link? Let me go to Rumble.
Yeah. Rumble's UI is awful, sorry. Like,
their search is just messed up too.
Yeah. There's just no discovery. It fucking sucks. Like you already have they just make it so that like if you have a platform, a big platform somewhere already, you like drag it over.
Yeah. So that should be the correct link. I don't know.
You could stream on Truth Social.
Oh yeah, I probably should.
Right.
Cool. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, why would I not, right?
Right. I've got great news. You're a nasty person, I'll tell you. You're a nasty person. What is Andrew's channel? The Crucible. What you could do on TikTok would be like your cars, your modification cars, or do some car tours.
Can you actually do long format on TikTok now?
It's beta. I think it's available for a few creators, but long format, like live streaming, yes. But what do you mean I'm streaming from the wrong account? What are you talking about? Distraction. What the fuck? No, I'm pretty sure that's the right account. Whatever. You can go live on TikTok. Their live is actually fun. That's where I started going live. That was on TikTok. And all you need really, it's your phone and like 1,000 followers, and their interface is pretty good too. But long format, I think you can do no longer than like 3 minutes now. I think they're pushing for some 10 minutes, but I don't know. Look up the other. What do you mean? Look up the other comments. I see both. Shave your plane.
That's funny.
Yeah, good. Shave your plane.
Yeah, man. I'm literally I try and find something new to tinker with. Not every day, because I'm always playing with. I'm playing with my airplanes. I'm playing with whatever stuff I have going on.
You should totally do the flight simulator on Twitch, though. I think that'd be. I haven't seen anybody do that. Like nobody do that.
I have a sim rig, but it's not set up to like stream or anything. I mean, it's just a pretty cool sim rig for actual like flight training.
I mean, you would just
yes,
need to...
yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to live next to the hangar in Irvine where they had the World War II aircrafts.
Sweet. I like World War II aircraft, actually. It is pouring down rain here.
What do you mean when I stream to this account? I don't. Because yeah, there's multiple accounts. Got backups, so I can't stream everywhere. Yeah, we're good. Working on it. We don't pay for shit.
Am I missing a conversation somewhere?
Yeah, your Rumble.
Oh.
I would like to help you upgrade your Rumble and YouTube channel so that you can have more followers, and viewers.
Yeah.
Yeah. For $1,000 a month, you can purchase my course.
I don't know how I ended up with 2 Rumble accounts. It is strange. I don't know why I have 2.
For the same reason you ended up with 2 YouTube accounts?
Well, no, not really. I didn't have a Rumble account, and then I opened one, and then for some reason I ended up with 2. With YouTube, I have like I have airplane accounts. I have the racing account left. I have a personal account left, that left over. I don't even know how many YouTube accounts I actually have. I have a lot. So.
No. Do you guys think World War III is coming?
Bully, it's pouring down up here, man. I was actually supposed to drive down to Tuscaloosa today, and I woke up and it was freaking raining. And I called the guy. I'm like, hey, man, I'm not gonna make it. There's no way. And he's like, yeah, it looks like we're gonna get rain. It's like a 40% chance, which in Alabama, I think 40% means that you're going to get rain. So I did not drive down there. So. Guys, if you haven't already, go over and subscribe and do all that cool stuff. And like it, subscribe, do all the stuff for the channel. What we got here?
Yeah, guys, don't forget to like this video. Hit the like button on this video. Subscribe. And if you really, really want to support the channel, you can hit that notification bell. You can find the show on Discord. And the podcast is available on all platforms, wherever you get your podcast. As long as I hurry the F up to upload it. Sorry, I didn't get to finish uploading the previous one because it's kind of long. So it's having a hard time uploading. But if you are on the road, you can listen to our beautiful voices. Yeah.
Let's see. Missed something. So, Grandpa Vader, my favorite World War II airplane is the P-40 Tomahawk. I really like that airplane. It was underrated by a lot. Or the P-38 Lightning. I like that one too. That's a really good airplane. My dad's grandfather flew one in the Korean War. I don't know what airplane we're talking about there. Oh, model P-51 Mustang. Yeah. As far as radio control stuff, I have a bunch of RC airplanes. When I was a kid, I flew them. I have a kid. He flew them, and now they just sit on the wall because he's moved on to other things. He's too cool for that now. He'll come back to it, but it'll be fine. And then I have several airplanes, and I'm just rebuilding them. Yeah, RC airplanes are cool, man. They're just a good time, and they look cool on the wall, right? I mean, they're instant wall decorations.
Yeah, they're cool. I was gonna say.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a fleet of them. Thanks, Fidgety Guy, liking and subscribing. I really appreciate that. Helps me know that I'm heading in the right direction. Smarter than most Brian's guess. You know what? It's I wanted to talk to Andrew about this, but before obviously he's super tired, and I'm actually starting to feel it too now. I mean, it's 1:30 in the morning here, so I'm gonna probably tap out here in the next half hour. But he was talking about how Brian has a lot of, obviously Brian has a lot of haters, and so does the Fresh and Fit guys. They have a lot of haters. The interesting thing is that it's always interesting to me that there aren't a lot of people out there that just publicly support what Brian is doing. It's like even the guys that watch the show, they will.
What do you mean?
But a lot of the guys but a lot of the people who watch the show, they don't support the show the same way that, well, let me say, it's not that they don't support it. The way they support it is kind of lukewarm, right? Like they want people to think that they're weird or something because they watch whatever and find it funny and all of that.
Oh, you mean that Myron is gonna have a problem with?
Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, like and I get them in my I get PMs all the time, and you'll see them if you go through the comments on some of the videos. spending a bunch of money supporting whatever. Why are you doing that? Blah blah blah. All this kind of nonsense. It's just really stupid. It's just really really stupid.
Well, you did super chat once to Fresh and Fit.
Yeah,
I saw that.
I did. I did send one because I was supporting Jim Bob, and I need to get Jim Bob on here. Let's see. I'm
Jim Bob's funny.
No, I won't be a drone pilot. My kid might, but I'm much better with a rifle than a drone. So that's like really good, like one shot, 500-yard hits. So on the clock. Yeah, let's see what else we got.
No, honestly, I like Fresh and Fit. I know some of the guys who work there. They're nice. They have a nice community. I don't agree with what the way that Martin talks about Brian. That's really giving never meet your heroes.
I can't.
You know.
I can't. I mean, and I know Andrew says that he gets along with because they're straightforward. I just don't like the show. I don't like the way they talk about women. I don't like the way they talk to each other. I don't like the way they talk to their guests half the time. And most of the time I don't even like the guests because they seem so fake. And definitely the women they bring on is just like if you think Brian's bringing on trashy OF girls, wow, you should really look at the ones they bring on Fresh and Fit.
They're like Miami wretched ghetto hoes.
They are like ghetto hoes. Like they need whatever. I would like to discuss how we got to 30% LGBT in Generation Z. Hey, that's a great point. We actually were talking about that earlier tonight, and I made a controversial. Actually, was it tonight? Maybe it was a couple of nights ago. I made a very controversial and quickly moved on from a statement that I believe that LGB all of the gay is
Transformers.
All of the gay people are I think that this push is because it's in the schools. It's learned behavior. I don't believe that it's I don't believe that you can say that it's a natural thing that people are born that way or anything. I honestly don't believe that anymore. I kind of thought I did at one point. I was like, maybe you're born that way. You're just weird, whatever. So yeah, but no, I don't think that anymore. And the reason I say that is because the reason I don't is because the way the Greeks and the Romans behave themselves. So anyway.
Okay. Good. Brian is a degen. He won't marry, and he is a male paramour that criticizes female paramour. Hypocrite. That's why the show is low value. Andrew speaks truth to all that degeneracy.
Looks like someone's mad.
That would have been a lot funnier if you hadn't frozen like solid in the middle of it. It was funny, but it was funny. It was really funny.
Looks like someone's mad.
Yeah.
Well, cry about it, bitch.
I'm trying. I didn't scroll down. I gotta scroll. Continue to scroll.
It's a meme.
That's actually accurate. That's true. Can't argue that.
What do you mean froze again?
Yep, you're frozen. No, you're frozen.
Hold on.
Oh, your eyes moved.
I'll just do that. See.
And now there's no...
Yeah, no, I just turned it off, so it's less...
Yeah, less drain.
Yeah.
He won't marry. Well, he didn't actually say that he won't marry. He just doesn't believe in involving the state in his relationship. I see the argument. I don't agree with the argument. I'm married. I see the argument. I think he's wrong. I think a lot of people think he's wrong. But yeah, go ahead.
if he's not religious, okay, first of all, that he keeps using God's name in vain, is anybody going to call him out for it? Every time he doesn't want to say his body count, he's like, you see, I'm a man of God, so I don't tell my body count. No, you're not, first of all. And that's a sin. Second, if you are not so much a man of God or not so much religious, why the heck do you get married? That's like the most conservative thing you can do. Like all those progressives, they still want to get married. Like at least my dad had the integrity and like the freaking principle of not wanting to get married because he's an atheist.
But yeah, I mean so Brian has said that a couple of times that he doesn't have a problem with the religious aspect of marriage. It's the involving the state in the marriage that is the L for him. But he's a huge troll, so who knows? You know, he's great at it. He's like a world class.
Oh yeah.
Like he's very, very specific. He's a male paramour that criticizes female paramour. I don't know that he is. I don't know that he is.
What does paramour mean?
Well, he misspelled it, but it I believe it means a sexual partner. I believe. That's I believe that's the way it's used in this sentence.
Oh, lover. Okay.
Yeah, sexual partner. Yeah. I don't know that. I don't know that he's a male paramour because I don't think that. First of all, it's not spelled right, and we're not using the right word usage. So that doesn't make him a hypocrite. That's why it shows low value. Andrew speaks truth to all that degeneracy. Yeah, and you know Andrew has problems with Brian, and he says so. It's okay. It's fine.
I mean, disagreement, not problems.
Yeah, disagreement.
Like, Brian doesn't really have any problems with anybody.
Yeah, again, I one of the interesting things about Brian is I think that he really is his armor is so well made that it's impossible for you to tell what he is really thinking. Like he could literally I honestly believe he could literally tell you that he doesn't believe in something that he 100% believes in just because he's, you know, it's part of the show. And because there's some of the things he said that's just really, really weird.
Well, yeah, he's just trying to be unhinged, but I mean, even behind the scene, like he's fucking hilarious.
I don't think you're mad, bro. I think you're a little off base, but I mean that's fine. Who cares? It's a big deal.
Brand scammer's problem. Sarcastic decay. that was such an L though.
I don't give people no. Sorry, Success, IoTech. I don't know who you are.
We don't pay in Bitcoin either.
I can't keep up with the chat right now, man. I'm trying to go through this.
Too popular.
No, I'm just reading really slow. I'm actually pretty tired.
Do you want me to read?
No, I got it.
Okay.
I'll listen to why you feel like you're right, but Brian's not an illicit sexual partner. And you misspelled it. It's Parmour. That's how you spell paramour. And yeah, I mean, I'm not arguing with you, man. I want you to be accuracy matters, man. So, you know, and it technically paramour is a lover, especially the illicit partner of a married person. So Brian doesn't mess with married people. So again, accuracy matters, man. I'm not trying to pick a fight or anything. I'm just telling you.
Oh no, like if a chick is in a relationship, he's not even going down that road. Like it doesn't even.
You know,
cross
actually,
his mind.
I actually had somebody talk to. I had a girl tell me that she had done some work with Brian, and that or maybe I don't know, maybe she had been on the show. I don't know, but she was basically telling me that Brian had expressed interest in her, but she, I guess wasn't as interested in him, and then they didn't talk for a few weeks. She got a boyfriend. He called her back. She said, "I've got a boyfriend. I'm sorry. I started seeing somebody. I think it's going to be pretty serious." And Brian's like, "Yep, okay, see ya, done."
Yeah.
Yeah, just totally like, okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I just don't think that you can attribute. I think that he's a weird dude, man. He's like, he's not weird in my specific. I'm weird too, so I get it, but
he's a typical film student. Let me tell you.
Have you guys ever watched his prank videos? Dude, those are fucking. That's actually how I found whatever to start with. Was his prank videos were fucking hilarious.
Dude, his pranks used to go viral like every time they would release it at my school, and my school didn't even speak English.
Like it's so massive, man. Yeah, it's
Well, he doesn't want to be that preacher who gives life advice. He does entertainment. He doesn't do male self-improvement and trying to sell some courses and shit. He just has a panel of women that come on. He lets them speak. And, he's going to go back and forth with them a little bit just to have fun, make the show interesting. But he's there for entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, again... Dude, literally the definition is illicit affair with a married person, not outside of marriage. Although it can be, it's a romantic partner. I mean, I'm not saying that you're 100% wrong, but you're assigning a very specific value to something that doesn't necessarily carry that value. And he doesn't have sex with married women. And he's a degenerate. I mean, I'll go with you that he's a degenerate, but that's okay. He can, degenerates are okay. I know lots of degenerates. I label them as degenerates, and that's the end of it. Who cares? It doesn't mean that his message and and what he's doing is any less valuable because he himself is a degenerate. He has gotten such a he's gotten to where he is because he's able to think in a way that other people have decided not to. So, let's see. Leaked? What's leaked? I don't know what's leaked.
What's leaked?
I'm gonna go back here. Brian does pay attention to the scripture. Brian also is really, I don't know if you notice this, but he actually does have some knowledge of it. Not a lot. I mean, look, he's from California. He's a really weird, he's really weird.
That would have been
very
Nick.
Focused. Huh?
The super chat, that would have been Nick that left it up there longer.
Oh, Nick. Okay.
Yeah, he does that sometimes. We go back and forth in the chat. We do weird stuff like that. Like we send each other cucumbers emojis. And he puts my chats on the screen.
You can be a degenerate and criticize other degenerates. He's not especially if he's not degenerate in the same way. He's not selling it. He never comes out and says that someone's having sex before marriage he has a problem with that. He very specifically says that if you have been engaging in sex before marriage and then you decide not to have sex before marriage, that is hypocritical and wrong, which I don't necessarily disagree with. I think you're able to change your value system anytime you want. He just doesn't like the inconsistency of it. I get it. He's a little nerdy that way, but he doesn't criticize people for having sex outside of marriage. He criticizes people for selling their buttholes on the internet or taking money for sex. That's what that is his biggest criticism generically. Now, he also criticizes people who try and lie their way through divorces and various other things, but it's all right. Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna go.
You sure you don't want me to help you go through the chats?
No.
Okay.
I like this part. I enjoy it.
All right.
Okay, I'll give you that. The point is, he's degenerate. Yeah, he is a degenerate. But he's. It's okay that a degenerate in one aspect can criticize another degenerate in another aspect. I mean, who cares?
I mean, it's just, that's like the very Puritan way. It's just, to me, from where I'm from, it's just kind of normal, and that would have been the kind of thing, oh, Americans being all uptight and shit. But it's just, I don't know, you're from a university town, you're from Santa Barbara, and it's not like he's disrespecting anybody. So
Andrew is certainly worthy of being listened to, but so is Brian. And Brian is doing something that other people are not doing, and that is shining the light of truth upon a bunch of degenerate OF girls and not making them out to be these vaulted icons that people should endeavor to model themselves after. So don't get it twisted, man.
Don't get it twisted either, also, that I'm really under the impression that, no, not all men are misogynistic and don't want to listen to women, but have you thought that
I've never met someone that's not a hypocrite, ever. You just point out the guy that's not been a hypocrite.
Yeah, exactly. That too. Also, like, just move on.
You are the circus, sir. That's you right now.
Have you thought that maybe you don't like the Whatever podcast because Brian actually lets women speak, and that's just something that, as an average frustrated chump, you just don't like to hear women say stuff?
Look, he's made good points. I mean, he's backed up when he's been backed up into it, when I pointed out the correct things. Look, I'm not a hypocrite very often, but I am sometimes, and I will admit it. I was a degenerate for a long time. That doesn't stop me from pointing out the degeneracy in others. I don't understand. You're focusing a very tight beam on one aspect of something that's much larger, and you're not doing it. So if you were the one out there shining the beacon of truth, and on all of these OF girls, all of these girls selling their buttholes, all of these women going out there and basically, I wouldn't say stealing from men. What's the word I'm looking for here? They're just using men left and right, and their minds are so jacked up that dating is a hellscape. If you were the guy doing that, I could have a little more sympathy for what you're saying, but you're not. The degenerate that you're talking about is doing it. He is, and he has had an effect. So that's it.
You skipped a chat.
I did?
Yeah, Shiba Shaba.
Sheba Shabba.
To be honest, your money would be better spent on the Crucible.
I do spend money on the Crucible.
Oh, was it? Are you not supporting degeneracy by being a top donor? Did you do that one?
Huh? What?
Are you not supporting degeneracy by being a top donor? Question mark.
No, I'm fighting degeneracy, you morons. Do you not understand? Do you not understand that you complaining has no effect? You have to have somebody out there who's willing to get in the trenches and do the dirty work that you're sitting on your high horse and not doing. I can't do it. First of all, I couldn't be stuck in a room with those women for more than about 30 minutes before I would lose my shit. To be honest with you. I almost lost my shit tonight just hearing about, the woman marrying her husband's or her ex-husband's best friend. Kind of
that
fucking
was so
bullshit
bad.
That?
I was
that was like that. I was
like,
fucking hell, mate. That's just fucked up.
Dude, there's no way you would let that fly. And under no circumstances.
No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, mentally, I couldn't do it. I couldn't sit in a room twice a week with 10 girls and listen to them prattle on about all of their bullshit. But without Brian doing that, you don't hear about it. And they would be out there selling their buttholes on OF. What are you doing to be critical of a man who's doing the job you won't do? I'll tell you what you're doing. Nothing. You're doing nothing. You're sitting in here and you're acting like you know something that you obviously don't know. I will give you that Brian's not Andrew. Okay, cool. Andrew is also not Brian. Andrew doesn't sit in a smelly ass room twice a week with a bunch of whores. I couldn't do it. I would lose my shit. I would say things that are so accurate.
Unhinged?
No, accurate.
No,
I would say
accurate.
things that are so accurate that the amount of tears would flood the room. I promise you, I'm not a nice person. I've always said that. But Andrew's not the only thing worth listening to. Let's see where I'm at. Degeneracy is not normal now. I appreciate what you're saying. I just see it as a circus. I saw that. My messages are being skipped. Why I bother? I didn't skip your message, man.
I did. We went over it. That was the one I went back to.
Yeah. Brian is black pilling you.
Black pill is worse than blue pill, so joke's on you. There's nothing more fucking loser bottom of the barrel than black pill. It's like go cry about it somewhere where it's not bothering my daily life, bitch.
Who's
Pussies.
Kevin Orndal? Where is this guy posting his comments?
On my chat.
Oh, is he over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one that has like a little link on it, like if you look in the StreamYard chat, the one that has like the little link next to the.
Oh yeah,
profile.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Brand's a modern pimp. Chill the fuck out. No, he's not.
What am I doing?
And what are you?
See, this is a real thing here, man. Pornography is absolute degeneracy, right? Like you can't make it any. You can't. There's no coming back from it. I've just scrolled down, man, and I don't hit every comment. No, I said that your statement is not accurate. Am I right? Am I not right?
If we didn't think you were relevant, we wouldn't answer the comment. We would just skip, okay?
Neo-federalist. He's not saying that I am. I mean, I didn't see you say that, but I'll go with it. I'll believe it.
And it also provides sorry.
No, keep going. I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling, looking for the next going.
Okay, so Max KD streams provide a lifeline for all the guys in shitty relationships.
I
Wondering.
would 100% get canceled, guaranteed. The first,
I mean,
so fast.
It's just crazy. It also provides. I mean, for me, I don't have a lot of female friends my age, and it allows me to learn what not to do in order to not make my boyfriend miserable.
Kevin, Andrew, I think Andrew would say he's not the man for the job. I literally he listen to what he has said about Brian. He himself, not I'm not going to put words in his mouth. You have to go listen to it yourself.
He gives him shit all the time.
He does give him shit. I didn't say that. What I said is that Brian is actually doing something. You're sitting here complaining about something that he's doing in a way that you can't do it. I can't do it either. I mean, I couldn't. I don't have the personality for it. Are you going down and I mean, seriously, I mean, other than just sitting complaining about it, do you step out and do anything? The reason I don't complain is because I know I'm not doing anything about it. I will support Brian because that's all I can do. I can't really do it. If I could, I would, but I can't.
I'm gonna tell you what, you join the Discord, and we go live tomorrow. You come speak face to face with us. How about that?
Yeah, you can be on the show. I'll give you the platform. No, Brian doesn't pay the OF girls. They were actually, I guess, and Josie will know better than I do. I think that they were at some point to get them to show up. He was offering to give them like or they would have to pay him like a $250 like fee to be on the show.
He tried that like 1 week and realized that it was just not going to work.
It just didn't work. You know, it's just.
No, it's all out of pocket to go there. Nobody gets paid to go. You travel at your own expense, and I think guys might have, but I'm not sure because I'm not a guy. But if you're more conservative or somebody who's not a degen, take a number, wait, and don't hold your breath because
if you're a dude, forget it.
Not even a chick.
Reboot mode, brother. She's rebooted like a half a dozen times, man. There's something in the cable, the router itself, or
I'll call Spectrum tomorrow.
Yeah, it's actually been kind of it's been getting progressively worse the last 2 or 3 shows, and I don't know what's going on with her internet.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. I'm in fucking Tennessee. Sorry. Hey man, if I'm misreading it, I'm sorry, man. You know, I do. I mean, look, I got text on a screen. I can't hear. I got no tone. I got no I have nothing but what you're the way that I read it. Are you talking about Dr. Ruth? Let me know. Are you talking about Dr. Ruth? Dude, I had forgotten that show existed, bro. He is talking about Dr. Ruth. The old lady talking about the man's penis. You take the man's penis. So fucking funny, man. So Fidgety Guy, I don't know. Because look, I barely talk to Brian. We're not buddies. We don't hang out. But I think he got sued by an OF girl or maybe a stripper because she lost money. She lost subs or whatever because she was on the show and she looked like a complete nut job on the show. And she lost, and instead of gaining 10,000 subs or whatever, she actually lost. And I think he got sued over that. He's also been stalked. He has he
hasn't been stalked yet.
He did have a stalker.
No. I mean, stalked. Sorry, I thought you said doxed. But yeah,
no. He was stalked. He's had at least one.
He had a few
stalker, and he had at least one stalker, and he had some other, like, he gets threatened all the time, and all of that. He wishes they would pay him.
Don't give him any ideas.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's converted. I don't even know that we can convert them. I think the thing that we have to do when we're talking about whatever, we just have to remember that we're doing that. What's really happening is basically two things. First, you're shining the light of truth on the glistening butthole that they're showing on the internet and selling their ass, right? And so that normal people will look at that and go, yeah, okay, I shouldn't do that. That's dumb. That's a low conversion rate, but it does happen. The second thing we're doing, which, I mean, I don't know. I think the other thing you're doing is we're showing men and women everywhere. Whoop, lost Josie. We're showing men and women everywhere that you don't have to do this, and if you do it, it's going to be, it's bad. Like, there's no good. It's all bad.
Sorry.
And we're frozen again.
Sorry.
That's all right. It's okay. But
I heard there was gunshots out there, and now there's cops. Oh well.
You're in California. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Brian's trying to convince the girls. He's really just trying to show everybody in the country what losers they really are. $100 deposit they don't even care. They just don't even care.
No, they're not gonna show up if they have to do a deposit. There's no fucking way. You can barely get a chick to show up without having to pay. Come on.
Yeah, I used to think that I used to think that they got a bunch of subs and everything out of that, but I don't think they do. Like I said, I think there was a lawsuit about that.
First and Fit does, according to Jasmine Jafar.
What's that?
According to because I spoke, like I met I still talk to Jasmine Jafar. She's probably like the only OnlyFans chick that like I actually like to have discussions with. Like, we don't agree on anything, but she's fun to hang out with. And she told me like she made like an extra $10,000 like in like 48 hours after going on Fresh and Fit, and she actually lost money going on whatever, but she still went just
because she looks so stupid. And Fresh and Fit just makes her look like one of the better of the more attractive hustler. Hey, Kevin, no, your opinion's cool, dude. It's just the way that you kind of went after it, and maybe I misread the room. I am a little tired. I could be a little cranky. So we'll never know. But yeah, no, I value opinions. I just, sometimes I can I can be a dick, man. I'll freely admit I am a flawed human.
Hey, if we didn't care, we wouldn't read it. Okay.
I think this is again, this is wrong. I mean, yeah, they do, Shauna. Yeah, all right. I'll go with that. And Neo-Federalist, stop being butthurt. Yeah, I mean, you're being red. Stop whining. Yeah, I mean, no, look. I came out a little hard. I may have misread the room. If he's saying, it's just my opinion. Hey, if it's only your opinion, that's cool. The way you kind of stated it was pretty strong. So I don't know. I'll watch the video tomorrow and see if I think I was a complete dick. And you can let me know if I'm in the chat if I was being a complete dick. If I was a dick, I'm a dick. I made mistakes. Yeah, let's see. I'm just going to roll through some of these. Don't get mad if I skip you, bro. Don't come at me, bro. Layla Jenner. That's funny.
That one, she was trolling, though.
She was trolling. She wasn't his stalker, though. His stalker. So he had actually. I can't. talk about it. But his stalker was interesting, I think.
The Canadian one?
Let's see. Rip Josie, yeah. Yeah, okay. If Andrew exposed the degeneracy, would he be making money as well? And would it be an issue if he did?
And
Just
you go to work and your taxes pay for snaps and the degeneracy elsewhere. Guess what? You're breathing, you're contributing. Suck it up.
Jasmine Jafar is not Gorlock. Come on, guys. She is enhanced, though.
That's her real boobs.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you been playing with Jasmine's boobs or something?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, she'll tell you. She's honest about it.
Again, if Andrew did the same thing, what would be the deal?
We're all exploiting each other, okay? That's how the economy works.
Ton of simps in Brian's chat. That's my. Hey man, you know what? They boot the simps, and they've actually started a trend on podcast with dudes simping in the chat get banned or booted for like, what is it, 2 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever it is?
Yeah, I told Nemesis to start doing that. It's awesome.
Yeah, and now other podcasts have started doing the same things. If you simp in the chat, you're gone, pal. They'll do. I mean, just for and they only boot you for like 10 minutes or something, just to get your brain right. Let's say just a recalibration maneuver.
Yeah.
I remember Andrew said progress will be slow to take generate. Yeah, you know what? I believe that. Kevin's pieced out, so he's decided we're cool. Let's see, Josie, I would recommend it. Okay, it's here, I'll let you look at that so you can see it.
DPC. Okay.
You know what? Max K makes a damn good point here. It is actually 1,000 or 100 times less degenerate, and he is spreading the light of truth on, the
and listen,
butthole.
he doesn't put words in anybody's mouth. Like, we all come sit at his table and we say what we want to say, and he doesn't put a gag order on anybody.
Motherfucker. All right.
Leave
All right, you got me, bro.
Alone.
You got me. Where's your milk? Oh, fuck. I must be tired as shit.
Attorney milkers. Attorney.
I
know an attorney. I know an attorney.
Yeah, all right. Kid is still here. Yes. Okay, I'll go with that one. All right, we got it. I'm gonna replace that. That was fucking hilarious. So thank God. That was well, is that
the
it?
only one who's allowed to simp, it's me, okay? Don't come from my
Simping
job.
is an epidemic. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna it's 2:07 in the AM here. I'm gonna go to bed. You guys have been great. I really appreciate you guys popping in to the channel. I'll be back tomorrow night. There'll be no simping allowed. I do not have any guests tomorrow night lined up that I'm aware of.
We'll make it work.
But I will. Yeah, it'll be a great show anyway. We're gonna. I don't know what we're gonna talk about tomorrow night, but it'll be fun.
I might have something. I might have something.
Yeah.
I'll DM you.
And maybe we'll get, maybe instead of, Kat was fun tonight. Maybe we'll get another female guest because that was fun. Had really only male guests so far, so maybe I need to open my blinders a little bit. So anyway, yeah, you guys have a great rest of your night. Happy that you've come in and you've hung out with us, and even if I argued with you, it's in good fun, guys. It's in good fun.
It's in good faith, in good faith. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and get an Unreasonable Man wherever you get your podcast. Likes on the way out.
Yep.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. We'll see you guys. Lights out.